Board of Education meeting on May 20th. I'm very glad that you can join us. Thank you, board, for being here. Thank you, staff. I just want to welcome everybody and begin by stating how we're going to be doing our public comment today. Participation, in case there's anybody who would like to participate and have any closed session public comment to share with us. So today, due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, the manner in which Board of Education meetings are conducted has changed. Thank you in advance for your understanding and for your cooperation as we figure out new ways to conduct the business while allowing for maximum participation and adhering to our values of respect and safety for the community. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, please raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. Thank you so much, everybody. Mr. Watson, do we have public comment for closed session?
There is no public comment for closed session.
Thank you so much. So now we will recess into our closed session. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, student trustees Carson and Dawit. Ms. Logan, could you confirm if we have Superintendent Duffy with us here yet? I'm not seeing him.
I don't see him here yet.
Okay, and we're still waiting on another board member to join us, the third one to be able to begin.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So at this point, Mr. Duffy has arrived.
Thank you, Ms. Logan.
Hey Carson, how you doing?
Doing very well, thank you.
All right, you're surviving out there?
Yeah, trying
Or
to.
in there, I should say.
Yeah,
Good to hear. What have you been doing to keep yourself busy?
reading.
Good. Any recommendations?
The Great Gatsby.
Ooh, classic. Nice.
And I see that Trustee Phillips joined us, so now we're waiting on, Trustee Cuevas also joined us. Welcome. So now we just have Trustee Lara to join us. I think we can go ahead and get started now. Good evening. Welcome to the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education, May 20, 2020 meeting. I would like to begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Again, thank you all for joining us tonight. We continue to work collaboratively with the main focus of supporting our students as we continue to improve the distance learning educational opportunities for our kids. I would like to thank our students, families, district employees, and the entire WCCUSD community for how you have continued to support each other during this time to ensure our kids are safe and healthy while continuing to access their public education and daily meals. Thank you all for the work that you do. I would also like to start with some basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the public. The board has directed staff to return to allowing verbal public comment. This may result in some uncomfortable situations, so we hope you will bear with us. And it is also our hope for members of the public to be able to participate and share their public comment with the board in a space that is conducive to a respectful public forum for all. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present and will be on video. Members of the public will not be on video and will be muted throughout the meeting unless they have raised their hand for public comment. In order to comment on an agenda item at tonight's meeting, members of the public should raise their hand by pressing the Raise Your Hand button on the Zoom app or by pressing *9 by telephone when the board reaches the item on which you want to comment. When we get to the item, a member of district staff will call your name. Comments will be restricted to the amount of time allocated by board policy. Your hand must be raised before the first public comment is read on an agenda item. After the first comment is read, there will be no additional public comments accepted. In order to be recognized to speak, you must be using your first and last name. Thank you all so much and welcome again. Mr. Duffy, can we please have the roll call?
Sorry, I was on mute calling everybody's name. President Hernandez Jarvis,
Present.
Trustee Lara,
Present.
Trustee Cuevas,
Here.
Trustee Phillips,
Here.
Trustee Panis.
Present.
Student trustees Carson Radell
Present.
and student trustee Dawit Vasquez Amala.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. Our next item on the agenda is B4, recognize participation of student representatives, student board representatives.
Great. So we are coming to the end of our term, and we would really like to thank our two student representatives, both Carson and DeWitt, for just, being fantastic representatives and representatives of the student community. DeWitt, you have been staying super late also, so really want to thank you for that. I know DeWitt, and I can talk to you too, Carson has expressed interest in potentially staying on for a little longer, maybe through the end of June. And we'd be honored to have you. So we have some plaques for you, which normally we would give you in person, some little commemorative plaques that thank you for your service, and we will mail those to you and get them to you as soon as possible. So I'll open it up to any board members who want to share any appreciations, but again, Carson Rydell and Dawit Vasquez Samala, thank you so much for your work this term.
Thank you, Superintendent Duffy. And if we can have members of the board to share a few words about our two student trustees.
President Hernandez Jarvis, do you have an order that you want to go in tonight?
Yes, Trustee Phillips, thank you for inquiring about that. I do. I have it right here. So beginning with Trustee Panas, Trustee Cuevas, Trustee Phillips, and Trustee Lara, and then myself. Thank you for reminding me of that rotation. So we can begin with Trustee Panas. Thank you.
So to both of you, Trustee Riddell and Trustee Vasquez-Simula, I really appreciate your contributions here. You have spoken up at times I didn't expect you to speak up. You've taken votes I didn't expect you to take. That was great. You've spoken for students, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
Just a quick moment to publicly thank our two student trustees as well. I've enjoyed your perspectives, and I've learned quite a bit from you all in terms of how you view a number of the issues that are important to our students and our district. So thank you both for your service during an unusual time. Despite the unusual time, it's been excellent. So thank you both. And I've had the pleasure to get to know you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Phillips?
So I want to echo what my fellow board members have said, but there are two little brief stories I want to tell. And so for Carson, the first one is for you. I remember the first night I heard you speak, and you were talking, and I was doing something on the computer, and I remember I just stopped. I turned my head and I just started looking and listening, and I really appreciated it because it was fresh, and it was you.
Trustee Phillips, I can't hear your audio. I'm not sure if other people. Okay, it seems like we cannot hear you. I think you were saying that you appreciate how she speaks her mind, and then after that, we didn't hear. And your microphone is muted. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
There we go. Yes.
But just that's exactly what you are supposed to do. And so I appreciate you for speaking your mind and doing it unabashedly, because that's a big part of what representation is about. And, you know, Trustee Simula, for you, the story that I want to tell is there were a couple of meetings ago. It was pretty late.
I can't hear you.
Trustee Phillips, we cannot hear you anymore again. Maybe if you can try unmuting and muting and then unmuting again.
Okay, I can hear you.
There.
You can hear me now. Okay, I'm going to get this out quickly because I keep going out. But Trustee Simula, there was a night where the superintendent told you that you to go to bed, and you may remember this. And I remember you kind of stretched your arms out and you said, "I have a job to do. I'm here to represent, and I'm representing." And I remember I went home and told my wife that, and but again, that attitude is exactly the attitude that you were supposed to have. And that was a refreshing thing for me to hear as well. So both of you, if you are able to stay on with us through June, that would be great. But you really have been refreshing to hear. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Lara?
Yes, I want to thank you both for coming and serving on the board with us. I appreciate that both of you would fearlessly stand up and speak your truth. My feeling about after so many years of teaching is that young people, students have this innate sense of what is fair and what is just. And I have to say you both validated that sense of honesty and fairness and justice. And we need you, we need young people all the time because that's what we count on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lara. Student Trustee Carson, Delwood, I think that you are both amazing young people that have so much to contribute. I think that you bring, again, like some of my colleagues said, refreshing new insights, and you just have a very honest energy and are critical thinkers that I think are really nurturing that part of advocacy, on the board. I think I'm going to miss, once we don't have meetings together, hearing your input and just all of the valuable contributions that you bring to this board. So thank you so much for everything. And if you want to make any comments, please feel free to right now. Student Trustee Carson and Student Trustee Dawood as well. If you want to say any words to share with the board and the public.
I would like to say some stuff real quick. Thank you guys for that. I don't know, I don't really get emotional very much, but that was touching. I think it's been so interesting being on the board. Like, it gives you a whole new perspective, because like before, I mean, obviously before I was on the board, I was just like in the audience, and like I feel like a lot of times they think a certain way, and then like when you're on the board, you have to completely think of a new way of thinking, because it's like you're making like these really important decisions a lot of times that like the public won't always like and stuff. So I feel like you guys have it kind of rough, because sometimes you're fighting between like what is right and like what other people want and what you believe. And it's giving me like two sides of the story. And it's been crazy, because I have friends who are like, the board is whack and like they're doing all these whack stuff. But then I'm like, you know what? Actually, like being up here with you guys are, it's such a hard, it's like the line is not just black or white, it's so hard. So thank you guys for what you guys do. I've learned so much, and this has opened so many doors for me. Like, I now am part of RISE because of this, and because I was being on the board. And it's made me really like want to keep going forward with being a representative and being a leader overall. So I thank you guys for all that.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Student Trustee Dawood, and I wish you all the best, in all of your endeavors. Thank you. Student Trustee Carson?
Yeah, I would just like to thank the board for the opportunity that you guys have given me to be a representative from not just from my school, but for all students. And I would like to thank each and every one of you personally for being so welcoming while I came on the board. I know it was difficult because sorry, my video just cut out. Sorry. I just want to thank all of you guys personally for letting me have the chance to be sitting up with you. And though we may have some difference of opinion, I welcome that. And I welcome diversity in all ways. So thanks for your shot.
Thank you so much, Student Trustee Carson. I really appreciate your words. And again, I also wish you the very best in all of your future endeavors. Thank you. And so board, this recognition leads us into our next item now. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Duffy, do we have a report out of closed session for item B5?
I'm sorry, President Hernandez-Jarvis,
yes.
There were a couple of public comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton. Thank you. And how many? We have two?
There are 4 hands raised.
Okay.
We will be very quick to shut them off if they are inappropriate.
To monitor?
So,
okay, perfect. And because it's 4 of them, we have 3 minutes, and thank you for that monitoring and for being quick to address any issues. Thank you.
okay. The first is Trinidad Cruz. Ms. Cruz?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Trinidad Cruz. This is in regards to Dr. Mercer. I'm not sure if I had my hand up too early.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. Yes, this is too early for this item. You can come back in the public comment. I will go to the next commenter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Leslie Reckler.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Reckler?
Good evening. This is Leslie Reckler, President of the Bayside Council of PTAs. I just wanted to thank the two student trustees for the wonderful richness that you've added to the discussions. I've really appreciated and enjoyed them immensely. I get to do work with DeWitt at El Cerrito High School, so I was able to pass on the summer opportunity to him, and I will work with district staff to get to Carson because I don't have her email, but I'm hoping that both of you will participate this summer in Ed 100's Virtual Student Leadership Academy. It is going to be tremendous. It's free. I want you to invite your friends from SSE and RISE. I've already notified them, but a little of your prodding wouldn't hurt. And I hope to see you grow during that time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Reckler.
The next is from phone number 723. The last three digits are 723.
Yes, this is Richie Cook. And I wanted to address the issue of the Victus charter schools.
Mr. Cook, that item will be later in the agenda. So this is about the student board members at the moment. We will call you. You can raise your hand at that time.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Watson.
The next is from Scotty Smith. Ms. Smith? And Ms. Smith, we will try to reach Ms. Smith and help her if she needs assistance making public comment on an item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
And that concludes the public comment for that item.
Thank you. Again, thank you to members of the public for sharing your comments, and to our student trustees, Carson and DeWitt as well. Thank you so much for your contributions, and I look forward to continuing to working with you in the future. Thank you. Our next agenda item is B5, report ratification of closed session. Superintendent Duffy, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
We do not have anything to report out tonight.
Thank you. At this point, we usually review the number of requests to address the board for comment on individual agenda items, because we are requesting for the public to raise their hand on Zoom or to dial *9 to have a comment when the item pops up. We may not have the most updated number right now, but Mr. Watson, is there a number of requests that you have as of right now that you would like to share?
There are 5 raised hands, but I cannot tell which items they are raised for.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton. So board, now we're at item B7, agenda review and adoption. And for public comment, this is for us to see. But again, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think this through right now. We have the 5 raised hands, but that can be for any item, not necessarily for public comment. So are there any changes that board members would like to suggest to the agenda?
President Hernandez-Jarvis?
Yes, Trustee Panas?
I would like to pull C3 and C5, and I'd like to suggest that we move F1, our third interim report, up after B12, which is our COVID support item.
B12, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee
I'd
Panas?
like to, because I think F2 can quickly be addressed after the third interim. I'd like to just have us move, if we can, all of those action items to right after B12.
So moving all of the 3 action items immediately after B12. Okay, so then the items that we have pulled are C3, C5 by Trustee Panas, and then the suggestion to move. Trustee Lara?
Yes, sorry. President Hernandez-Jarvis, I would like to pull C15 and 16, please.
C15 and C16.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
President Hernandez Jarvis,
Yes, Trustee Phillips.
I would like to pull C6, C10, 12, and 17.
17. Okay, so now we have C3, C5, C6, C10, C12, C15, C16 pulled. We have those consent items pulled, and the request to move the action items F1, F2, and F3 immediately after B12. Trustee
President,
Phillips?
yeah, and it was C17 as well.
C17 as well. Thank you. That's right. Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda with those changes?
So moved by Trustee Panis.
Moved by Trustee Panas. Is there a second for that motion?
Second,
Seconded by Trustee Letta. Can we please take a voice vote, beginning with our student trustees? Please state your name before.
Dawood, yes.
Carson Riddell, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion to adopt the agenda with suggested changes passes unanimously. Thank you, board. So then that's going to lead us to our next agenda item.
Trustee Hernandez Jarvis, may I add
Trustee
something?
or Superintendent Duffy, yes.
Normally, we take all of these consent items when they're pulled at the end of the meeting. But because I don't know who has public comment for them, we may have some public who had public comment for especially 15
15.
and 16. That might not come for 3 or 4 hours if we have a long board meeting. Hopefully we won't. But I just want to make sure if there's public, we can find a way to get to them. So we could today decide we want to take up the consent items or some of them now as opposed to at the very end. So I just wanted to bring that up for consideration. And I don't know if Mr. Walton has any more insight on that in terms of public comment.
Thank you,
Well,
Superintendent Duffy. Mr. Walton?
thank you, President Hernandez Jarvis. When we get to the items, I will ask for people to raise their hand on that item, and then we'll know how much public comment we have.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I think that what Mr. Duffy is bringing up is the fact that if we do end up having a longer meeting, then we wouldn't get to items C15 and C16, which may have public comment until about 3 hours from now. Is that correct, Mr. Duffy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think, one option is just let it go to the end. The other option is do 15 and 16 now. The other option might be to do them all now.
So we just had the motion and we passed it unanimously. I think unless a board member would like to make another motion to change the agenda.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Trustee
make
Cuevas.
a motion to move 15 and 16 to after the action items in F.
Immediately after F3 then, okay.
Yes.
So
Trustee Panis, I'll
Cuevas has
second that.
moved. Trustee Cuevas made the motion, Trustee Panas seconded to move items C15 and C16 immediately after the last action item F3. Can we please take a vote and let's make sure we state our name before, beginning with our student trustees.
Dawood, yes.
Carson Riddell, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Thank you, board. Motion passes unanimously. So now we will be having action items first and then followed by C15 and C16 immediately after. Thank you. Our next agenda item is B8, approval of minutes from our May 6, 2020 meeting and our May 13, 2020 meeting.
President Hernandez Jarvis, I have one change to the May 6th minutes.
Yes, Trustee Panas.
In item E6, which was about the ethnic studies curriculum. Board comments. Mr. Panis asked whether the resolution supported the curriculum passed in 2016. It's actually supported the legislation passed in 2016.
Legislation, not curriculum. That's
With
the
that, I'll
clarification.
move the May 6th minutes.
Great. Thank you for making that clarification. Trustee Phillips?
Yes, so for E4, on the May 6 minutes, which is the lead auditor position, the motion was strongly preferred for CPA, certified government auditing professional, or certified internal auditor. But the way the minutes are written is the minutes say experience strongly preferred, including those three different things. So the strongly preferred wasn't for all of the experience. The strongly preferred was for those three qualifications that Trustee Panis brought up.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Phillips. Would you mind just clarifying it one more time for me to capture it completely? And then if Mr. Duffy can just confirm that he's getting those notes as well.
So for E4 on the lead auditor position, we agreed that we would say the CPA, certified government auditing professional, or certified internal auditor, that those qualifications were strongly preferred. But the way the minutes read.
Trustee Phillips, your audio cut off after you said the way the minutes read.
No.
Now I can hear you, yes.
Okay, the way the minutes.
It's going out again. I think you're gonna have to mute and unmute again. Okay, so Trustee Phillips, I think your audio is still disconnecting. The very last thing that I heard was that the way the minutes read.
The way the minutes read is that all of the experience is strongly preferred, not just those three things.
Got it. Okay, so then we need to change it to strongly preferred only for those three things.
I've got that also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Duffy, for confirming. Thank you, Trustee Phillips and Trustee Panis. So with those given changes, is there a board member that would like to make a motion to adopt these minutes with the changes?
So moved, Trustee Panis.
And for both sets of minutes, right? May 6th and May 13th? Or no?
Let's just say May 6th right now.
May 6th. Thank you. Is there a second?
Laura, second.
Okay, Lada seconded Mr. Panis's motion. Can we please take a vote? Make sure we state your name, please. Thank you.
Dawit, yes.
Carson Riddell, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to adopt the May 6th Board of Education meeting minutes with changes by Trustee Phillips and Trustee Panis.
I'll move the May 13 minutes.
I'll second that.
Second.
Trustee Panis.
Okay, moved by Trustee Phillips, seconded by Trustee Panis to approve the May 13 minutes. Can we please take a vote, board?
Dawit, yes.
Carson Riddell, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously to adopt the May 13th meeting minutes. Thank you. Thank you, board. The next item on our agenda is B9, Resolution Number 94, 1920, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2020. Mr. Duffy or Mr. Walton, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, President Hernandez Jarvis.
Thank you.
The State Board of Education has proclaimed May 2020 as Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The West Contra Costa Unified School District recognizes the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and encourages schools to develop special instructional activities and celebrations. And if you would like me to read it, or would you like one of the board members to read the resolution?
Is there a member of the board that would like to read the resolution?
I'd be happy to do that. Trustee Panos.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Thank you, Mr. Walton.
West Contra Costa Unified School District Resolution number 94-1920, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas National Asian American Heritage Month is an opportunity to share the historical and current contributions of all Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. And whereas the West Contra Costa Unified School District educates nearly 4,800 students of Asian and Pacific Islander descent, kindergarten through grade 12, and the state of California is home to nearly 750,000 students of Asian and Pacific Islander descent, kindergarten through grade 12. And whereas President Jimmy Carter signed Public Law 95-419 on October 5th, 1978, designating the 7-day period beginning May 4th, 1979 as Asian America Heritage Week. And in 1992, the United States Congress passed Public Law 102-450, annually designating May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And whereas the month of May was chosen to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10, 1869, the majority of the workers who laid the tracks were Chinese immigrants. And whereas immigrant, refugee, and American-born community members of Asian and Pacific Islander ancestry have contributed immensely to the growth and stability of the cities and unincorporated areas of West Contra Costa County, deepening our American values of family, education, social justice, and community, and further shaping the social and economic character of this district. And whereas encompassing many histories, languages, and journeys to help share our collective American experience, Asian and Pacific Islander Americans have achieved exceptional success in all aspects of our society, including business, politics, education, community service, media, arts, and sciences. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education proclaims May 2020 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to inspire equity and celebrate diversity in our schools and communities throughout the district. I move this resolution 94-1920.
Thank you, Trustee Panas, for reading the resolution, and thank you for motioning to approve this resolution. And I think I heard, was it Trustee Phillips or Trustee Lara?
It was me.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the second?
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Before we take a vote, Mr. Watson, did we have any public comment or any hands raised for this item?
There are no hands raised for this item, President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton. Okay, so board, let's take a vote.
Panos, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Lara, yes.
And our student trustees?
Dawit, yes.
Carson, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to approve the resolution number 94-1920, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2020. Thank you, board. Up next, we have item B10, resolution number 95-1920, Classified School Employees Week.
Yes, President Hernandez Jarvis. The state of California has designated May 17th through 23rd, 2020 as Classified School Employees Week. It has recognized the classified employees of West Contra Costa Unified School District play an important role in the education of students. We honor and appreciate the efforts put forth by these dedicated professionals each and every day.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Is there a board member that would like to read this resolution?
I will read it. If my internet goes out, though, somebody's going to have to jump in.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
So whereas the legislature of the state of California has declared the third full week of May each year shall be Classified School Employee Week, a time to recognize the many contributions of classified school employees to public education. And whereas classified school employees have served the state of California and its children for many generations and have played
I believe that Trustee Phillips was disconnected or his audio was. Any other trustees? I saw Trustee Panas was about to jump in.
Education system, whereas classified, can you hear me? I'm gonna let somebody else do the resolution so I don't mess it up.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
I'd be happy to do it.
Thank you, Trustee Panas.
And we'll start up again with the second whereas.
Yes.
Whereas classified school employees have served the state of California and its children for many generations and have played important parts in the furtherance of the goals of public education. And whereas classified school employees deserve rightful recognition and public celebration for their caring, their deeds, and the incalculable contributions they've made to California's education system. And whereas the essential work performed by classified staff is often invisible and accomplished with little recognition or appreciation. And whereas, like their certified counterparts, district classified staff respond routinely to the increasing intellectual and emotional needs of students and families. And whereas classified employees, through the quality of their work, serve as an adult role models for our students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the West Contra Costa Board of Education hereby declares May 17 to 23, 2020 as Classified School Employee Week in the West Contra Costa Unified School District in recognition of and appreciation for all classified employees and their dedication to our students. I hereby move resolution number 95-1920, West Contra Costa Unified School District Classified School Employee Week.
I second.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Panas and Trustee Phillips for reading this resolution. And Mr. Panas just motioned it, seconded by Trustee Lara. Can we please take a vote, board, and let's begin with our student trustees.
Excuse me, President Hernandez Jarvis, we do have
Yes,
one
trustee.
public comment.
Yes, and Mr. Watson, thank you. And then Mr. Phillips, I saw your hand raised as well. Did you?
I just had a comment, and I'll say it after the public goes. That's fine.
Sounds great. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Watson. Can we begin with the public comment?
Yes, it is Jeanette Bradfield. Ms. Bradfield.
Evening, Superintendent Duffy and board members. My name is Jeanette Bradfield, representative with Teamsters Local 856. It's with great pride that our Teamsters 856 office and staff give the classified employees a well-deserved round of applause for a job well done this year. We especially want to thank all of the food service employees who have been working through the closure to provide meals to the community. Not only are the food service employees producing, packing, and distributing the meals, they are setting up and breaking down 9 food distribution sites, 5 days a week. If you have ever worked in food service, you know that preparing food can be really demanding. They have worked in the wind, rain, and heat, facing many unforeseen obstacles, topping hundreds of thousands of meals to the community. I'd love to hear what that number is tonight. We hear in the news reports about the healthcare heroes risking their health and lives. Well, our heroes are the essential workers of the Teamster classified staff right here at WCCUSD. They have risked their health to be on the front lines to serve this community, whether it is protecting school property, distributing Chromebooks, weed control, repairing broken windows, translating, paying the bills, or assisting teachers with online learning. The classified staff have a proven track record of getting the essential work. We agree with the resolution that the essential work performed by classified staff is often invisible and accomplished with little recognition or appreciation. On behalf of Secretary Treasurer Peter Finn and your Teamster 856 family, it is our hope that this week especially, you all realize how much you are appreciated. You have made us proud by your commitment and dedication to your work serving this community. Thank you and well done.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walton, for introducing, and thank you so much, Ms. Bradfield, for your comment.
Ms. Hernandez Jarvis, there is one more public comment.
Thank you.
Trinidad Cruz, if this public comment on Classified School Employees Week. Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Well, this is in regards to Dr. Mursa, principal
Again,
at Blue Point Hills.
Mr. Cruz, that item, I guess you could speak on B11 if that is.
Oh, B11. Okay, I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, that should conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Walton. And so now, Trustee Phillips, you had a comment?
Yes, very briefly. I do want to say that I appreciate all of our classified employees. Regardless of what anyone may think, we cannot do this without you all. You are absolutely essential to a functioning school district, and I want you to hear that directly from my mouth. But I also want to just briefly say that we did miss Administrative Professionals Day, and we have administrative professionals who are in the classified ranks. So I want them to be recognized as well, because they are important. And I know some of them were not happy that we missed that day. So I wanted to recognize them as well.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Thank you for sharing your perspective, and I agree with what you said too. And I just want to thank everybody who is our classified staff and who is, very essential to all of the operations and to making sure that our students' needs are met on a daily basis. Thank you. And so the motion, the resolution was moved by Trustee Panas and then seconded by Trustee Lara. So now, board, can we please take a vote, beginning with our student trustees?
Dawit, yes.
Carson, yes.
Panas, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Mara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, board. And now we're on to B11, public comment. And just to remind everybody, if you have any public comment to share with the board, make sure to raise your hand by clicking on the correct button to raise your hand and participate via the Zoom app, or by clicking *9 if you're calling in via phone. And again, it is my hope that we have a public forum that is respectful to all and welcoming to all as well. And if I may ask that everybody else who is not having a turn speaking to make sure that you mute yourself. And if Mr. Berger can display the timer, and I see it right there, perfect. So if we have less than 10 speakers, then it's 3 minutes each. If we have between 10 to 15, we're going to have 2 minutes. If it's more than 15, it will be 1 minute per speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hernandez Jarvis. We currently have 14 speakers. I would ask anyone who chooses, we're now at 15. I would ask anyone who chooses to speak during the public comment item, general public comment, to raise their hand now by clicking the raise your hand button on the Zoom app, or by pressing asterisk or *9 on your telephone. And we are at 7:18 and at the moment. So the first speaker is Mariela Cuellar.
Thank you. So we're going to do, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Walton. I'm sorry. So it's going to be 1 minute per public speaker then. Thank you.
Thank you. The first public speaker is Mariela Cuellar. Ms. Cuellar.
Hola, buenas tardes. Quisiera hacer una petición, si puedo leer mi comentario público en español y luego en inglés.
Hola, Mariela. Yeah, está bien conmigo. That would be fine with me. I think that it would be the same as having it read in Spanish and then translated into English. I think as long as it's within the 1 minute in Spanish, that would be fine. That's how we do it generally during our board meetings in person. So if we can just stick to the 1 minute timer, that would be fine.
Sí,
Gracias.
gracias. Okay. Okay, ¿empieza mi minuto? ¿Empieza mi minuto? Ok, mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, soy una asistente de instrucción bilingüe de kindergarten transicional para la señora Moloni en la escuela elementaria Quería solicitar a los miembros de la Junta que realmente reconsideren y escuchen, y me escuchen. Por favor, reevalúen y tengan un plan de acción efectivo para el próximo año escolar para que los estudiantes de kinder transicional trabajemos yo trabajo para el Distrito Escolar Unificado del Oeste con una posición de medio tiempo en la aula de TK. Sin embargo, tengo un compromiso de tiempo completo como asistente de instrucción esencial para los estudiantes de kinder transicional. Nuevamente, piensen en la prioridad número 1, que es la seguridad, equidad, educación de calidad y mejores prácticas. Los estudiantes y las familias no pueden sufrir los errores y los malos manejos de los viejos y los nuevos administradores.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. So, un minuto ya pasó. 1 minute has passed. So, if you would like to translate it, si quiere traducirla al inglés, ahora es el momento. Gracias.
Good evening, President Hernandez Harvitz, members of the board, and West Contra Costa employees and community. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I am a bilingual transitional kindergarten instructional aide for Mrs. Molone at 4. I would like to request for the board members to really consider and hear me out. Please reevaluate and have an effective action plan for the next school year for TK students. I work for the West Contra Costa Unified School District as a part-time position in the TK classroom. However, I have a full-time role commitment as an essential instructional aid for the TK students. Again, think about the #1 priority: safety, equity, quality education, and the best practices. The students and families cannot suffer the mistake and mismanagement of the old and new administrators. General funding must be spent on all students to provide quality education. Supplemental and concentration federal funding, Title 1, 2, 3, etc., must be allocated to provide equitable education for high-need students and provide a positive impact socially, emotionally, academically, and safety for all students. The deficit is real, but you must not ignore what matters the most and what belongs to our students. You, the board members, have the power to reverse disapproval action. Students, families, and all West Contra Costa employees and community, we need to heal and reconstruct our trust, make the right decisions, prioritize students. Let's work together. Thank you for your time, Mariela Cuellar.
Thank you. Gracias.
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 The next public comment is from, my apologies, is from Ariana Escobar. Ms. Escobar, you can now speak.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta de WCCUSD. Mi nombre es Claudia Magali Martínez. Soy madre de familia de una estudiante de TK, perdón, de la escuela Ford Elementary en el presente año. Pues estoy acá porque el motivo es porque solicito que las posiciones de los asistentes de instrucción bilingüe no sean removidos, ya que es de vital importancia para el rendimiento y desarrollo psicológico, tanto intelectual de nuestros niños, ya que muchos de ellos pues tienen como lenguaje primario lo que es el español. Algunos no están adaptados al lenguaje de inglés y pues es de vital importancia. Me gustaría solicitar que los miembros de la Junta consideren la importancia y se mantengan las posiciones, ya que pues los maestros de bilingüe son...
Time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias. Gracias.
The next public comment is from Rose McGeegan. Ms. McGeegan, you can now speak.
Great, thank you. Thank you, school board members and Superintendent Duffy for taking my comment. I'd like to preface my comment with stating that this is my own personal opinion and not that of any organization that I may represent. With that being said, I am saddened, angry, and confused surrounding the lack of engagement and communication from the school board and the district surrounding Blue Pine Hills. I've written to all of you earlier today on my thoughts and requests, so I will not go through its entirety due to lack of time. However, I will say this. To the school board members who are supposed to be our advocates and determine the course of our academic future for our children, please place Dr. Mirza's acceptance of resignation on the public school board agenda, or place her appointment as principal to Lupine Hills to a vote. For the sake of clarity and transparency, we need this, and we know that you have the power to do so. While I appreciate the email from Superintendent Duffy to all the Lupine Hills parents surrounding her dismissal, it's not enough. And
That
the
is time.
situation.
Thank you.
The next public comment, excuse me, is from Mallory Branch. Miss Branch.
Hello, good evening. So I have two people, myself and my son. So I want to make sure that we both get a minute. And I'll go first. Hello, WCCUSD board members. My name is Mallory Branch, and I am taking a stand for the cutting of any changes for the Rising Scholars Program. This program is unique, and it's a vital need in our community for Rising Scholars Program. The trajectory of the Rising Scholars Program has always been to serve underserved population by providing students and opportunity to seek and obtain higher education. It is unfortunate that with budget cuts, the first program to be cut is the Rising Scholars Program. As the board members, please take a stand with me in solidarity and be the change that you want to see and keep this program alive and allowing it to serve all students of colors, not just African-American students. This Rising Scholars Programs means the world to me and my family. My son, Armand Hervé, Jr., is a senior at—
That's the first minute.
That's fine. Go, Armand.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Armand Hervé Jr., and I'm a member of the Young Scholars Program. This program means the world to me. I would like to see the program continue on because it is helpful for people of color in their investment into higher education. This program is not only serving African Americans, but Latinos, Asian Americans, and other various communities of color that are in West Contra Costa and beyond. This program has aided me in finding my way to college, taking me on college tours, and only boosted my interest in college entirely, making college even more accessible for me. During the meetings, my family and I were asked about the whole college process and given tips on how to make it easier for me and my family to manage. The college tours were amazing and gave me a perspective on college that I could truly call my own. Along with the perspective of Ms. Rushing and Mr. Scott and their nuggets of wisdom, which are irreplaceable, I am truly grateful for. This program has allowed me to connect with multiple colleges around the country to talk about their schools and what they have to offer me. To be clear, my point of view about school and my recipe for success wouldn't be complete without the Young Scholars Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
The next public comment is from Matt Horton.
Board members for letting me speak again in support of Principal Merces at Lupine Hills. I would like again to urge those members who have not engaged with our community on this to do so. Superintendent Duffy refused to even confirm to the public that it was the intention of his office not to allow Dr. Mirza to return next year until after a vote was held to appoint her replacement. These actions run counter to the board's stated goal of improving community engagement. The fact that the appointment failed and that you are finally allowing us to participate in this process is no excuse for not informing the public about these important changes. Last I checked, HR reports to Superintendent Duffy and Mr. Duffy reports to you. I will state my request more clearly. Please place an item on the next possible board agenda to discuss directing Superintendent Duffy's office to allow Dr. Mirza to continue her important work as principal of Lupine Hills Elementary. If it is the board's opinion that this matter is too sensitive to discuss publicly, then by all means do it in a closed session. But please don't play games and wait to inform the public about coming changes before it's too late, until after it's too late.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from TJ Warfield.
We have repeatedly brought to your attention Marco Gonzalez's mishandling of our school, continuing principal turnover. We're talking 9 and 11 years now, and breaking district commitments in his underhanded behavior and trying to push through the approval of a new principal without community knowledge and involvement. Yet you have not investigated his behavior or intentions. We have learned that one of the mere 2 negative comments against our principal was from an individual that used to work for Marco Gonzalez back when he himself was a principal. Marco Gonzalez, the man that pushed out our beloved Principal Mirza, and the main voice against her being Marco's old colleague. Even with the shady actions of Gonzalez and with hints of cronyism, the board has yet to direct an investigation on this matter. The remaining question is whether this lack of investigation is due to your extreme negligence or because Marco Gonzalez acted with the blessing of the board. Thank you. Start doing your job, start engaging us.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Don Gosney. Mr. Gosney.
All right. Because of the expected time restraints imposed on us, this is the abbreviated version of what was emailed to the board. Last week, I had an opportunity to visit one of our high schools where there was a cap and gown distribution. It was nice. What concerned me, though, was the serious lack of safety being practiced by the staff and volunteers. I was told by staffers that district protocol required no direct interaction with the people in the cars, where they were to pop their trunks with the packets tossed in. What I saw was an almost complete breach of this protocol. Only one person wearing gloves, at least 5 staffers and volunteers not wearing masks, and even one teacher inserting her torso through the window to snap selfies with the grads. I was informed that the district is not supplying these people with masks and gloves. Surely you know that you are required by law to provide safety equipment. With graduation ceremonies just a couple of weeks away, I hope that somebody addresses this before we become the typhoid Mary of the education business. On the other hand, right around the corner, I watched the meal distribution. Boy, those people were awesome. Their hard work and efficiency. It was applauded.
Time is up.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Lisa Maloney. Miss Maloney.
Good evening, West Contra Costa School Board. I am Lisa Maloney, the transitional kindergarten teacher at Ford Elementary. You have cut the instructional aides for TK. What are our next steps? Who is going to run after the student exiting the campus because he is scared without his mother? Who is going to provide guidance and support to our students that have not yet been identified with special needs because it's their first experience in the classroom? Who is going to translate for our families daily? Who is going to bring an injured or sick student to the office because they are too young to walk alone? Who is going to help the student that has an accident and needs help while the other students are waiting? Who is going to take a break with a student who is angry and still learning how to engage appropriately with other students? Who is going to continue to lead the class when a student is having a meltdown? I look forward to discussing this issue further with you and creating a plan that will ensure safety for our youngest learners.
Thank you.
My apologies. The next public comment is from Andrea Walker. Miss Walker.
Hi, I'm Andrea Walker. I have 2 kids at Lupine. I've actually removed the first one from Rodeo Hills to bring to Lupine, and the second one followed. I brought them into Lupine thinking they were going to have a better education, better time, but you know that's not the case. They've been put in classrooms where they don't click with the teachers. And I'm afraid this is going to happen again. Dr. Mirza has been awesome. She has been great. She knows both of my kids by their names. She knows what they need and how to get that for them. I can't believe that you guys would even consider getting rid of her. She's wonderful. I'm sorry. I'm just so upset. My kids are finally having fun at school and doing well in school, and you're trying to take her away.
That is time.
Thank you for your comment.
The next speaker is Mary Baldizon. Ms. Baldizon?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
So
Yes.
thank you for hearing me this evening. I too am a parent and a community member in Hercules with students that go to Lupine Hills Elementary. I've also been in educational sales for over 20 years and been to schools and districts around the world. And I cannot fathom why you would consider removing Dr. Mercer. For 4 years, my students have had failing test scores and performed poorly. And although your staff there are fabulous and the teachers are great, they kept sticking them in the same intervention and processes that didn't work. Wasn't it Einstein who said doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insane? Dr. Mercer was the first person to recognize that there was a disconnect. She's the first person to get my kids and most other kids at school excited to go to school. She's the first person where I could look at the school and I didn't envy some other school that I visited for work because she was creating a destination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Harpreet Sidhu.
Good evening, West Contra Costa School Board. My name is Harpreet Sidhu, and I'm the SSC Board President at Lupine Hills. I support our principal, Dr. Mirza. Dr. Mirza has done so much for Lupine Hills. Her positive leadership inspires achievements, respect, and kindness in the students. I urge the board members to consider the voice of the people who matter most, students, parents, and teachers. Why you guys are wasting resources, money, and time fixing something that is not broken? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Irma Bonilla. Ms. Bonilla.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Irma Bonilla. Good evening. I have been working as a bilingual transition kindergarten instructional aide at Brown Elementary School for 6 years. I realized that being a teaching assistant extends beyond the job description. Today, I request the board members to consider your decision to eliminate the TK bilingual position. The main reason why the board must keep the TK bilingual instructional aide position is first of all safety. The children under 5 years of age do unpredictable things and quickly. Every day, the child is the focus of the supervision. Accidents happen in areas that take place on the way to and from the school. During playground activities in hallway and restroom at a recess. Our goal is to minimize negative outcomes. Do not put children in risk by taking this decision that can bring consequence to all of us. Children need a safe learning environment, and the teacher assist is the best that a classroom has. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Petronila Fernandez. Ms. Fernandez, if you'll unmute yourself, you can speak.
Hello. Hola. Aló.
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, we can hear you. Podemos escuchar.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Petronila Fernández y soy una madre preocupada. Ayer atendí a la junta del ELCAP, en el cual Dr. Wool hizo una presentación y aprecio mucho.
Perdón por interrumpir. I'm sorry for the interruption. I think we have our interpreting also happening at the same time as our speaker, and we're hearing both at the same time. Ms. Logan, do you have any troubleshooting we can do for that?
¿Puedo yo hablar y después ella pueda traducirlo?
Sí. ¿No tiene la traducción prendida, Petronila? Do you happen to have it on by any chance?
La verdad es la primera vez que hago esto así, pero no estoy tan familiarizada.
So yo veo el micrófono. I think what's happening here, just to let everybody know, is that we're having the interpreter say it, but I think you have it on. Se me hace que lo tiene prendido at the same time. So maybe we can ask if our interpreter can interpret after every 10 seconds. So, si Petronila puede decir, si puede decir como hablar por 10 segundos y luego que... Sí, por favor. Gracias.
¿Ya?
Yes, sí.
Bueno, ayer asistí a la junta del board y el Dr. Wood dio una presentación. Muy agradezco por la información. Dicho esto, como padre me preocupa y solicito se nos dé más detallada información sobre los recortes. Entendemos la necesidad de reducir los gastos, pero cuestionamos la forma en que el distrito lo está ejecutando. Sabemos que se eliminaron los puestos de director ejecutivo, pero eso no significa que se redujeron estos gastos. Solo significa que los directores ejecutivos ahora se llamarán directores. La mayoría de ellos permanecerán en el distrito con el título de director. Si eliminaron muchos puestos como ayudas de instructores y tutores, los padres pedimos transparencia. El distrito toma decisiones a puertas cerradas que afectan nuestras escuelas y nuestros hijos. Ya no podemos permitirlo. Pedimos a nuestra junta que no apruebe los recortes escolares cuando al mismo tiempo aprueba al distrito obras de puestos altamente remunerados como los directores, executive director, y eso afecta en los salones de nuestros niños. Muchas gracias y espero tomen en consideración porque realmente nuestros niños están siendo afectados.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. And thank you everybody for being flexible with adjusting as we have any troubleshooting that needs to happen while we're doing the public comment. Gracias a todos por ajustarse. Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Gloria Bassi. Ms. Bassi.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to comment. And I would like to echo Rose McGowan's comment. I would like to formally request that you assign a district representative that can work with our community and schedule a town hall with parents of Blue Pine Hills at the Hercules community and the Hercules community members. There has already been an outreach to Lupine Hills staff surrounding the hiring panel for Dr. Merz's replacement, but none to the community. This continues to be a problem. It continues to bring questions, especially given it's the same individual who has led to her dismissal. Had there been better communication or a path earlier, this could have been prevented, but we are here now and we need to repair this damage to our community. I sincerely ask that you hear our community's voices and please put forward with a transparent plan to bring the community together and to establish a better environment for our children.
Thank you.
The next comment comes from, my apologies, is from phone number, the last three are 820. Please press *6 to speak. Phone number 820, last three digits. Okay, we'll move on.
Hello. Whoa.
We have a lot of feedback.
You need to
Just
mute.
a minute.
You need to mute your computer. Okay,
Okay, I did it.
got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Scotty Smith. Today I received Omar's response to the questions I submitted at the May 6th board meeting. But because of my anger and disgust at his elementary level answers, I will not indulge in a critique tonight, but will be submitting a written response to the district at the next board meeting. Tonight, I can only support all of those who calls for the superintendent and Omar's removal from their current position. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from phone number. The last three are 723.
Yes, this is Richie Cook. This is Richie Cook calling about the charter schools in the district. And they have been described by the mayor of Richmond, Tom Butt, as money machines with the public supplying the money. I've been a teacher for 32 years, retired 2 years ago. I see inexperienced teachers with much less education and a very high turnover rate, no union protection. And my final thought is that there's a group of people that wanted to do good and they're doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Trinidad Cruz.
A minute for myself and my daughter as well would like to speak. My name is Trinidad Cruz. My daughter is a student at Lupine Hills, and Dr. Mirza has made a great impression upon her. My son also attended to that school years prior, and she has made a major difference in the sense that she not only knows my daughter, but the other students that are there. My daughter's excited to go to school. My daughter also was attending the early morning classes to help her with her reading, in which it has much improved. I'm so sorry. As well as during this pandemic with the COVID-19, she was pushing for the students to take their laptops home to be able to work from them. I believe that if it wasn't for Dr. Mirza, then the students would not be able to handle working off-site and online, as we are currently going through something that no one was expecting. I don't believe that she should have even been asked to resign. I believe that she is moving the school in the right direction.
Time is up.
Natania, your turn.
Good evening. My name is Natania Cruz, and I think Dr. Mirza helped me a lot with my reading because she had this group in the morning, and it helped me a lot with my reading, and I think I improved a lot, and a lot of my other friends that were in the class too. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sarah Maxwell. Ms. Maxwell.
Okay, can you everybody hear me okay? Okay. So it's actually Sarah Vargas, and I'm gonna go now. Good evening, board members and Mr. Duffy. I'm here in support of Dr. Mirza at Lupine Hills. I have to say the lack of communication from the board on this issue is the most disheartening to me. Ms. Hernandez-Jarvis, it's disappointing to know that you ran for board asking for our community support, but failed to listen to the community and ensure that policies were followed. Out of all the board members, we trusted you to put the Hercules community needs forward and support us like you said you would. The school board is supposed to ensure policies are followed, and they did not ensure that those proper policies were adhered to. It's disheartening for our entire community. However, I would like to thank Mr. Phillips for reaching out to us and communicating with us.
Thank you.
The next public comments from Nathan Millard or Millard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm a Hercules community member and I have two sons that attend Lupine Hills Elementary. I hope that you reconsider letting Dr. Mirza go. She's been the best thing that we could have happen to our school. My son had some issues with bullying and she handled it with such gracious professionalism. I really would hate to see her leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Hector Garcia. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, if you can unmute. We will move on to the next public commenter and come back to Mr. Garcia if he can unmute. So the next will be Aceto Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Hello, there we go. So I just wanted to comment with the individual that spoke on Omar earlier. I'm a teacher and I am a Black teacher. I have not really heard anything from Omar in consideration of what he was going to do with our students, with our communities, with our schools, except for emails throughout the month of February about Black History Month. And just one email saying, thank you for all you do. First time I believe I saw him was at the meeting last week. I don't understand why money is set aside in the district that we cannot afford to spend on someone like this who claims he's going to help the African-American students when it's really up to the parents and the teachers to take care of these students on our own and not really depend or rely on someone who has basically, I'm going to help Black students as a title. So this needs to be rectified. Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Zelon Harrison. And
hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I have an issue with this. I want to talk about equity. We do have a new director and we need some equity with this. It should not take all this time for Black parents and to get on a board meeting and to navigate this system. This is too much. And I want this board, I want the district to handle that so we can get on here and be more effective and have a bigger voice because we're not being paid attention to. And I just wanted to say that. Can you guys please take care of that?
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walton, and thank you to each member of the community who spoke and shared their public comment with us tonight. Thank you. So our next item is our B12 updates on school operations during the COVID-19 closure.
Good evening, trustees. As we have had in the past couple of board meetings, we have an update for you on the work that we're doing to support students and families during the COVID-19 closure. And I know that some of the public comment we just heard was concerning. So I will step up and step in with my staff to make sure we're addressing those issues adequately.
Mr. Duffy, sorry to interrupt. I did have that on my notes and then I jumped straight into the next item. I did want to ask you if you can follow up again and further communicate with the Lupine Hills school community to clarify any further questions that are still pending so that we can get the information to them that's necessary.
Yes.
And also that we will follow up with our as that executive committee and continue to have a more solid conversation going forward, and make sure that we bring back the presentation on what has been done and what needs to be done in the road ahead for higher African American student achievement.
Absolutely. And on Lupine, I will work to make sure we find a solution to that situation as soon as we can. We're spending it's become quite a concern, and we need to be able to move forward one way or the other. So thank you. So tonight, we also have some guests with us as part of our COVID update. We're going to get a chance to hear from Jasmine Jones, Executive Director of the West County Education Fund, and Jesse Stewart, Executive Director of the Richmond Promise, who through their organizations have been supporting students and families as well. So let's go right into our presentation. So this has sort of been an overview that we've had the last few meetings, and we are in this phase 2 of distance learning, and we're just a few weeks away from school being finished, and then we will really be in a wait and see mode about what school is going to look like in the fall. But we will be definitely planning, and I will be talking about that a little bit in my superintendent's report as well, and we'll be talking about it here too. But we've got a lot of planning to do in terms of getting ready for multiple options, but certainly distance learning will probably be the core of what's still happening in the fall. And we have made a final decision, we'll talk about that a little bit later, about graduation. Thanks to new county health orders, we are allowed to do parade type graduation. So all of our high schools will be doing some type of drive-through graduation where students are able to get out of a car fairly quickly, grab a diploma, snap a picture, be celebrated for a minute, and come back in. And board members will be communicating with you expectations around those events. We're also doing full recording and productions, not of those events, but of a full ceremony for our seniors. So again, board members will communicate with you about where we need you and all of the different options. So let's go to our next slide. So I am going to invite Jesse Stewart from the Richmond Promise to share a little bit about the work that is happening at the Promise to support our students who are part of the Promise. And then we'll get a chance to hear from Jasmine Jones from the Ed Fund. So Jesse Stewart, are you on?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Yes, maybe a touch louder if you can.
Okay, I will do my best. How's this?
Perfect.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Superintendent Duffy and trustees. It's really a privilege to be here and, serve in the role as Executive Director for the Richmond Promise. And I'm looking forward to highlighting, our partnership continues to deepen through the years. We're actually in our 4th year of the Promise. And so I know it's graduation season, and we are really looking forward to celebrating our first class of Richmond Promise scholars who will be graduating from college this year. And I look forward to reporting back with, those numbers and sharing some of those stories, at the end of the month. So I'll just jump in. So just as an overview, like many student serving organizations right now, here at the Richmond Promise, we've been really moving rapidly for the past couple of months to meet the needs of our students during the pandemic, while also really trying to balance that with planning strategically to adapt our programming and our supports for students during an uncertain fall and beyond. And right now is typically a time where we're really working closely with our high school partners to do a lot of the programming, that is traditionally in the classroom. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how that's been pivoted virtual. So there are really 2 main groups from where we sit at the Promise that we're really laser focused on supporting right now. Number one is supporting our current college students. We currently have 1,100 Richmond Promise Scholars representing Richmond at over 100 colleges and universities across the country. And our second population is supporting our high school seniors. And we have about 770 high school seniors who have applied to the Richmond Promise Scholarship in this graduating class of 2020. So we're really working to focus on our high school seniors and supporting them as they navigate the high school to college transition and amid, the uncertainty. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. So just to rewind a couple of months back, if we can remember what it was like pre-pandemic, I wanted to share a bright spot, particularly about our partnership with Kennedy High School and De Anza, focused on financial aid completion. I wanted to highlight in particular the progress that we've seen at Kennedy High School through our classroom-based financial aid completion series. So we saw, over 2 years, an increase from 48% completion to 57% completion to 64% completion. And this year, De Anza held pretty much steady at 71%. And so De Anza led the district, and then Kennedy was second in the district as far as financial aid completion. And this is really a partnership on behalf of school leadership, other community-based organizations, and the Richmond Promise staff. And one thing I just want to highlight is that, while our goal for completion is much higher than this, this is really progress in the right direction. And we know that accessing financial aid, I feel like a broken record about this, but it really is an equity issue. And we know it's a really important metric as to whether students are going to continue to higher ed the fall after their senior year. Students who complete financial aid, whether it be the FAFSA or the DREAM Act, are 90% more likely to start college in some capacity the fall after their senior year of high school. So we really look forward to continuing this partnership. I think it speaks to the classroom-based approach. And we hope that this, 2-year kind of pilot partnership has demonstrated that the classroom-based model works, and really encourage, district leadership, school district leadership to consider prioritizing and really institutionalizing and incentivizing financial aid completion as a metric of importance and classroom completion throughout our high schools. So I wanted to highlight that. Second, and I know Jasmine is going to talk more broadly about some of our community relief efforts that we are collaborating on, but I wanted to just highlight our college student focused relief effort for the Richmond Promise. So we launched back in March a relief fund just as campuses were being shut down and moving to remote learning. And, college students do have some unique needs being off campus. So a lot of our, support right away was on plane tickets home and making sure that students were equipped for digital learning. But a lot of the needs of our college students also mirror the need that is reflected in our families that the district is serving in our community at large. I also just want to underscore, a theme that I think we've been seeing throughout the pandemic, that it really is just daylighting existing inequalities that, we know exist, such as the digital divide, the precarious expense of college, and the fact that, especially for our college students, going home and learning remotely doesn't mean the same thing for all of our college students. So a quick snapshot of our fund, which I know some of the numbers got cut off here, but I just wanted to highlight, first of all, we've been able to serve over 400 of our college students, and we've been able to raise and leverage about $100,000 in funding that's gone directly and quickly to our college students to support their continued learning. Of the 400 plus college students who applied, 92% indicated that someone in their household had lost their job or were on limited hours due to the pandemic. And so, that's having a ripple effect for our college students. And their ability to stay enrolled and continue to, finance their education. And then as this chart shows, the main needs are really basic needs, food and groceries, followed by computer and internet, and a significant portion on travel and airfare, especially in the beginning, getting students home. And just to underscore it, I know this is something we're working on more broadly in the community and the district, but the digital divide, remains a real issue. And I think it was something that even here at Richmond Promise, we work with our students quite personally, and often we didn't realize how many of our students, particularly community college students, go to college without a personal computer device. And so that's something that we were really hoping to concentrate on over the next couple months, especially if most campuses this fall are going to be remote learning, ensuring every student goes to college with a computer. All right, a bright spot I want to share on this next bullet is really the heightened engagement in the virtual workshops and office hours that we've been offering. So as I mentioned previously, this is typically the time of year where we are like in the classrooms working with our teachers and school partners to host a series of what we call next steps workshops, which is really talking to most of our high school seniors about what to expect as far as navigating the summer months and successfully enrolling in college. And we do that in partnership with Contra Costa College, Berkeley City College, and our college access provider partners. I think one thing that the pandemic has kind of forced us to do is kind of think critically, quickly, and innovate up. And that means moving all of this virtual. So we have, to date, we hosted 6 workshops, 4 in English, 2 in Spanish, and we had 700 of our high school seniors register. We also hosted a webinar around interpreting your financial aid letter with a great organization called MoneyThink, and we had 300 students show up. So I think it's demonstrating, number one, this is a digital generation, and number two, one thing I would highlight is the questions and the engagement that we get over Zoom. I don't want to say it can take the place of the in-person, but it is at a level of interest and specificity in the chat box that we do not get when we're in the classroom and students are asking questions in front of their peers. So I feel like we've been able to kind of triage questions really effectively over Zoom and then our virtual office hours, which has been great, and we're going to continue this over the summer. Which leads me into this next bullet point. So summer transition and focusing on a successful enrollment in the fall has been really one of our early and #1 priorities at Richmond Promise, when we saw in our first year a really significant summer melt, meaning the number of students who intend to go to college for one reason or another drop off. So we are in the process of planning and pivoting all of our workshops and office hours to be virtual. We will have about 16 of our current college students that will be on board as kind of peer-to-peer coaches for our college students. And I just want to underscore, our message right now, we're working on a webinar coming up with some of our college partners from the CSU systems, UC and community college, because we know that fall is uncertain. And if, we are following in, the lead of CSUs, classes could be virtual, and it's causing families and students to really rethink kind of like, should I be investing in the four-year path, or maybe community college is the right call? And finances definitely need to be considered, figuring out that right match. But our #1 message to our students, we're really hoping and encouraging to any extent possible, go and don't gap. Don't take a gap if it's at all possible. Continue on. Maybe that's at a community college, maybe it's at a reduced credit load, but really keep that momentum and start your college journey if you can. This coming fall. And so that's what we're working to kind of message and discuss throughout our office hours with our students. And we'll keep you updated on that progress. And then let's see here. So just a couple of other points I wanted to highlight. So as I mentioned, we do have our first class of Richmond Promise Scholars that we are really looking forward to celebrating virtually. And we're launching an alumni network. And this is really the vision of Richmond Promise, is kind of investing in our young people now for to build the next generation of leaders for the Richmond community. And that's really being manifested in our alumni network. One of those alumni, Cynthia Ramirez-Parra from Kennedy High School, who just graduated from UC Berkeley, will actually be joining our team in a full-time capacity as our new college success manager. So we're really excited about that, and really hoping to launch the alumni network as something that will continue to build and grow and continue to give back in the years to come. And then last but not least, I wanted to just make a plug. We are working to expand our college and career mentorship program. It's always been virtual, so it's something that can continue to be a mechanism for support for our students. And we want to be able to match any Richmond Promise college student that needs a mentor, wants a mentor, with a mentor. And so I can follow up with more information about that. And I guess I would just conclude kind of again, underscoring that this has been a really, really challenging and continues to be a challenging time for our community, and really daylighting some of the systemic inequities that we know of it existed, but really daylighting those, and it's a call to action. I would say that a bright spot, which Jasmine is really going to be talking about, has been really the enhanced internal and external collaboration that we've seen and really been privileged to be a part of, and innovation among community partners, among funders, and our district team members who are really rising to the occasion to meet both the short-term needs, but also think about collaboration beyond this crisis. So with that, I just want to thank you for your continued partnership and support. I look forward to following up with more details in the coming months as we get more information on our graduates and persistence data. And with that, I will turn it over to Jasmine, or I don't know if we're doing questions.
Nope, we're
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
moving through our slides. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms.
you.
Stewart. We really appreciate the information you're sharing with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. So folks can hear me good?
Yes, welcome.
Awesome. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Duffy. I'm so excited to be before you this evening, sharing more about the Ed Fund's partnership with WCCUSD. And so as you all know, the Ed Fund has been around for over 30 years and I think has partnered with the district in various different ways over those years. And I'm sure many of you know the different leaders who've been in the organization, but really excited for the work that we're doing right now. We've recently shifted our role from focusing on programs to more of one that is focusing on being a fund development partner to the district. So one of the things that I quickly realized when I came in is that there was no one really supporting bringing additional resources or stewarding resources to kind of support equity initiatives or things that we really wanted to uplift in the district. So over the last 9 months, we partnered with the district staff to really raise over $1.3 million to support literacy, STEM, culture and climate, and also invest in student-centered learning practices like building out the Office of African American Student Achievement and also investing in international school. Most recently, thanks to our donors, we were able to partner with the Office of African American Student Achievement to open up our scholarships to African American students. In the year that I was here prior, because I'm about 18 months into my role, last year when we were recruiting for just one scholarship that we had for African American males, it was so hard to just get 3 applicants or 4 applicants for that pool. And through this partnership, we've really been able to elevate our applicant pool, not nearly to the level in which we want it to be, but to date, we have 43 applicants for the African American scholarships that we're offering through the Ed Fund. And again, that's astronomical compared to what we were having last year, but want to really increase those numbers. The scholarship is open through the end of this week on Friday, and if you want more information, I can definitely share that link with you. And I was now just kind of turn over to our COVID-19 efforts. And so when COVID-19 like took our country for a storm, everybody was like, whoa, what's going on? For a brief second at the Ed Fund, I was like, oh, things are gonna slow down for us. Usually during this time, we were planning for Soaring to Excellence. And when COVID-19 happened, we were clear that we weren't gonna be able to do our Soaring to Excellence event where we honor teachers in the district. And so I assumed like we weren't going to be working too hard, but that is not the case. What we did at the Ed Fund was quickly pivot to raise money to support students and families in WCCUSD during this time of crisis. What we understood is that our families that were connected to our schools were going to be very deeply impacted by this crisis. And we wanted to make sure that, as we partner with the district, we can show up for our families in a way like this. So on March 17th, we launched the WCCUSD COVID-19 Fund. And to date, we've raised $350,000. And currently we're in the process of dispersing those resources to families. And so we've partnered with the Office of Community Engagement, Community and Family Engagement. And through that partnership, we were able to develop a process for families to be referred to the fund through their school sites. When the referral comes into the Community Engagement Department, the Community Engagement Department triages those referrals and either connects those families to resources that they may have identified that they were needing, or they are referred to the Ed Fund to receive a $500 cash disbursement. Right now in phase one, we are focusing on some of our highest priority families. These were, high priority families before COVID-19. And so we were very clear that they were probably going to be impacted, even worse. And so the families that we are focusing on in phase one are families in transition, foster, probation, African-American, and English language learning students. And really just to kind of connect with them to assess their needs, and again, either refer them to other community resources or have them be referred to the fund. To date, the department has reviewed over 100 referrals, and this week we actually began sending out payments to families. I really want to give a quick snapshot in terms of the data we've collected through the referral process. Some of the things that are coming up in terms of the needs are many people are using the resource for rent and mortgage. 61% of the folks who responded, and this was about 100 people in the first week, 61% of those folks said rent and mortgage are at the top of the list. Then 21% said food and 15% said utilities. And for us, it really brings this kind of alarming piece around home stability and what's going to happen to our communities. And we know with the rising cost of rent, not even rising costs, it's the rent costs here, period, is really high. And so for families to sustain that is important. And so we're really trying to figure out ways, not only through the Ed Fund, but through even our other partnerships, how do we raise additional dollars to support that? Of the respondents, 58% of them said they had been laid off. And 31% of them said that they were reduced hours, and 88% of the respondents' income is below $41,000. And so again, in terms of how and who it's impacting some of our families that are our lowest income families. And so again, when we decided to move in this direction, we were really clear why we wanted to move in this direction. By the end of next week, we would have exhausted almost the majority of the fund. And so right now we're in the process of scheduling a meeting with district staff to really figure out what's our fundraising strategy for phase two, and also what our communication strategy to the community and our philanthropic partners. One of the things that was raised is that, even though school is out over the summer, that doesn't mean families won't still be impacted by this. And so what is our role as a team, as a district, to really support families even through the summer? Some of these resources are also coming in the form of having conversations of supplying meals for families over the summer. And so we're in some conversations with philanthropic partners about that kind of support as well. What we will continue to do is, we put out a goal of 1.3 million to support the efforts, and it's a proposal. And if you click that link, you can see what the proposal is listed and what it has. We'll continue to fundraise for that, right? The goal is to reach 1.3, and we're in conversations every day with funders to try and meet that goal. And the last thing I want to say is just kind of to what Jesse was talking about earlier, this awesome work that we're doing with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. And so the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, also called R3F, is a wraparound initiative that will meet the immediate and ongoing needs of the community during COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. And I'm really excited about this work because it's a collective effort to bring resources into the city of Richmond to support many priorities. So health and healing is a priority, home stability is a priority, but education is also a priority. And so I was really excited and really honored when LaShonda from the city of Richmond reached out and asked the Ed Fund to be a part of this effort, and her really seeing that education is a priority for the city. And in order for them to support their residents, they have to partner more deeply with the school district, right? And so how can the Ed Fund be a partner in helping get more resources to the school district by way of being a part of the Richmond Rapid Response Fund? So really so excited about kind of all the things that are coming out of this crisis. I think through crisis brings opportunity and creativity and innovation, and we're seeing it happen real time in the various different efforts with these relief funds. And the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, right now we're in the process of developing the disbursements and identifying the partners. And we plan to really be able to get money out to folks by mid to late June. And so if you are a Richmond resident or you have friends that live in Richmond, please reach out to me so we can share more information with you about this fund so people can access this when it actually opens. And a little highlight there is to date in that fund, and this fund has only been open for like a week and a half, we've raised already $368,000 in that fund. So again, really excited about all the resources that we're bringing into the city of Richmond and just West Contra Costa as a whole. And I think really want to bring life to our community and our region to allow people to partner with us and see us as somebody to invest in. So I'll stop there. And if there are any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jones. I really appreciate your presentation and the thorough details that you gave us. Thank you so much. I think that we're going to continue to go through the slides and have the questions at the end. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Jasmine, for that. To be able to follow up on what the partnership has been with the Ed Fund, we do continue to track participation of our students, particularly those students who have been hard to reach or we haven't accounted for. As the board knows, we are continuing to track participation through Power School. We do have, at the time of the publishing of this PowerPoint, we had 3 data points in which we are able to see the remote present increasing steadily, and then also the unreported students, meaning the ones that we haven't had success in doing an outreach to, has decreased. So at the last checking of last week, we were holding steady at 15%. So wanting definitely that the goal for the unreported is to have 0%. We are working with our site administrators and with our teachers, and also with the outreach that the Family and Community Engagement Department is doing in being able to triage and really put efforts on being able to reach students who may be at extreme risk as well, some of which are the families that are benefiting from the efforts that the Ed Fund is doing in collaboration with folks in our district. Mr. Duffy earlier explained a little bit of the graduation celebration, and we're pleased to be able to inform that we'll be able to give our students a more social experience, of course, to the extent of being able to observe the social distancing. We recognize that this is an important year for our seniors, especially those students who are first generation graduates. So we're happy to be able to do that, and also really are looking forward to being able to see a finished video of our graduations be finished perhaps end of June, beginning of July as well, for students to be able to document that, and of course being able to share with their families. We continue to place a high importance on parent and student voice, and we continue with our weekly parent leader meeting, and also with sessions with our students. In addition to that, as the board already knows, we continue with the training of our teachers on a weekly basis, and also training of our administrators on a weekly basis, and also offer training and sessions in both English and Spanish for our parents on Wednesdays. As far as being able to continue to look at equity and access, definitely disaggregating the data that we get in Power School as far as the participation via demographics, grades. I know that we have more of an issue in being able to really document participation at the secondary level, and we are really exploring that. It has a lot to do with the time and day that our teachers are choosing to take attendance. So we're looking into exactly how to be able to align that structure a little bit more to be able to get some more valid data. We're also excited to continue our efforts and really explore an online school that we can have, knowing that something positive that's coming out of the situation is being able to really acknowledge the importance of being able to have instructional resources and delivery of instruction in a virtual way. So definitely exploring. We have a task force that is seeing how to implement and continue with online school. I'm sure Mr. Phillips will be excited to be able to hear that. So look forward to being able to update the board as how that continues to evolve. Especially because we don't know exactly how the fall semester will look like, but definitely expect for an online component to take a bigger part in what we do day in and day out. I will let Mr. Berger explain a little bit more regarding his IEP teams, and then also the efforts that his school psychologists are doing in order to be able to address the needs of our students. Mr. Berger?
Thank you, Dr. Guerrero. I'm going to, my computer is actually at the clock now, so I'm going to speak with just my name up. But I do want to, thank you for including the special education programs in this presentation. We are still learning more and more about how to serve students, and we're hearing a lot of really great stories about students connecting with their classes and connecting with their peers and connecting with their teachers. We have learned how to do IEP meetings through virtual platforms. We also have really learned that the special education department is really just full of people who are here to support the community. So groups like the school psychology department have really stepped up and expanded out into a lot of different areas and doing a lot of community outreach, getting masks for students in the Prestige community who couldn't access them, but really providing a lot of almost even academic supports, different ways to help kids get through this and feel successful in their school programs and stay connected with the schools. The other team that I just have to acknowledge, along with the food service people, is our school nurse team. They are behind the scenes doing an amazing job of keeping an eye, making sure practices are being done well, and also planning for the future and planning for how we are going to re-enter safely with all of the different needs students are going to bring with the new, when we come back to school with all the new realities. So, this is a big thank you also to the parents, because I really truly believe that a lot of the parents in the special education community have had no choice but to step up once again and really take on something that we never could have imagined they would have had to take on by themselves in their home. So, I can't say enough to the community how they've worked with our team, and thank you to everybody for really partnering around this. We look forward to completing a school year. We look forward to a short break and diving right back into some summer services for our most significantly or our students with the most significant needs. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Thank you.
And so continuing on in distance learning, the tech access and digital divide that Jesse spoke of earlier, I do think that in many ways our district is certainly ahead of the game in being able to provide Chromebooks to all of our students in grades 1 through 12. We have continued to see steady logins at 16,500 daily, with Clever badges representing about a quarter of the logins that we're seeing. We continue to see increase in the use of our apps. with those of Meet and Zoom really going off the charts as teachers and students are connecting in real time. Additionally, we work hard to make sure that the Chromebooks that we have out in the hands of students continue to work and students are able to access their learning. We do swaps twice weekly. We've done 202 swaps to date. So again, those classified staff members who are working hard and tirelessly behind the scenes, whether it be technicians who are managing the tech support line that come in via phone calls as well as emails. We have 1,370 parent family requests to date, as well as our media techs who are out at the meal sites distributing the swap technology. Many thank yous there to all of the folks that go into that process to make it happen. In terms of home internet connectivity, again, we have at this point distributed 1,800 hotspots. We do have inventory, and so we can currently meet demand, and we continue to follow the same process that we have been working through since the start of our school closure, which is outreach efforts by our community workers and our clerical staff, supporting families to get connected to free and low cost home offers. I will say that we continue to see our list of need grow by the day and by the week. I think both as staff is able to connect with disengaged families, as Dr. Guerrero mentioned, the numbers of students not participating continues to decrease as staff and partners are able to connect with students and provide the supports that they need. We're also seeing, though, that as this economic crisis continues and really impacts our most vulnerable families, that because of the lack of home stability, the increase for the need for hotspots and the increase in the digital divide will also increase. And so because of that, we are focusing on the long term, not just right now, making sure kids are connected, but what is it that we can do locally to ensure that kids have access to the tools that they need for their learning. So first and foremost, damage and loss backfill planning, working closely with the Ed Fund around raising dollars to support with that effort, knowing that we will have increased numbers in the year to come because we have so many devices in the hands of students. Also planning and looking to see what we can do to bring more devices into the hands of students who don't currently have those devices. And then perhaps most importantly, looking at the continuing reliable home internet going forward. So Comcast Internet Essentials currently offers 2 months of free internet. They are looking to extend that offer and potentially considering removing the barrier that many families have right now, which is that if you are an existing Comcast customer, you do not qualify. There's a wait period of 90 days. So that really puts our families in a difficult situation. So working with Comcast to push to change some of those rules, as we also continue partnering with the cities of Richmond and San Pablo, and then advocating at the state and federal level. As Jasmine mentioned, we will be working on a phase 2 design of what our ask is, and digital divide is certainly part of that, as we know that students being able to have access to the tools that they need reliably is key for distance learning.
For foods this evening, the district continues to serve about 150 meals a week through the help of our food service department and our community volunteers. Last week, we hit a milestone and served over 1 million meals since the beginning, which is a tremendous amount of effort, both with our staff. This week, we actually installed refrigeration boxes at Richmond High, Kennedy, and Helms as we prepare for the summer feeding program. And this also aids with helping with the distribution from the central kitchen, where they can store materials on site to ease the shuttling of food back and forth. As a reminder, with the holiday coming this weekend, on Friday, we'll be serving 2 meals to cover for the weekend. Safety continues to be a #1 priority, as Mr. Gosney has pointed out earlier. Our food service workers pay particular attention to social distancing and face coverings. And then for those that want more information about our distribution locations and or sites and times, our website information is included down below. So that concludes mine. Next page.
And there's no real update to anything more about new care, new child care facilities at this time. So we can move to our next slide.
Good evening. For communications, the department's been working with the superintendent to hold weekly focus groups with students at all 3 levels, high school, middle school, and elementary grades, grades 5 and 6 for the elementary school students. We've held a successful community conversation with more than 500 attendees, and the next one is scheduled, I believe, May 27th or 28th. We are continuing our twice weekly district communications, and we are coordinating the graduation videos that each school is working on. So we are working closely with the principals in the schools to ensure that the students, even though they don't get a traditional graduation, will have a special keepsake to commemorate the class of 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
So there's not a lot to update with the staff and work. We continue to have our essential staff return to work more, to get the fields cut, to do the food service, to make sure that our paychecks are going out. Our instructional aides and assistants are partnering and working with the teachers and the sites to assist with the classroom learning virtual. We are still going forward with making sure that our staff are doing the safety protocols and precautions. And if people do have health concerns, we're making sure we can support them, or if they have childcare issues with the emergency paid sick leave that the federal government provided. So we're just continuing to keep that work going and moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
So there's been a lot on the budget. We didn't put it in this presentation because we're doing the 3rd interim. We did, however, receive the SB 117 funds from the state of California, specifically for COVID relief, and we've been utilizing those to pay for those one-time expenses that have occurred as we're trying to continue to make sure that all of our teachers have the materials they need for distance learning and trying to buy those immediate devices and safety equipment as quick as possible. We'll continue to identify each and every expense that is directly related to this response as we move forward. And I'll have much more detail based on the governor's proposal in the 3rd interim.
So that's a ton of information, and we're trying to make it as comprehensive as we can. And as you can see, it's a full team effort with everybody leading their areas of work. And of course, lots of partners, including Richmond Promise and Ed Fund, and everybody hustling as best they can. So I know we wanted to get that earlier in the agenda tonight. So that is the presentation, and happy to take questions if there are any, and happy to keep going as well.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy, and thank you to Mr. Fries and Dr. Wold as well for your part of the presentation. Mr. Walton, did we have public comment for this item?
Yes, we do have 2 public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. So we can have 3 minutes for each.
The first is Zelon Harrison. Ms. Harrison?
Yes, hello. A couple of things. The Richmond Promise, my daughter had applied, signed up for them, and they said they only service children in Richmond. So now because they're offering their service to the students in our district, she attends Richmond High, but she lives in San Pablo. So that's our home school. So I would like to have that information if that is an opportunity, because she did apply for a scholarship with them. So I would like to, and I want to also thank the Jasmine and what they're they're doing for the community and for Black students in the district. It's wonderful and it's lovely, and that's what we need more of the district to focus in that direction so all children can get equity. And also, what you're gonna do about the kids who don't have cars when you're doing a drive-through graduation? Because all the kids might not have a car to drive in. So y'all might want to think about everybody making sure they can do, won't feel bad if they can't drive up in with everybody else, So that's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
The next comment is from Audrey Shields. Ms. Shields.
Okay. Hi, Audrey Shields. I just want to reiterate my ongoing concern that I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing at this point, but still the community, Black community, has not been called to the table to talk about the budget and to talk about the needs of our community. We've, as far as I know, ASSET has submitted some itemized statements of what we feel are the needs in the Black community, but I don't feel like we're being engaged. We haven't been talked to. We haven't been given the updated information, and we still haven't received any information on the detailed information on the past budget. I did receive from the superintendent a statement of some expenditures, but there was no date on it. There was no indication of whether or not the money was actually spent, if it was unspent, if it's still available, if it's still around. It's just the only real answers we got was when we submitted or when ASSET submitted a Freedom of Information Act, and that's unreasonable. That doesn't make sense. I'm very interested in the Black community being included at the table with our leaders involved and engaged in the conversation about what's happening with the money. There still hasn't been any disclosure or any discussion of what's happened to the money guaranteed in the asset resolution, the $7.2 million that's to be allocated for African-American students. Our Black kids are suffering even greater now. Black people are dying in higher numbers from the COVID virus. Our kids are getting less education and less effective communications from the schools than other groups of people. And I'm not feeling like it's being adequately considered. I'm not feeling like Black folks are being included in the conversation. And that has to change. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Shields.
And the final public comments from Mariela Cuellar.
Hi, Mr. Walton.
Ms. Cuellar is, I don't know what happened, but at this point, Ms. Cuellar cannot speak because of the version of Zoom. And I'm not sure what happened between her comments to change that. So we will, okay. She's returned. Give me one moment. Let's see if she can.
Okay.
I apologize. She is not able to speak at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know, Mr. Walton. So we have just had public comment for the COVID-19 update. It is still our item B12, and we know that as soon as we finish this item, we're going to try to continue to move our meeting productively and effectively. And I just want to make sure that if board members have any comments or questions, or student trustees, that we really do our best to keep it at the 5-minute maximum. I know that we can always follow up as well, and we're going to continue to bring this item at every meeting because it's necessary to continue to have this communication. So I really request that this time, because we have a lot of other important business just, that we need to get done as well. So please be mindful of time, and I will chime in if I notice that we're getting a little bit carried away. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say, and I also want you to be mindful of timing while sharing your comments. Thank you. So if we can please begin with our student trustees, student trustee Carson, and then student trustee Bewitt, and we have our board members Panas, then Cuevas, then Phillips, then Lara, and then myself. Thank you so much.
I have no comment at this time.
Thank you, Student Trustee Carson.
I do have a question though. Mr. Duffy, something that I recently thought of was, so I just got a new computer, and now I'm just gonna completely discard my school tablet, and there's like I have no use for it right now. But this is a problem that we have in our district, is where we have some people who do have them, who don't have tablets, and I don't want to just have mine lying around for the rest of the school year or whatever, or maybe into the next school year. So have you thought, has anybody considered maybe kids who aren't using theirs, who already have an iPad or a computer at home, to maybe come into one of the schools sometime where they already, like, you can already switch them if it's like broken or whatever, to bring them there even if it does work and you're not using it, so that somebody else could pick it up that does actually need it? Has that been considered, or could that be a possibility?
Yes, I'm going to let Ms. Logan talk a little bit about how we're doing that, because we've actually needed any extra Chromebook that we can get our hands on to be able to give to other students who might not have it. So I definitely appreciate that. And Ms. Logan can help clarify where we are in that process, but that's a great point. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes. So yes, we did a degree of that, particularly at the elementary schools, as the Chromebooks were being distributed. So any family that didn't need to take a Chromebook home didn't, so that there were enough to go around for others. But I think you're right that at the secondary, particularly at the high school, if students have a Chromebook that they're not using, we could do more to get those back. We definitely want seniors to turn their Chromebooks in before or by the end of the year, so that we can make sure that those get in the hands of other students come August. But I think, that's a great idea in terms of doing more outreach now to get devices that aren't being used into hands of students that need them. So maybe I could even connect with you, Trustee, about how we could get that word out to students. It's a great idea.
No, please do. I'd be down for it. I've already been thinking about it, and I would definitely like to help out with this.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Logan and Student Trustee Dawood. I think that is a very important question, that needed to be asked. And that reminded me, actually, I have to go take my Chromebook tomorrow, so I'll be dropping that one off because I'm using another computer. So thank you so much. Not Student Trustee. We just finished with our Student Trustees. Trustee Panas.
Thank you, President and Ms. Jarvis. I want to start with a question for Ms. Stewart from the Promise. So I'm just wondering if you can update us on where we stand with FAFSAs and students being able to refile FAFSAs, given that their parents' economic circumstances have changed, and also students who are Promise students who are already in school. Are you able to help them get more aid? So can you comment on that briefly?
Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely an issue that we are working to address through our office hours. And then also we're going to be having a webinar coming up that's going to support students, thinking about that process. There is an opportunity, to send an appeal letter to your institution to ask for more aid, but that's not a guarantee. The good news is that the large majority, all of our students who apply for Richmond Promise Scholarship have filed their FAFSA by the Cal Grant deadline. So the majority who qualify for that should receive that full state aid. But as far as appeals, it's really a case-by-case basis. And the refiling is something that I know, our college access team, who's more of the expert on financial aid, will be supporting our students with through the webinars and the office hours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. That's great. And I just want to thank you for the work you did at Kennedy this year. That's the first update I've heard in several months. That's just fantastic. So thank you so much for that. I also have a question for Ms. Jones from the Ed Fund. I'm just wondering right now with the direct grants you're able to make, it's just like amazing that you're able to do this. Are you able to give those to families that are undocumented, or is that only for people who are families that have documents?
Nope. We are not asking for social security numbers or IDs or anything like that. The only thing that they need to be is connected to the school district. So a family within the school district has access to these resources, and we're not asking for anything but your name and your address.
That's great. Thank you so much. I want to thank the staff for giving us information in the Friday memo about our attendance and breaking it up by various demographic groups. That was really useful for us. I appreciate that very much. And I have a lot of people commented that to me. I've heard from a number of high school administrators and teachers that many of their kids have had to take jobs and aren't showing up for school because they have to take jobs. I hear work permits are up like 2, 3, 4 times normal for this time of the year. So I haven't heard much in our presentations about this. And do we have any specific plans or ways we're trying to help those kids?
Yes, Mr. Panas, we are, especially at the high school level, ensuring that lessons are recorded so that students are able to have access to those lessons around the clock according to their schedule. We do realize that that puts an extra strain of responsibility to for our kids. So we are making those lessons accessible also through the outreach that Ms. Blake is doing. We're able to follow up with those families, with those students to see what additional supports may be needed. It may be that the type of assistance that Ms. Jones is also giving through the Ed Fund may be able to help alleviate some of those concerns of the family so that that extra stress won't be there. But yes, definitely wanting to make learning as flexible as possible for those kids. Thank you.
Thank you. A question about, we were trying to do some work on some super hotspots. Maybe some of those were mobile based. I'm just wondering how that's going. I've heard a couple of people say like they hear it's not going well, but I don't know like if that's our opinion, if we think it's going real well and there's occasional failures, or if that's something that's not going as well as we had hoped.
Yes, so unfortunately, it did not go as well as we had hoped. We did initial pilot testing of some super spots in 3 housing communities, and the signal was not strong enough to allow students to remain in their homes safely and access a strong signal to do distance learning. Signal was relatively strong enough to work in an open area or in kind of a community room where social distancing rules could be adhered to. That said, we are working with Sprint and Education Superhighway to get better technology in place there. And so we're working on a second pilot to test those again to see if they might be more useful. In the meantime, we've continued to work with the City of Richmond, who is looking at their existing infrastructure and how they can actually add additional antennas or essentially build out the free wireless that already exists in the city and do more publicizing of where those locations are so that we have more access opportunities for kids. Again, that doesn't really help families to be able to access reliable, strong internet signal from within their homes, but it does provide options for public spaces where students could, with socially distanced protocols in place, access the internet.
Okay, thank you. And I'd also just like to know, I know that Mr. Duffy meets with students once a week. I'm just wondering if anyone else besides the superintendent has created an intentional forum designed to let students speak about how our distance learning is working for them.
Yes, Mr. Panas, in checking in with the principals every week, I know that the high school principals have established that rapport with the kids, and we get feedback as to the different task force that are going on with the student voice embedded in that based on the interactions that high school staff and middle school staff have done with students. I have to really check up on the outreach that elementary folks are doing, as I know that I have checked with the secondary folks though. So I will need to follow up with the elementary level to see what else is going on in there.
Okay, and this is my final question. 2 weeks ago, we talked about AP classes and students taking AP classes and how it's gonna work calculating grade point average where they get the additional boost in their GPA based on their grade. Do we have any more detail on that? That's my last question.
Not as of yet, Mr. Panas, but that will be on the next report that we give to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panas.
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Phillips.
You are unmuted.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of comments. So one, Ms. Harrison's comment about the families that do not have cars, she was right on the money with that. So we do need to figure out how to make this ceremony at these high schools as inclusive as possible. I don't know what that looks like, but that's why you guys are paid the big bucks. To kind of think through that. I got a message regarding Crescent Park, and I know Mr. Panis just asked a similar question, and Ms. Logan, you talked about some, housing. Was Crescent Park one of the areas that you were talking about when you said you guys had tried something with the mobile hotspot?
Yes, one of the three.
Okay. And so you guys are still kind of trying to work through what other options might be available for those families?
Yeah, we're doing a second round of testing with new technology this week. So I should have a report on Friday on how that's going. And fingers crossed that goes well. We could look at installing as early as next week.
Thank you. And then my next question is for you as well. You said that there is advocacy going on at the state and federal level. What is actually happening as far as the advocacy is concerned?
That's a great question that has, I think, several layers of answers, but I would say first and foremost, not enough, quite honestly. At the federal level, there's certainly advocacy of the FCC to relax and broaden the E-rate restrictions to allow school districts to have more flexibility in how we use our E-rate dollars to extend internet access into the community and into homes, so beyond our school buildings. There's certainly advocacy at the state level through Tony Thurman's office, putting together a task force of both public and private groups who are looking at ways in which private can support home internet access and work with large internet service providers to extend their reach. I'll be frank though and say that I think there is more work to be done there because the digital divide is real. It is a basic right that families need and deserve, and we are with our very eyes watching that divide grow with each day during this pandemic. And so I know that with the district and with our community engagement departments and parent leaders and some of our community-based organizations, we've had conversation around how can we work with electeds to advance this really important work. How do we bring more visibility to it? It's more than just a single donation by one large philanthropy. It really is about how do we sustain this ongoing and truly bridge the divide. So that was a long answer. So some advocacy happening, but I would say not enough.
Okay. One of the things that I want to say very quickly, we had a conversation around the budget and advocacy being one of our prongs to help alleviate some of our budget problems. And so when we talk about advocacy, I would like to see more about what we are actually doing as a district, not the broader conversation of somebody out there doing whatever they're doing. And then I'll tell you, at some point, we really do need to figure out how we're going to utilize the expertise that we actually have on this board. We have someone in Trustee Cuevas, for example, who literally works in philanthropy. I will tell you, my first job out of law school I was a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. That's the first job I had out of law school. And so at some point, we really need to figure out how we're going to activate the folks that are on this board and the skill sets that they have. Mr. Panis, spent many years working in corporate America. Trustee Laura knows, public education very well. So there's expertise that actually can be marshaled on this board, and you don't have to pay for it. It's free. So that is another comment. One of the things that I have been doing is trying to getting out to school sites once a week and talking to our staff at these sites. The last site that I was at was Nystrom. I got a chance to talk to a few teachers out there. And what they said to me, and there was one in particular who, her name was Dylan. And what Dylan spoke about was her students who are Spanish speaking, and that she's not really a Spanish speaker, and that she is having difficulty essentially giving them their assignments. And she's using Google Translate, but because she's not really a Spanish speaker, she doesn't know if the assignments are actually being translated properly, because Google Translate is hit or miss. And I think that there are a group of teachers, there are a group of educators who want to be able to do more and who feel like they are not giving their students, and I understand we're in a very strange, different environment, but they feel like they're not giving their students everything they should be able to. And she specifically was talking about the language barrier that she has with some of her students. So we need to do some follow-up work around making sure that our students who are not primary English speakers or who are learning English are not actually falling through the cracks because they're either A, not getting their ELD, which is happening, or B, they have teachers who mean very well and who are trying their best, but there's a language barrier that they're not really able to get through by themselves over Zoom. So I wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to give a shout out to Dylan actually for talking to me about that, because she was really advocating for her students, which is what she's supposed to do. Jasmine Jones, if you're still there, I heard you say that some of the folks who are coming to you for assistance are saying that they are using the money to pay for their rent. I know that the Ed Fund is not a law office, but there are some protections that have been put in place to help people, at least as far as the rent or the mortgage is concerned. Now, there are issues about what will happen later, when the bill comes due, but right now there are things put in place. And what I've heard, not through this work with the school board, but through other channels, is that there are landlords who are pressing their tenants, about the rent. And so to the extent that you're in touch with the city of Richmond, I know they have some materials. I would love to see the Ed Fund share those materials out, because if people are coming to you because their landlords are pressuring them or threatening them or are telling them they're going to be evicted if they don't pay something that legally they don't have to pay right now, that's an issue, that's a problem. So I want to make sure that we're actually sharing the information that's there so our families are actually being protected. The last thing that I wanted to, and I know I'm saying a lot right now and I'm saying it fast and trying to get in within time, but the last thing that I wanted to say is I wanted to give a shout out to our county supervisor, John Joya. He has been doing a really good job of keeping the community informed about what's happening with COVID. And Mr. Duffy, President Stephanie Hernandez Jarvis, President or past President Panis, Ms. Laura, Trustee Cuevas, he actually offered he knows that we do these COVID updates. He actually offered to come to one of our board meetings. He offered to bring the county health officer. And so my request, and I would hope I wasn't speaking out of term, but my request is that we actually give him that opportunity, and that will be a chance for our viewers and for the board to actually pose some questions to the county supervisor, but not just him, but to the health officer as well. Again, he has volunteered in his busy schedule to come to one of our meetings and participate in one of the updates. I told him that I would bring that to the full board. I see you guys nodding your head. So I hope that sounds good. I will tell him that one of you all will be in contact with him about getting him to one of our meetings so we can hear it straight from the horse's mouth from the county as to what's going on. And I think our viewers would, our public would really appreciate that. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
Really quickly, Trustee Hernandez, if that's okay.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips, I just want to share that we are coordinating with various different departments. So whether it be the community engagement department through the district or the city of Richmond or other kind of resources that may exist around rent supports or rent protections or rent assistance. And so that's part of the triaging process, is to kind of understand where folks might be able to get other services. Something that's come up recently, though, through our work that we're doing with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, is that through the I think it's called the rent department or the house, it's their Richmond Rental Housing Protection, something like that, one of those departments. They're having issues too. So many people are coming to them, you know, expressing like the need for assistance with rent, and they're in the process of trying to raise money to get a fund going specifically to help people with rent. And so like, this is the part of the coordinated efforts that we have going through the Richmond Rapid Response Fund to be able to connect people to resources, but also to collectively fundraise. This is a collective fundraising effort to bring resources to Richmond and West Contra Costa. So I just wanted to say that really quickly.
Right, and that's just really quick, that's a good point, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. But I think the disconnect that people are having is if people live in apartments or homes, it's one thing, I guess, if you're renting from somebody, you live in their house. But there are very few people who should technically be coming to any public agency saying, I need money to pay my rent right now, because they don't have to pay their rent right now if they're unable. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. That's the disconnect. People are raising money to give people to pay their rent right now, but the disconnect is nobody should be demanding rent right now, because those protections have been put in place for that very reason.
Trustee Phillips, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of time and of the discussions that we need to take. So I think I would appreciate if we can just follow up in conversation, you know, after the meeting or via email. If you can just check in with the superintendent, you can CC me as well, or Ms. Jones, so that we can get more information that's necessary.
I'm done. I will just say I have CC'd you guys about several things, and including things that go on the agenda, and you're not putting them on there. So I'm going to say what I have to say in public, but I do understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Letta?
Yes. Madam Chair,
sorry.
I'd like to just have a chance to come back around if we get a chance.
Got it. Thank you. Trustee Letta?
Yes. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. I'm really glad it came early, because this is what the community needs to know about. These are the critical things that we need to know and be able to go over. I have to tell you, the number one thing people keep asking about is graduations. What are we doing? And so please keep us informed on all of that as soon as possible, because I know it changes and each site has something different. And so I want to be kept, whether it's Friday memo or some emails about what the, arrangements are around graduations. But I'm glad to hear about all of the partnerships that are going on. And of course, there's a need for even more partnerships, the hotspots, all of the technology, etc. And thank you, Mr. Panis, for bringing that up about the work permits, because I mentor some girls at Richmond High, and they're doing pretty good. They were getting their grades up, and then they said, oh, I got a job, you know, and so now I'm worried, okay, what's going to happen to the grades now that you are going to go out and get a job? But probably parents might have lost a job. So I know our kids, lots of times, I've ran into my former students who said they quit because they had to get a job to help their parents. That was before COVID. That was years ago. So that happens. That's the reality of the children that we serve, and that's what they're going to do. So I am concerned about that. And I'm also, I'm glad we had the discussion about rents and about housing, because that's, again, before COVID, we were 72% free of reduced lunch. Children, families in poverty. You bet it's going to go higher. It's happening all the time. So that, we got to be about that as well. So that's a big issue. And then I guess the last thing is, Mr. Phillips, I appreciate your call to action, is what I heard you saying about, you know, advocacy and, you know, what we can do, what kind of, I'm all for that. If there's a way we could organize some kind of advocacy, you know, talking to other electeds and trying, you know, continue to make that connection. Yeah, just let me know offline. I'm very interested in that. And I love the idea about Mr. Joya coming. He's a wealth of information for sure. Okay, that's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Duffy and staff. You're doing awesome, awesome work. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Letta. So I'm going to share my comments, and then we're going to go back to Trustee Cuevas. We have now, I believe, spent almost 2 hours, near 2 hours maybe, on this item. So I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that, because I know that this is an important item for the community, and I know that we have other items that we're also going to be addressing as a board together tonight. I just want to start off by saying thank you to Ms. Jones for the information that you gave, and Ms. Stewart as well. I think that it's important to let the community know what's going on, the help that there is, and just really have it memorialized as something that you're working on to ensure that kids are not getting left behind, that families are not getting left behind. So thank you. And also thank you for Trustee Panas for the clarifying question about aid for undocumented families. And thank you, Ms. Jones, for clarifying that information as well. I was looking through the disaggregated data, and I know that the numbers are not perfect, the percentages are not perfect, but I think that to me, I had been really wanting to get this information for a few weeks, and I think that other members of the board had also been asking for this. So I'm grateful that it's on there, but you know that there's a lot to those numbers that I think we need to address. I think that for me, the biggest concern, it's in the Friday memo too, it's public, so you can look at it. It's from the 15th of May. And when I look at those numbers, I see that, you know, 84% of students are remote present, which those are good news, but my concerns are around that 16%, that smaller percentage that still represent thousands of students that are not being reached. And then when you take a look at page 6 and the disaggregated results, it confirms some information that I really did not, you know, want to have confirmed in many ways. And I think also just breaking it down by ethnicity too, just seeing the other focal groups in our district. I think that information is pivotal to have a good discussion and to make good decisions, because to me, I do, you know, I do get tired of constantly feeling like we need to be extracting stories that really tell the trauma of inequity and lack of access for our students. And I think as a community, we have talked about this plenty. I think that we know that there's a lack of access and lack of equity, and that's not to say that people are not working hard, but I think that something I have heard here tonight is that people are working innovatively, trying to innovate, trying to figure out solutions, new solutions, and not that have been same solutions as before, because we're facing new problems, and we're also facing systemic problems that we've known. I think we need to think critically and continue to engage in a series of inquiry, asking, is what we're doing really what's best for kids, and are we getting those outcomes that we want? With the newest participation data that I saw that African American and Latinx students had lower percentage rates of participation, and that makes me think, what are the hurdles that we need to clear? Right? Like, what are the things getting in the way that we need to get out of the way so that they can access and learn during this time and be present and have structure? Because I think that there's obvious obstacles getting in the way, and how do we get them to be at the very least 80%, 81%, like their white peers? How do we clear that roadway to get them to be at least that as well in terms of participation? And I think that, to me, it's important to know the story of how we're keeping accountability of students who are not being contacted by teachers, like teachers trying to reach out to them and not having contact with families. I would like to know, if there's a list that's like developed by each school site, if there's an Excel sheet that teachers just put in the names of students who they just absolutely cannot get in touch with, so that there's accountability at the site and we have principals being able to reach students who may be, falling off the radar. Because I think that is really concerning to me, knowing that we're 3 weeks away or 2.5 weeks away from finishing the school year. I think that, I think we need to take anything other than a wait and see mode, an approach to this. I think that there's a lot of variables, there's a lot of unknowns, but I think that in this time we need to make sure that we do our best with what we know and what we see is working and what's not working with the data that we have. Because it's true, we don't know what's going to happen, right now we don't know what's going to happen in the fall, but we're tasked with that. That's our task, to try to figure it out. So I'm excited about the presentation we're going to have later on in discussion item E2 for summer school, and we'll have more time to talk about that then, so I'll save that for then. But I just really want to say that, I still think that we need to continue to work on our focal students and seeing how we're going to support them. I think we need to have resources available for students at the meal sites, distribution sites, or a resources hub with supplies and books and activity packets for kids that learn better that way and engage better that way. And I think, I just really want to know more about what the work behind the scenes and what the public work is going to be for planning for next year. If it's going to continue to be distance learning, if it's going to be a hybrid, if it's going to be a staggered schedule. I think that we need to prepare for multiple scenarios and have it be a collaborative, multifaceted plan and process that brings in genuinely stakeholders. And in closing with my comments before, Trustee Cuevas has a turn right now, I just want to say, we know that there's, it's enough to say and remember that we have students who are learning English as a second language, as Trustee Phillips was mentioning, and not having access to what they need to develop proficiency. We know students need more educational resources for them and their parents as well when they're learning another target language, like Spanish or Mandarin. We know that students who are experiencing transitions are having a harder time because of those home situations or homelessness they're experiencing. And we know that students who have specific needs outline and goals in their IEPs and 504 plans, those don't go away during the pandemic. I think those are all the knowns. Those are all the things that we know. We know students who are undocumented or who don't have parents or guardians or caretakers to help them, guide them through learning. They're in this doing things on their own. And I acknowledge my privilege and that I went to school to learn to be a teacher. I literally went to school for that. And that's something that even if I can't, have my daughter learning every day like she would in her preschool, I'm able to sit with her and teach her. And that's something that I acknowledge, because I think that a lot of times when we think of it from our perspective, but I really want to put myself in the shoes of my mother. If she was going through this with me as a child, she wouldn't have been able to support me in the same way that I support my daughter. So I think that we need to think of the families that need us to be a constant present and structure what we want to do in the fall around what they need. And so I think that's why I'm pushing us and I'm pushing Mr. Duffy to think big and to think creatively and to think collaboratively and to really leverage, the knowledge and the strengths and the partnerships of the community members, parents, most importantly, our students, our unions, craft plans that actually involve everybody who's going to have to do this work together and really help to shape what the next few months are going to look like and for the next school year as well. So those are, I have so much that, I still need to share, but I'm going to continue. I'm going to make sure that we continue on with a comment because I want to acknowledge that we have a lot of business to get done. And Trustee Cuevas, thank you.
I'm just going to be very quick. I do appreciate, I think this is about collective solutions, but I just can't let this conversation go by without pointing out that there are 16% of our students who we have not heard from. That's depending on if you're talking about 27th, what's our current up-to-date student population total, Mr. Duffy? The 27?
Our population of students in the district?
Yes.
It's about, just over 28,000.
Okay, just over 28,000. So that's, I'm being conservative. That's almost 4,500 students that have disappeared. If right now 4,500 students had disappeared from homes and didn't show up to school all at once, there would be an uproar. So I'm hoping that what I hear through all of this is that there's going to be a focus on finding those students. How are we deploying our SCOLs, our administrators, and not giving up? Even if we just need to hear they're okay, they're in another district, they're somewhere else, we need to know they're okay. The other thing is that I want to give kudos to Ms. Jones and Ms. Stewart, and Ms. Jones in particular. Yes, we all have a role to play, including philanthropy, and I think that's important. But I want to encourage everybody to recognize that the the Ed Fund COVID-19 Rapid Response is a way to get dollars directly into this community. And it's actually, because it may be in fact a conflict of interest for this board to be fundraising dollars as elected officials, that I would encourage everybody to direct that energy to that fund and connecting with Jasmine. Most importantly, to recognize that the economic impact of this pandemic cannot be philanthropy solved. It cannot be tax solved. It is in fact going to be an advocacy effort around the dollars we have, and then taking stock of what the implications are economically. I don't think we've seen the fall, and I'm going to save my rest of my comments for our budget conversation in third interim. But as far as advocacy, I do know that we are part of state associations that are trying to look into how do we get broadband as a public utility across the state, which would in fact we can lend our voice to. Each district right now is going at it district by district to address those issues. And if you're lucky, you're Oakland, you get some rich guy to give you millions of dollars to close the gap. Well, what about everybody else in Alameda or here in Richmond? We have to think broader in terms of what our solutions are. So I do think there's lots of advocacy that's happening, and we can in fact individually do advocacy by being informed about what are those budget efforts around May Revise. There'll be more conversation for that coming up. But most of all, I just want to acknowledge that there is, in fact, an effort right now to bring dollars into this district to support our students and our families through the Ed Fund, knowing that most of all, it's an intersectional catastrophe right now. You have students who are having to work, and maybe that's why 4,400 of them are missing. So, and yes, some of them don't have to pay rent, but some of them want to pay their rent, because the option of getting all your rent due at once 3 months from now is just going to be just as catastrophic for them. So there's different reasons, I think, why families are making choices, but it's all need. And I hope we will recognize that the only way for us to at least make some dents is that we all start opening our pockets and figuring out how we're going to support the Ed Fund's efforts, because those are direct connections to what the local needs are here in this community. And know there's more conversation that I hope people pay attention. We're going to get to budget right now, because that's going to tell you what the scope is in relation to what kind of advocacy we need and what are we dealing with in terms of what's possible. I know that many of us have been advocating, even the local union, UTR, put out a call and was advocating at the federal level to get that second stimulus act passed. So there is advocacy that I know it's happening, and we just got to continue to do it. But we need to recognize that it's not just about trying to solve our problem, because it's interconnected across the state in many ways. And in fact, what the world is experiencing and will be experiencing. But one thing we can do locally right now is try to find where those 4,400 students are at. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Covas. Thank you for highlighting that, and I fully support that. We need to have accountability and find what is going on with that group of students, because that's a good, population that we need to be able to know what's going on with them. Mr. Duffy?
Yeah, I know we need to move on, but I just wanted to, close and say, one, we do believe that number of students who are actually connected to our schools is higher based on the way we're doing attendance in the secondary. And you'll see the tremendous difference between grade 6 and grade 7. And we just don't believe that. And anecdotally from our principals, we're getting that. But our SCOWs and everybody else are making tremendous efforts to get after that and connect with kids. And I'm looking forward to bringing a next set of data that really starts to tell the story of where we think those students are, or those students we're not connecting with, why that is. Mr.
Duffy, thank you for that. And it is my hope too that, we have a process for accounting for those students, because I think what I want to make sure is not happening is that some sites are able to track that and some sites are not. I want to make sure that we're covering the basis systemically. So I think it would be great to have information regarding that process.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Duffy, can you remind me if when we made the motion, we said that immediately after this item, we were going to go into action items? That was it, right? Okay,
do the
perfect.
three action items together.
Great, thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Jones and Ms. Stewart, and thank you everybody for your discussion and your work and your help with this item. Thank you. And thank you to our members of the community too, and students who are participating right now watching. So now we have our action items. We're going to do F1, third interim report for fiscal year 2019-2020.
Good evening, President Hernandez-Jarvis. Thank you, board members. Tonight, I am presenting the third interim budget. We have tried to update quite a bit of the information in the PowerPoint to what has happened in the last 3 days. The state forms, if you go to the next slide, the state forms, however, are based on what had happened up till April 30th. So there's a lot of disjoint. When you look at the state forms that were published, you're going to see information that does not align to what we presented to the board last week, or align to what's going to be in the MYP and the PowerPoint tonight. And it's important to understand that it's a moment in time. When we run this action report, if I run it at 2 o'clock and then I run another report at 3 o'clock, numbers will be different based on what was inputted and what expenditures were done. So a lot of the pieces that are in the report are not as important as what's in the PowerPoint. So with that, tonight we're doing the third interim. This is required because we have a qualified budget. Qualified, to remind the board, means that we may, if we don't take all actions, not be able to meet our financial obligations in the current or 2 subsequent budget years. I'm going to talk about tonight, if you go to the next slide, where we are in the third interim, what's going to happen when we close the books on this school year, what occurred in the governor's May revision that was released on Thursday of last week, late, and then what information we received so far from all of the different groups, FCMAT, the county office, school services, and how the 2021 budget cycle is going to be very different than it has been for many districts, but unfortunately very similar to what we had to do this year, with things changing in September and then adjusting. So if we'll go to the next slide, I'll jump right into it and I'll try to go quickly so we can get to questions. So again, as I said, the state SACS forms that are out there, the state forms do not, and I'll say again, do not reflect all of the pieces of information we've since received from the governor. We followed the county's direction, which was we removed the cost of living increase and have a 0% for both next year and the following year. The data is slightly different since then. The ending fund balance does not include the board's approved OPEB transfer this year. If you remember, we pay for our retiree benefits out of the general fund all year long. At the end of the year, those benefits are then funded by the OPEB trust, which will return those general fund dollars. Next month will be, this month we post that transfer. That changes our ending fund balance by almost $16 million. So our MYPs and our cash flow that we showed last week will reflect that, but the state forms do not. The expenditures again are pre-COVID. Everything's about a month behind. So really what you have is by April 30th, you have everything that happened as of March 30th. COVID, we did our shutdown a week before that. So if you kind of look at the timelines, we were running school as normal up to the third interim. All of the impact of COVID won't be seen until we close the books in August. There. Move to the next slide, please. So the big observations that we need to understand, as we look at where our actual expenditures are now, we can predict that there will be what we call fall through, some areas of fund balance that will not be spent. Currently, everything is budgeted, and the expectation is in a budget that when you budget it, you're going to spend every dollar that year. We're starting to analyze and look at where we know we won't spend every dollar, and those will be dollars that will be available to help with some of our reductions in the future year. So what we do know is that our refinement of position control that the board had directed us to really work on and improve, you're starting to see the benefits of us truly spending that time to get that focused, and we're going to have less spending on positions. The work that we did on contracts and consultants, we cut for next year quite a few, but we also slowed down and really refined what we would do this year with those dollars that aren't directed directly to the classroom, and you're going to see less spending in there. In addition, you are going to see that we've done all $29.8 million in board reductions are built into the multi-year projection. So that's the $19.8 million in negotiated reductions, the $8 million in non-salary, and then in the current year, the utilization of Fund 17 reserves and the OPEB will show up in the MYP, but not in the state forms until budget close. Next slide, please. So our projected ending balances. Fund 1 and Fund 17, we're projected to have $29.9 million in the ending fund balance. Fund 17 will still have $14.6 million, which is approximately 3.56. That will leave us $15 million in carryover that can be reserved for cuts for next year, 2021. That's really important when we start talking about what has occurred in the state. The budget reductions that we did adopt, the 29.8, are in the MYP. Based on the fact that we had a zero COLA, we went back and recalculated. Last week, I said it might be as high as 26 million. After we recalculated everything and went through and determined it, the total actual amount based on a 0% COLA is about 22.5 million. So after we make the cuts, this is the big high level piece. So after the cuts are embedded in and we make the cuts, there is 17.9 million that will be available. We'll still have a structural deficit of 12 million pre-COVID. So had COVID-19 not occurred, the district would fully be able to get through next year and still be able to get through the following year by just making those $22.5 million in cuts. And so one-time reserves are most definitely our greatest security against further loss of state revenue. Every dollar that we don't spend right now is a dollar that we won't have to cut. And 88 cents on every dollar that we have is spent on people that are providing service to our students. So we've already passed the deadlines for releasing people. We made some very difficult decisions now. We don't want to have to make additional difficult decisions. So saving dollars to be able to maintain staff to support students, especially as we talked about the trauma and the needs that they have, we want to be able to pivot our staff to continue to provide those services. So one-time reserves are very important. And we have to take a look at this on a multi-year approach. We can't just look at 1 year in isolation. Next slide, please. So this is our third year multi-year projection. Again, it does not align directly to the SACs, but we really listened. Trustee Panis brought up that some of the numbers didn't match and it didn't really tell the story. So I want to take just a couple minutes to walk everybody through each of these lines, because hopefully this will provide a better explanation of what's happening. The first line is how much revenue we anticipate from the state. So you can see in the current year, we have 372.4 million in revenue. Next year, with a zero COLA, and that's what this MYP is, the revenue drops to 361. So an $11 million reduction total, because there's also carryover and other pieces in there, and restricted funds. Our expenditures, however, dropped from 410 million after we put in the required cuts. And then you remember I showed you a slide many times about the cost of keeping the doors open, and it's over 15 million each year. So you add the new costs in, but then you subtract the cuts of 29.8 million. That new number is 384.3. So our structural deficit next year, pre-COVID, was 22.5 million. You'll see that in yellow. If you go down below, now we talk about fund balance. We started the year with our combined Fund 1, restricted and unrestricted, of 25.3 million in the current year. Next year it'll be 22. We had 34 million in Fund 17 in 2019 when we started the year. We're bringing in 15.6 million from OPEB that will actually be booked into the system this month. That means that our ending balance in unrestricted general fund will be 22.3. If you look at the state forms that we published, it shows almost nothing. There's no carryover in there yet, and there's no OPEB transfer. And that's why it's really important to be able to look at what time you run the report and what dates there are. 7 million of that will be restricted funds. Those are like your Medi-Cal, your routine restricted maintenance, your state lottery for textbooks, things that can only be spent for one specific purpose. The board does not have any designations at this time. We do have stores and revolving cash of 0.3 million. Then the remainder of our general fund, we would reserve and assign it for future cuts, not to be spent for anything other than to mitigate the damage of what is going to happen from the state. Our Fund 17 would be at 14.7. That's a 3.5% reserve, 3.58. If you go to 2021, everything, we have the $22.5 million structural deficit. With the OPEB transfer also coming in next year, we end with 15.3 million in our Fund 1. We will still have our 14.7 million in Fund 17. Because the board and our associations work together, we did put ourselves in a position before COVID that we will finish next year with a 3.83% reserve and an additional 13.6 million towards cuts for the following year. So once we get to what the governor has announced, you'll see how that makes a big difference. In the third year, we would need to have made that $22.5 million in cuts. So you'll see that our expenditures are 390 million. Until those cuts are adopted, I don't put them into the expenditures, but you'll see that there's a $22.5 million number listed there, and I do count that for the increase or decrease. So I assume it's going to occur. We would end that year pre-COVID with our Fund 17 at 3.76% reserve, but you can see assigned for future cuts, there's only 2 million left. So before COVID, we were on the right track to stay and do exactly what this board promised the community in September when we presented our plan. We have executed our plan. We have done exactly what we said we would do. If you go to the next slide, things get a little better. We have not included anywhere what we believe is going to be carried over this year. This is the exact same information I just presented, but there's one new number. I anticipate in the unrestricted general fund that there will be $12 million that were not spent across multiple areas this school year because we have tightened our expenses. The things that I promised the board we would do, we have been doing. That will change our balance. We will have $27 million available at the end of this year to protect us from the state's cuts. That will drop to 25.6 at the end of next year and down to 14 million the following year had there not been COVID-19. So now I'm going to talk about what has changed that is not in our control. But I want to stop there for a moment just so that the public can understand, the board can understand. This board has done their financial responsibilities and duties, and you have put this district in a position. Had we addressed that last 25 million in cuts, we would have been on the road to being financially stable, and we had done what we promised our community. So moving forward to the next slide, please. This is just all the other ending fund balances to show that we are utilizing those. The one that I think is important to note is the cafeteria fund, because they are our heroes right now and they're out there on the front lines. We do project that we are spending more in Fund 13 cafeteria than we're bringing in federal revenue. So the general fund is making a contribution of approximately $800,000 at this point. We're not making any reductions there. We're going to continue to provide the service to the community, but it's an area that we are monitoring how to reduce that encroachment. Move to the next slide, please. So the actions there, we had done the 39.9 million. We had done all of the different transfers. We needed to identify 18 million, which increased up to 22.5 with the 0% COLA. We talked a little bit last week about schools and communities first and parcel tax. And so the next slide, I do have somebody available. If we'll go to the next slide really quick, that I'd like to, after Kubler-Ross, we brought this up there. This just shows the impact of the governor's recession, that this is most definitely one of the most significant pieces that we've seen. The Great Recession in 2008 through 2011, the drops are in green on the left-hand side. That's how much the gross domestic product dropped. You can see in 3 months how much the projection is from economists that it's going to drop. We're looking at 3 to 4 times the impact of what happened in 2008, 2009. If you go to the next slide. Their unemployment, unfortunately, is growing tremendously. That's a concern for everybody, because if people aren't working, they're not spending. If people aren't spending, there's not taxes. If people aren't able to pay taxes, there aren't services. It all comes back to, we can't provide the services if there aren't an active economy. And schools is a big part of that. We drive the economy as much as any other entity. If you go to the next slide. Tax revenue we talked about last week. You can see here, the first chart is what was projected in January for the state. 102 billion in tax revenue. So at the governor's revised, that, which is the green one in the Department of Finance, they're saying that it's going to drop in the current year for next year by more than $24 billion. Depending if you ask the legislative analysts, and they use several scenarios, it might only be a $12 to $14 billion drop. It might be a $20 billion drop. But everybody shows all 3 taxes, personal income tax, sales tax, and corporation tax, are all dropping because it's affecting everybody. This isn't a California issue. This isn't a US issue. This is an international issue across the board. And it's more severe than anything we faced in the past. We'll go to the next slide, please. So, will the budget that the governor put out in May be our final budget? The answer is no, it will not be. The governor, plain and simple, made one simple request. He said, at the stroke of a pen, the cuts will be removed. If the federal government provides us the relief that we need, California schools will be made whole. That decision will not be made before we adopt our budget. We will not have information on June 10th to change our budget, nor will we on June 24th. I've talked to the county office about this, and the law is very clear that you can, and in fact, it's known that based on the timeline of June 15th and the fact that we have to publish our budget 10 days before for sunshining, that there's no way school districts can have all the accurate information and be able to move forward. So the recommendation from the county will be that we do adopt our budget. If things change dramatically, we will have to come back and do a 45-day revise, which is at unaudited actuals in September, exactly as the district did this year on September 14th. The good news, and I'm going to tell you where we will be after the governor's revise, that there is a way for us to move forward. So if we'll go to the next slide. Here is the impact for the state. 40% of the cash they normally get in April is all they received. We don't know whether people will be able to fully pay their tax revenue in July. That's why the state is sort of estimating significant drops, but they don't know what the actual cash will be in July to go through. And so we're waiting to see. The estimates are as high as a $54 billion deficit, all in the 4 months. We can go to the next slide. This is the key points of the governor's May revision. He stated the $54 billion deficit. He then explained that the cost of that deficit to Proposition 98, K-12 and community college education, is $19 billion. Then he started to say that we understand that education cannot absorb that level of cut. So he's going to bring forward and immediately eliminate the $6.1 billion that he proposed in January in increased education funding for new programs. And his statement is the following: all new programs are immediately eliminated. No new programs should be built into any budget, and you need to immediately cut back your existing programs by 10%. So that's a really sobering message. We have a lot of people that are going to ask for a lot of new things. The reality is everything at the state level that is new is off the table. And now it's a matter of how are you going to prioritize removing 10% of your immediate income. He is going to utilize $16.2 billion of the state's rainy day reserves over the next 2 years. He's going to borrow $4.1 billion from other funds. This is the one that is a little problematic for us. The state and the district were receiving CARE Act monies from the federal government. We were anticipating $6 million that we could use to offset some of our losses. The governor is taking that $6 million and counting it as new money against the cuts that he's making. So what he's saying is this will replace the dollars that we were going to give you. But then he stated that it's for new learning. So the simple way to explain that is that we have a mortgage to pay. And the governor's saying, I'm going to take away 10% of the money you use to pay your mortgage. So you're no longer going to have enough money to pay your mortgage. However, I'm going to give you $8.3 billion in bonus money, but you have to pay for that to buy a new car. Never mind that you can't pay for your mortgage, but I want you to buy a new car. That's the concept of restricted dollars. So one of the big things on the lobbying is those dollars need to be flexible. In 2009, the federal government gave us, instead of CARES Act, it was called ARRA, A-R-R-A. It was also called stabilization, and there was a third pot for special ed. All three of those were unrestricted, flexible dollars that school districts could use against the structural deficit. This district received in some of those $12 to $15 to $20 million each year in those dollars that allowed it to move forward. On the district I was in at that time, we received over $30 million to protect us against cuts at those times. So we believe there's precedent for making them flexible, and that will be something we move forward. The governor's proposal is a 10% reduction to LCFF. That is not just to the base, but it's a reduction to supplemental and concentration too, because they connect off of the base. He's also projecting, as we talked about last time, 2 sets of deferrals. The $1.9 billion from June of this year to July, which we talked about, but an additional $5.4 billion next year. His proposal is that school districts will not be paid for the months of April, May, or June of 2021. We will receive no state revenue those 3 months and continue to need to operate and pay our payroll and pay our vendors. Moving forward, please. So as we talk about it, this is a starting point in the budget process. The legislature will certainly have their points that they want to go into, and the federal government has to weigh in. It is very unlikely the federal government will have a solution announced until after we adopt our budget. There is no federal stimulus dollars in any of our MYPs. So when people read this presentation and start looking at the information, there's really a couple different ways you can look. Some people are going to read it and they're going to see the cuts, and immediately they're going to say, the sky is falling. We must act right now, drop everything, and panic. Others are going to say, wait a second, the governor just said he's got solutions. He's using one-time dollars. Everything's going to be okay. Do nothing. Just wait. Everything's fine. There's going to be another group, and this group is the group that really, they're right. That, hey, you know what? Who cares that there's a budget problem? We really have needs not being addressed. We need additional services. And so we as leaders, we have to be able to balance them, because I'll tell you, as a human being, the biggest concern that I have as CBO and as educator is the trauma that our employees and our children and our community is facing right now. And how can we be poised to have people ready to help meet their needs? And so I think that's a critical conversation as we build a plan. We don't overreact. We allow these things to play out. There are solutions, there are precedents, there is advocacy that can make a significant difference in this. And we don't have clarity of options yet. We don't know what school will look like in August. We know that we're going to offer school. We know it's going to be very different than it's ever been. And we need to be unified and working together to do that. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Proposition 98 funding, the yellow, I guess it's red or whatever color it shows up on your screen bar, is what the governor is proposing. So if you look at next year, 2021, we have gone all the way back to 2015. In 3 months, we have erased 5 years of growth in this district and across the state of California in school funding. It is absolutely the single quickest and fastest change, but it's just like 2008. We survived and we came out and we moved forward. So we have to do that together. If we'll go to the next slide. There's a bunch of different categorical program cuts that are built into it. We offer many of these programs. Mr. Duffy and I have already addressed several of these to make sure that we're prepared to continue to offer them in a leaner way to make a difference for our kids. But the cuts don't just hit the general fund. They hit things that matter to us: partnerships, our career and technical ed, our after-school programs. All of those are being addressed in the cuts. If we can go to the next slide. So the big takeaways: 3 years of LCF growth gone overnight, going back 5 years in funding. The state of California does not have the final solution. They are asking the federal government formally for help. All predictions are that next year will not be as bad as 21-22, because 21-22 is when you will see the loss in income tax as people file their taxes and have much less. And so it's absolutely critical that the educational community advocate for relief so we can just provide the basic services. And that's where I believe the next slide is advocacy. We're going to get there in just a minute there. And I'm going to bring in a guest to kind of talk about what can we do there. We have to be very careful with what we do. We are not, and nor is any school district in California, in a financial position to add programs or services. And we will be needing to make significant reductions in existing programs. 6 districts sent a letter to the governor and to the state of California stating that they will not be able to open school next year without additional funding. We will be able to open school. We do have a plan to be able to stay financially solvent, but we're going to need to be very fiscally prudent. If we can go to the next slide, please. So if we look at the governor's proposal, what you're going to see now is we have changed the LCFF reduction. The governor is adding an additional, next year, $22.6 million in cuts to West Contra Costa. What that does, he's then going to add $11.6 million. That's our estimate. We don't know if that's accurate or not. We don't have enough of the formulas to know. It could be 10 million, it could be 18 million. That's one of those things that in one day we couldn't get the facts fully, but that's the first guess as we look through the percentages. So that changes us with the cuts there we now move to a structural deficit next year of 33.5 million. You'll remember that I talked about the fact that we're going to have 12 million in carryover drop at the end of this year when we close the books. So when you go down to the bottom, we will end with 16 million in our ending fund balance. We will be able to get through entirely next year because of the cuts that this board adopted for next year. We will be able to, after the governor's proposal and the reduction of 22 million, we will be able to close the books at the end of next school year with $14 million still remaining for future cuts and a 3.83% reserve. The following year, however, so next year during the year, we're going to have to cut 41 million. The 22.5 million we always had to do, and an additional 18.5 million. If we don't, we end up in the red. We end up with minus $25 million. We've wiped out Fund 17. We've wiped out all of our reserves. There is no more OPEB to transfer in. So, but every dollar that we get in federal aid, every dollar we don't spend, will reduce that cut target for 21-22. And so we have an entire year to advocate and work through and make a difference. If you go to the next slide, it plays into the same exact situation. The difference here is if we make the cuts of 41 million, our expenditures drop to 349, and we would end next year, the 21-22 school year, with a 4.2% reserve in Fund 17. So there still is a pathway for us. We do have, absolutely, we will be able to be a viable school district next school year under the worst case scenario because of the leadership of this board, of the cabinet, of the community to make the cuts that we needed to do. We positioned ourselves to be able to survive the first year of the single worst impacted budget in the history of California schools. Much worse than the impact of 2008. And we are in a position that we will survive next school year, but we do need help. So if we can go to the next slide, please. We talked about we have to take multiple approaches. We have to make cuts. The board has done it. We have to use reserves. The board has done it. We have to make funding shifts. Cabinet and the board have done it. We're going to use every dollar that we don't spend towards protecting the district. We need to make investments to keep our community engaged and keep them committed to working with us. And we need to advocate. And with that, if we can go to the next slide, I'd like to bring in one of our labor partners tonight, right after investments, to talk about advocacy. Investments, we've talked about several. Later tonight, I'm going to present facility use rental fees. When we do get back on the ground, we have the ability to do a better job of managing our facilities and utilizing online platforms to ensure that we do obtain revenue when outside agencies use our facilities. We're continuing to work on attendance. It's a little more difficult in the online version. Risk management is, other than liability, it's fairly flat. We're continuing to enhance our specialty programs. We're going to focus on, we're now getting pretty good at online learning. So we're going to make sure that that's an option that's built into our model going forward. We're continuing our partnerships with the community college to have options for students. So we have to continue to look at where can we find ways to bring in our own revenue. And if we'll go to slide 26, I'd like to bring in Demetrio Gonzalez from UTR to talk about what we are doing from advocacy. We had a conversation earlier, the board did, and Demetrio, if you're here.
I'm here, Dr. Wald. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, trustees, President Hernandez-Jarvis, student trustees, and Superintendent Duffy and community. Thank you for inviting me. I just want to touch very quickly on a little bit of the advocacy piece. I heard earlier comments, so thank you for some of the introduction you guys have already brought up. So I got to be one of 15 people that met with Speaker Pelosi last week on Tuesday to discuss the HEROES Act and the impact it would have on education in California. The reason why we met with her was to talk to her and her legislative leaders about what was currently going on in California and the need for support through that bill. So through that bill, we're going to get through in education through our nation about $100 billion, $58 billion directly to school districts. And one of the things that we advocated for was actually what Dr. Wold alluded to in the last, in a couple of slides before, which was that states cannot take that money away to use somewhere else. And they actually included that into the HEROES bill due to our advocacy. So that money would actually go straight into school districts. But of course, as you all know, now the challenge lies in the Senate. And that's where advocacy has to go. Not really in our own state. We have great senators who are going to support the HEROES Act, but really in all the other states. We also met with Governor Newsom's staff actually 2 days ago to discuss the impact his May revise would have on LCFF and districts that look like ours. And we advocated that he thinks through how areas like Richmond would actually really hurt, not just by the cuts overall in Prop 98, but also on LCFF and how our students would be affected because of it. Tomorrow, actually, we are having an educational town hall in which Mr. Duffy and I are participating in with our Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks to advocate so that she can also use her leverage in the state so that Prop 98 is not hit as hard as what we're expecting according to what the governor said. And lastly, like Dr. Wold mentioned, where we can collaborate on all these things is also around schools and communities first. If schools and communities first passes, and then we also get support from the federal government, we're not gonna get hit as hard. We're still gonna have to obviously deal with parts of our deficit, but we're not gonna have to deal with as large of hit as what we're expecting. So I hope that we can collaborate through that. We are all already working on it. And I speak on behalf of all the unions that we have to continue to push schools communities first, since it has taken a hit due to COVID, including the actual campaign that was relying heavily on knocking on doors. So it has to be our priority, especially since we don't want it to continue to tax our communities, but these large corporations that have not been paying their fair share. So I hope that gives you guys a little bit of insight on some of the advocacy we've been doing. Mr. Duffy and I have been meeting with Mr. Duffy through his collective of superintendents and me through our collective of teachers unions about how we can use our power to advocate for higher funding. And then I hope that we can also utilize you guys' connection with with CSBA to advocate for larger funding. Unfortunately, as you might have heard, CSBA voted down to support schools and communities first. So we'll actually need your leadership to make sure that CSBA also puts resources into that initiative. So Dr. Wolf, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like me to touch on, but that's all I wanted to mention.
Yeah, so the big thing, and the reason we wanted Demetria to come in today is because we understand that this is a partnership. It's a partnership between the board. It's a partnership with the community we serve. It's a partnership with our leadership associates. It's all of us working together, and each of us focused on the fact that now this is not about what the district did or didn't do. We have actually proven that we had a plan and we can move forward. If we can continue to advocate and move ourselves, we can make this issue, while it's going to be painful, it's going to be difficult, we're going to have to make very hard decisions. We can allow this to happen over 3 or 4 years instead of happening over the 1 year. Many, many districts were not prepared for this, and we're not already in the mindset of understanding that you have to be thoughtful in your decisions. So if we'll go to the next slide, I'll finish up the presentation so we can quickly get to comments.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Demetria, for being in. The state deferrals, this is a slide that I went and found back in 2010, 2011. This is how they solved the budget during the Great Recession. And so what you can see is the percentage of dollars that the state deferred to school districts. And you can see at the height in 2011, $9 billion were being shifted from one year to another. What that means, plain and simple, is the districts had to take out a loan and pay interest to pay their cash flow because the money was considered revenue for the districts, even though the cash was not given to them. Has nothing to do with us, has to do with the state. And that's why we will be going through the process that we talked about at the last board meeting. We will have a more updated cash flow on June 10th. At this point, we will be able to get through this school year, even with the deferral, okay. Where we will start having issues is next year, like every school district in California. We'll go to the next slide. There, we talked about the differences there, those deferrals. So we're waiting for apportionment schedules to revise our cash flow. We need to know for sure when the state is going to give us the dollars so that we can build those into projections and bring them forward. As Trustee Panis talked about, the cash flow in the MYP is not accurate. The most accurate one we have is the one we gave you last week. We hope to update another one in the next week once we get the apportionments. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just, again, some school services ones showing how the money's moving. And so you can see April, May, and June moving to July. And there's a big question mark because whereas the state told us for this year, they're going to give us that 1.9 billion in July. So it's a 1 month concern. They're not telling us when in 2021 because they don't know that they're going to pay us. I can tell you back in 2009-10, they did a deferral from April, May, and June, and we didn't get paid till November. And so we had to hold that deficit for 6 months. So it's certainly something that we have to monitor and pay attention to on a monthly basis. This is not brought on by us. This is entirely based on when the state provides us dollars. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is just another picture of it to show how it goes. Again, I think sometimes the picture tells more than any words we can do. We'll go to the next slide, please. There, what this shows is the way we're supposed to get paid. It's pretty even. You get very little money in July and August because it's summer. You get a large amount of money in September. And then it's the same amount of dollars, 9% every single month all the way through. So what you can see is they're going from what's called the 559 schedule to the 555 and then 0. And then hopefully it comes back at some point schedule. So when you see a cash flow like that, that's just like saying, hey, don't worry. You guys just keep paying your mortgage for 4 months. We're good for it. We promise. It's coming. But put it in your balance sheet. So if we go to the next slide, please. Here's where we're at today. Tonight, we are bringing you the third interim budget. We are asking for a qualified certification. That's what the county has recommended as well. We understand that there are concerns. We're going to bring forward a June 10th budget. It is going to be very similar to last year's budget. We will have updated all of our expenditures. We will have updated the revenue that we're aware of, but it will not reflect the state's adopted budget because they won't be adopted. Even if we waited to the 24th, we would still not be able to update the forms in time to address whatever the state's going to finally do. So we'll take all the information we have at that time in the county's guidance and FCMAT's guidance and build it in. You can see from our MYP, in the worst case scenario, we have enough fund balance to get through next year with the biggest cuts that the governor has proposed. We know it's going to be better than that, not worse to start the year. So we are confident that adopting a budget in June is the right move for this district to allow us to work with our stakeholders to set priorities, to build a plan, to advocate for the federal government, to bring those federal funds into schools, to give us the opportunity to change. Because a lot of people said, why don't you just wait? Waiting is not in everyone's best interest. Just like if we had waited to sell the last of our bond ratings would have been decreased and taxpayers would have paid more. The fact that the board approved us moving forward for those sales, we saved taxpayers money and we're keeping a lower rate on our bonds because we have a higher rating. This is the time to act. And so June 10th, we're going to bring forward the budget for adoption. We will then update things over the summer. In September, we'll bring forward the unaudited actuals. And at that point, we'll have the governor's revision based on tax revenue that came in at the end of July. We may or may not have to do a 45-day revision. We'll then be right into our LCAP cycle. The LCAP has been pushed from an adoption in June to December. The November 2020 election is a big deal. schools and communities first, if that passes, that is a significant chunk of the 21-22 cuts that we would not have to do. If the board chooses to put a parcel tax on the ballot, and that's a very hard ask, we understand right now everyone is struggling. At the same time, if we don't ask our community and let them voice whether or not they're ready to support, that helps us make decisions on what programs are going to be essential. If we can get a parcel tax, that allows us to maintain services for the most needy. If we can't, that means we're going to have to go deeper in our cuts. So in our mind, while it does not feel good to ask, and it does not necessarily fit with our personal or financial beliefs, asking the question and going through the process is something that we have to do to put every solution option on the table. And then we'll have all that information in November. We'll have the updated governor's revision. We'll know, is it 41 million we're cutting for 21-22? Is it 20 million and then 20 million the next year? We'll be able to make the right decisions that serve our community's needs. We're going to hear a lot of conversation about what we need and how we can't cut things. And they're right. We are really doing everything we can to provide the best service. So our job is to give us every option we possibly can. And so it starts tonight with a third interim of qualified and a commitment to work together with our labor partners, as Demetria said, work together with our community to really find out how we together can manage this unprecedented event. And I'll go back to my biggest concern as a father and as an educator is the impact this is having on our employees and our children. And how can we pivot ourselves with the existing resources we have to be that rock and that solid place that they know will be here, not only next year, but in the future, because we're going to focus on the core and go forward. With that, the last slide is that we'll continue to work with our labor partners. I'm going to be adding some logos. Last night I spoke to the DLCAP, and I believe that there's some other logos that need to be on this piece of paper. We have some groups in the community that we work with directly, and so I'm going to get some logos and add them in, and we're going to add them to this conversation because it's got to be a full collective effort. I thank you. This was a long presentation. It's a sobering presentation, but there is a plan to get forward. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wold, for the presentation, and thank you as well for UTR President Demetria Gonzalez. Thank you so much for your input for the presentation. Before we go into public comment, I see that there's a couple of people with their hands raised in here from the board. I want to make sure that we acknowledge it's 10:11. We need to extend the meeting and by a certain amount. I don't want us to be here past midnight at all. I know that we have a lot of things that we need to get done, so I want us to make the thoughtful decision of tabling some items if we can do that for the next meeting so that we can make a good decision on it and choosing how long we want to extend this meeting by.
President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Trustee Phillips.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. I'm on two systems at once, and so let me.
So, Mr. Walton or Ms. Logan, can you check if Trustee Phillips's audio is added as a panelist so that he can speak with that?
I'm on. I'm toggling back and forth between the phone and the computer because the computer keeps going out.
Got it.
So I'm on. My question, Trustee President Hernandez-Jarvis, is what do you want to table? That might be a good place to start.
So I think that we definitely need to do the next action item. I think that one needs to be done today, which is F2, resolution number 97-1820, temporary borrowing between funds. I'm wondering if F3 can be tabled or if it's time sensitive, and also part of the consent items that were pulled.
I can speak.
Mr. Duffy, you want to weigh in? Because I think 15 and 16 might.
Yeah.
But go.
there's only 2 consent items that could possibly be pushed, and there's 6 on the CBOC and 17 on the smoke guidelines. Everything else has really important statutory time limits or contractual time limits. So, and then
I can do F3 in 1 minute, no presentation if the board would like.
You said C6. Thank you, Dr. Wold. You said C6, and what was the other item that you mentioned?
17.
C17. Okay, and C6 was pulled. C17 was also pulled. Yes. Yeah. So I think that we need to make I think that we need to make a decision right now. So I just want to make sure that I can make a motion if somebody wants to make a motion. Trustee Lara.
Yeah, I would like to move that we table the ELA and the summer update for next time.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lara. Is there a second for that, or?
Do you want to do 6:17 and then what Trustee Lara just said?
So Mr. Duffy, so Trustee Phillips, just to clarify, C6 and C17 are the ones that can be moved, right? That can be tabled.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then if we can include those, and I really would hate to table the 2 educational updates that I really wanted to communicate. Trustee Panos, Trustee Cuevas, would you mind sharing your thoughts on this so that
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
Go ahead.
Trustee Panos.
I kind of agree. I don't like to table those 2 items. It is 10 o'clock here, and we're probably going to be talking for a while about the 3rd interim. And those 2 items, will take a little bit of conversation. There'll be some on F2 and F3. We could certainly do the consent items, but those probably weren't going to take long anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
Madam Chair, can we get through the action items and the items related to the charter facilities issues and call it a night? That's my suggestion. You can choose to go a different way. I do need to let you know that I do have an expiration date tonight because I have early start time in the morning. So I can only be with you probably no later than midnight at the most.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. So we have a motion right now that was made by Trustee Lara that was to table the 2 discussion items for the ELA update and the summer school update. And Trustee Phillips, I think you mentioned if you wanted to make a friendly amendment to that to discuss or to address the consent items except for the 2 that can be tabled. So to table C6 and C17. We can't hear you, Trustee Phillips.
I have myself on mute. I was just, that's up to the group. I don't mind hearing 6 and 17, but if that's up to the group. I was just relaying what Mr. Duffy was saying.
Okay, so was that an amendment to, was that a suggested amendment to Trustee Lara's motion?
No, if that's what you guys want to do, that's all. I was just trying to get clarification from the superintendent.
Got it, thank you. So board, I think so was the Trustee Lara's motion seconded? I don't think so, okay.
President Adjunct, can I make I'd like to just move, we extend the meeting till 11:30 and that we work on the 3 action items and then look at where we are after that.
Okay, so you're making a motion officially to extend the meeting till 11:30. So an hour and 12 minutes.
I'll second that.
And work on those items. Okay, thank you. Seconded by Trustee Cuevas. Can we please take a vote, board, beginning with our student trustees?
Dawit, yes.
Hannah, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Laura, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. So the meeting has been extended to 11:30 and we're going to continue to work through the action items. Thank you. Do we have public comment for this item, Mr. Walton?
Yes, we actually have 4 items, 4 members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. For each of them, 3 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Okay. The first public speaker is Ms. Zelon Harrison. Ms. Harrison, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I heard what Mr. Wall said, but my concern is that the district for several years, we have thousands of years, we have not addressed the educational achievement gap in new programs and things of that nature. I understand, but if you got a system that isn't servicing the students, a population of students that you're in business to do is educate students, I don't think that's actually getting new things. I think that's making sure and ensuring that all children are learning and have equity in the school district. And it's just over and over again, we seem to be left out. It's not, you say that it's not a good time to think about things that Black children need because we're in this deficit and then the governor's cutting, but our children been on the backs of our children. We have not had quality education. And we've talked about this several times about the issues that Black children suffer and the economical outcomes we don't get in our community, and nothing happens. And there again, he did a budget where there's nothing happening. There's nothing identified for Black children, or just even change educational outcome systems that are in place, that will be in place where parents can have assurance that this district and this board will educate our children. There's nothing there. And why do we need to keep going year in, year in and out with no results? Nobody's making a change. Nobody's doing anything different. And we just continue to have our children fail with services that don't work, but we can increase our services and cut our services 10%. That's not okay. You guys are in business to educate children, all children. And if all children don't have equal access and equal opportunity, then you're failing. Just because some are succeeding and you have a majority and you have nice numbers does not mean you're doing a good job if all your children don't have equity in the system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Mariela Cuellar. Ms. Cuellar?
Yes. Can you unmute? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Again, good evening. I have a headache. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I am a mother of an 8th grader at Helms Middle School. I'm hearing all this budget and all the numbers that Mr. Wolf is an expert on this, right? And we're hearing in the deficit, it makes me think about a lot of things that I have in my mind. And for me, it's very important to understand how much money our students are generating to this district. We have general funding for every single student generates general funding, but we also have students that generate funding for supplemental and concentration money. As a mother, I am very concerned because I have my 8th grade daughter at Helms. She's an English learner. She took her English language proficiency assessment for California, known by LPAC. She's heading high school next year. I need federal funding money, titles 1, 2, and 3, fully impacting my daughters and high need students. from TK to 12th grade. We need to work as a team for the benefit of my daughters. The district has 10,000 English learners. That's Title III money. They have 7,000 English learners and 3,000 newcomer students. So there's 10,000 English learner students only in traditional schools, and that's Title III. Board members, administrators, teachers, families, and students, we must work together as a team to have equity and quality education for every single student in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Again, students, families, and teachers cannot suffer the mistakes and mismanagement of the old and new administrators. Federal funding, such as Title I, II, and III, etc., must be allocated to provide academic success and a positive impact for our students. You, the board members, have the power to oversight and regular general, supplemental, and concentration funding, curriculum, and programs for high-need students. And students and families, please, let's
That is
speak
time.
up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton, and members of the public who share their public comment with us right now. So this is an action item, and before board members share their comments or their questions for Dr. Wold or Mr. Duffy, is there a motion that anybody would like to make to begin discussion?
I'll make a motion, Trustee President Hernandez-Jarvis. We're supposed to be certifying the third interim based on the state forms, not on the presentation we saw. And we've missed a lot of things in the state forms. We've ignored FCMAC guidance. So I'm going to propose that we accept the third interim budget with a negative certification. We have no cash flow. The only cash flow we have is from last week. It showed we got $20 million more at this time next year than this year. That just doesn't pass the test for me. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Is there a second for Trustee Panas' motion?
Can we have some discussion around this? Because I don't know, there might be a second, but I want to have some discussion and I have some questions.
So the reason why I was asking is because I noticed that before last week, I don't think I necessarily did that, but we're supposed to actually, from what I understand of the procedural way of beginning discussion during action items, is just to have someone make a motion, have it seconded, and then just so that we can start the discussion. So we're not going to be voting on it, just having someone make a motion, second it, and then open for debate or for discussion.
So just the rules that we follow, actually, we don't follow them, but the procedural rules that we follow for this board actually allow us to have discussion, or not discussion, but ask questions of staff before we do that. There's a comment section, our question section, and then we a discussion after a motion. We just don't do it, but it's up to you. You're chairing the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee or Mr. Duffy, can you clarify on that?
Madam Chair.
Trustee Cuevas.
It's at your discretion. You've opened it up for a motion. There's a motion that's been made. If you entertain for a second, I would suggest that you just follow procedure and see if there's an actual second and move from there. And if there isn't, then you can then engage in a new motion or discussion.
Thank you for clarifying that, Trustee Cuevas. I was trying to clarify that earlier prior to the meeting because I realized that I wasn't 100% clear on some of it from the past meeting. So I think that now, because that has been clarified, which I, thank you for Since there hasn't been a second for the motion that was made, I think that at my discretion now we can begin discussion. And usually we do it that way, but I just wanted to be clear because I know that other times we've had a motion before to begin discussion for action.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, we can. As a matter of fact, somebody can make a motion when you recognize them at any time.
Thank you.
So there could be a motion made right now if people wanted to, or they could ask questions.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for clarifying that. Very helpful information. So since there was no second, we can just begin discussion on this item. And I want us to continue to follow that rotation order. And it's about to be 10:30. So if we can make our comments very targeted and concise, that would be great. Can we start with Trustee Panas? Or I'm so sorry, our student trustees, and then Trustee Panas.
It's all good. I got nothing to say.
Okay, thank you, student trustee. And if at the end you want to have a turn, let me know so that you can have a chance as well. Thank you. Trustee Panas?
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. First of all, I want to say I believe that we need to have a budget hearing on the 10th and then planned for budget adoption on the 12th, on the 24th. This is not about discussing revenue. This is about discussing expenditures. I think we all know what the revenue looks like. It's not going to change any. I think people want to have a conversation about how we're spending our money, and I think we should give the public the right to do that. So I want to thank Dr. Wold and Mr. Gonzalez for speaking. I appreciate the presentations very much. I'm hearing from teachers that families are leaving the area, and I'm just wondering what we're doing to try and understand the impact of that on our, if that we think that's going to be significant, how it's going to affect our ADA.
Well, I think there's a lot of factors that are happening right now. Indeed, there are people that are struggling financially. People are doubling up. The amount of folks that are going to be classified homeless is going to increase. But so are the ways we're going to have to offer school. As we are pivoting and making adjustments to this online model, if we continue to provide that, we will be able to have those students continue to be served. They're moving in all districts and they're moving around until we have better clarity from a nation where they're going to land. All districts are in the same boat trying to figure that out. You'll remember our ADA is funded based on the hire of the current year or the previous year. So even if students do move, we would still have a base revenue limit that wouldn't be impacted until the second year. We are doing, as we talked in the COVID update, we're doing tremendous.
Okay, thank you. That's enough. That's enough. I'm looking at the multi-year projection and wondering why the revenue is $20 million higher on the multi-year projection for 2019-20 than is showed on slides 22 and 23.
So as we talked about in the presentation, the SACS forms are a moment in time. They are pre-governor's revision. They are pre all of the different changes. It's what was in effect in April 30th. So we built in the revenue based on one scenario. We then on 22 and 23 adjusted it to the governor's proposal. That came out on Thursday. The SACS forms were already done and completed because it's based on actual information in the system that's occurred. So this is why in the Friday letter, we explained to the board that they will
This is
not
for
match.
1920, not for 2021.
Right, for the current year, the
For the
difference
current
in
year.
revenue. So which revenue, you're looking at the difference between the transfer in of the $19.8 million that came from Fund 17 that has to be attributed. That's the district's transfer to cover the structural deficit this year. That then disappears because it's one time for next year. So that's why there's always going to be a $20 million variance in the current year, which was part of the solutions this board adopted.
Okay, fine. Well, thank you. So continuing on, I was really expecting a cash flow to have here. I mean, we're supposed to be certifying that we can meet our cash needs for this year and next year. You said the only cash flow we have is the one from last time you showed it to us last week. You know, we identified a number of problems with that cash flow last time. And, you know, it shows that at the end of this year, we've got a cash balance of 14 million. At the end of next year, we've got 34 million. I just personally have a very hard time believing we're going to be $20 million better off next year than this year. So it makes me very nervous to see that we don't have a cash flow here. Let's see. I hear from principals that they'll not be allowed to pay for staff using LCFF as part of our cuts. Why is that?
Because the state has not determined how much revenue they're going to give us next year. It would not be prudent for us to hire people that we then have to lay off 2 months later if the state comes in even with greater cuts. We are doing the right thing, being fiscally responsible, not bringing on new expense when we've already eliminated those positions to keep this district in a solvent place. That's
okay, so next year, next
year
they'll be able to hire, if they have LCFF money, they'll be able to hire staff. It's just
correct.
Like
we have not removed it from their budget. We're just not making a decision today in May for September, because again, a lot will change. Look how much has changed since March. It's our job to be fiscally responsible. That's what this board hired me to do. That was what you charged me.
Okay, thank you.
You said I have one job. That's the job we're doing.
And I will just add to that, we have everything teed up. So we know what the sites want. We know what their asks are with their budget. Everything is ready to go if we can do it. Right now, they can use their Title I dollars. They can use any other grant dollars to purchase positions. But we are holding the unrestricted dollars for a bit longer as we watch this play out. But we have everything teed up if we're ready to go, and when we're feel like comfortable that we can allow them to spend that money and bring on staff, which is tricky if we have to cut them immediately.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering why we, FCMAT provided guidance in their April 30th letter saying that we should reduce our expected lottery significantly and that we should obviously be trying to reflect our facility leases and fees. I looked at those and they haven't changed from the original budget, and I'm wondering why we didn't make that adjustment, because that's a couple $2 million.
So restricted lottery is spent only for the textbook adoptions. We don't have any expenditures other than using carryover built into it. It immediately drops to the bottom line. So at this point, we're waiting to get final answers.
I was looking at revenue, not expenditures, and we didn't reduce our revenue, and yet FCMAT telling us that our revenue is going to be down.
Right, and we're waiting for the final formula to be released by the state of California. We follow the dartboards when those are released. The dartboard was released yesterday, and it's a projection. It's not the adopted dartboard. Again, I'm gonna talk about best practices. FCMAT did talk about freezing expenditures. They talked about building up reserves. They talked about preparing for the.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. That's good. So I'll just get I have no faith whatsoever in the cash flow that's been presented. We're supposed to be certifying the cash flow. I just see all these discrepancies. I'm conclude my comments here.
Thank you, Trustee Banas. Trustee Lara?
I think I'm next, board member, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're next. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yes, Trustee Cuevas.
Sorry, just had to stretch. I appreciate the good gentleman's perspective, Mr. Panis. I get it. I hear that you're zeroing in on cash flow. I will not be zeroing in on cash flow to make the determination of whether I'm going to throw the towel in for this budget. And that's what a negative certification adoption is for me. And that is because cash flow is out of our control. We just discussed how the state is going to determine our cash flow to the point where they may even defer. So for me, I am not gonna throw in the towel until the state doesn't do what it needs to do. The certification of qualified to me is really a 3-year projection. So if we want to just focus on cash flow, then every district in this state would have to, with that rationale you're presenting, file a negative certification. Because every district in the state will have cash flow issues. So for me, it's just a matter of, again, how do we keep working at our budget, putting in the work, working in partnership, addressing what comes at us in the moment. Now, Mr. Panis, again, I appreciate and value everybody's perspective on this board, and I encourage you to vote your conscience on what you think is important. I, for one, do not believe that even in the worst circumstances, there is no hope. There is hope for our students. And even if it's just me saying, I won't throw in the towel. If if we had been on a board where we hadn't, again, I mentioned this before, hadn't gone through what we've gone through, then I could actually give a little more space for your argument. But I don't think that that's necessary at this time. And there would be a time if I were convinced that that was necessary, and folks know that I do things when I think they're necessary, then I would vote negative. I don't think that's necessary right now. So to me, this is, again, in terms of what you think you're basing your decision on. To me, this is a 3-year projection, with the information we have, a 3-year projection which are always information guesses on what we have every year, a 3-year projection where we have, for the first time, a world pandemic experience in this generation, not ever seen since 1918. I cannot predict the future. I cannot predict the future that maybe, yes, the bottom will fall out of the world economy. But I certainly will not make a decision to undercut this district, not knowing if that in fact is what's going to happen. We still have a responsibility. Do you see every one of those public comments that were made? They still expect us to serve their children. We don't get to do that on our own. If the state comes and takes us over, or if we start looking at the little reasons why I might need to go negative because I'm going to look at one small slice. If people disagree, then they can vote in November. If the community disagrees, they can vote in November. Because right now, we're at the point where we're about trying to find solutions. We're trying to find solutions to stay afloat. During a world pandemic, I will not be voluntarily throwing in the towel. That's not what resiliency is about. I don't think it would resonate with the communities that we serve. And I don't think it's in their best interest. They need us to keep fighting for them. They need us to call Mitch McConnell every day if we need to. It might be for not, but just to do it. They need us to live that statement I made before that was made by President Theodore Roosevelt. They need us in the arena. They need us in the arena with the speaker. They need us in the arena with the governor. They need us in the arena with our local state electeds. They need us in the arena for them. And they need us in the arena at the bargaining table when the bargaining agreements open up again next year. That is where we will be able to take the money we know we have and see what we can do with it and what adjustments will be made and negotiated. And that's when we will ask this community to lean in. I will not throw in the towel before then. And I encourage all of us to please go ahead and adopt a qualified certification, because that is in fact what it is. The definition of a certified qualification is, we know every year, twice per year by law, we must submit 3-year budget projections to our local county of office. County Office of Education are given the authority to approve or disapprove school district budgets. When a district receives a qualified certification, it means that the district may not be able to meet its financial obligations over the next 2 years. I don't know how that is not a true statement, Mr. Panis. So I, in fact, will not be supporting anything other than a qualified certification, and the board can expect that I will be making that motion if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Phillips.
So I want to start by first piggybacking on something that Trustee Cuevas just said. We do literally meet the definition of a qualified certification. And the reason that we do is because of that may word that's stuck in there, that we may not meet our obligations for this year or for the 2 subsequent years. And so I think the last thing that she said was accurate. But I want to go back and talk about some of the things that were in Dr. Wold's presentation. And I want to talk about some of the things that are in his presentation because the numbers are not adding up for me either. And I don't know that sentiment that I heard from, even though I agree that we do a qualified certification, but the sentiment that I was hearing from Trustee Pettis, it did resonate. This is not adding up for me either. And so the first thing I'll start with is in our last board meeting where we had the update around the budget, Dr. Wold told us that he believes that the COLA is actually going to be negative. But what I heard in the presentation for Dr. Wold was that he was budgeting for a zero COLA. Now, what I asked in the last board meeting and other board members asked as well was for the budgeting, the projections to be as conservative as possible so we don't get caught, you know, out in left field. So if you believe that we're going to get a negative COLA, Dr. Wold, Mr. Duffy, it makes absolutely no sense to me that you would intentionally budget for money that you don't even believe is coming. And that's what I feel you're doing when you budget a zero COLA, knowing or feeling in your heart that it's actually going to be negative.
So if
that
I can
is setting
respond to
us
that,
up.
I can respond to that also. I think, so the way, and Mr. Wold can
Well,
check.
before you cut in,
Sure.
is the budget projections that you just gave us, I heard you say multiple times, are they budgeted for a zero COLA? Is that true or false?
Well, that needs one sentence of explanation. So the way the
It's
government,
just a yes or no question. It's literally yes or no. Is the budget
it's
for?
not, because the way the governor did it was he said you're going to take an overall 10% reduction, but I'll still give you the 0% COLA. And so the way it's written is there's a 0% COLA in there, but an overall 10% reduction, which is what makes that additional $22 million that we've projected, which adds to our current deficit. So, and Tony can probably explain the mechanics of that, but he ended up, the way it was explained was you'll get the zero COLA, but you're going to get an overall 10% reduction. So the COLA line item stays zero, not negative, but you see the reductions in all the other funds.
and it actually is more technical than
So
even
Dr.
that.
Wold, I need to ask it, Dr. Wold, I need to ask a clarifying question. So is your opinion, because last board meeting you said you believe we were going to have a negative COLA. So are you saying now that you no longer believe it's going to be negative?
So the fact is, I believe slide 22 is going to be our adopted budget. So if you go to slide 22, the MYP there, where we incorporate $22 million in additional cuts.
Dr. Wold, I'm asking you a specific,
yes,
Dr.
it will
Wold,
be a negative.
I'm asking you a specific question. Do you no longer believe that the COLA is going to be negative?
No, it's going to be negative. And it's
So you don't.
So if you
So
will
you
allow
don't-
me to answer,
Go
the
ahead.
state forms cannot be updated for this. They are based on April. This happened on May 14th. The state forms will not accurately show what the governor has done. The MYP on slide 22 is more up to date. We did that and were delayed to make sure that this board had real information, not the state forms, but real information. And I can say without a doubt, the way the governor proposes it, he's going to fund a 2.31% COLA. He's then going to reduce the state's entire LCFF by 10% afterwards. That becomes a negative $22.6 million to the district. That, when I build this updated budget, our revenue will not be 361. It'll be somewhere around 340 million approximately. We will have a structural deficit of 33.5 million. That will be what is in the June 10th budget for our MYP. There's no way to run that from an April 30th. And that's why I explained that in the board update, because it's very confusing to the public. And we understand that. This is uncharted territory to have that big gift in 3 days there. So we purposely took time to build this to show you that absolutely we can do it. And at the end, after that negative COLA, the negative 10%, the district will have Fund 17 with 14.7 million at the end of the year, and an additional 14 million that will carry over to the following year for cuts. We will get through next year, even with what the governor announced. The big problem is we have to cut $41 million to start July.
Dr. Wall, you're all over the place. You're all over the place, and it's almost like a watch the hand, not the mouth.
And Trustee Phillips, point of order. Trustee Phillips, if I could add something that might be an additional consideration, is that I believe Dr. Wold made those statements before the May revise was released. And there was hints.
Yeah, he did.
About
He did, Trustee Cuevas. And so what I'm trying to do right now, and you're right, he did. And the question that I asked, and I got about 10 minutes worth of answer. And the simple question that I asked was this: do you no longer believe that the COLA is going to be negative? When we had our last meeting, he said he thought it was going to be negative. In this meeting, he said not negative, he said zero. And I'm trying to get clarification about that one issue, and we're talking about all of these other things. But you're right. He said this before, and I'm trying to get clarification now.
Right, and I think,
Trustee Cuevas?
I would just encourage you to look at the budget as a whole, because with the May revise information, the governor is playing the shall game and basically saying, okay, it's less politically hard for me to not negatively, to not take away from COLA, to not only fund it at the current level, but to actually underfund it. So he's playing that game of the zero, but he's taking the dollars from other places, which are going to hit us hard, which is the 10% off of LCFF. We are a high LCFF district. We will get hit, which goes to what community was talking about earlier, is that those dollars were supposed to make up for stuff that was historically not there. And now we're going to go back and take cuts. So I think that's something to consider in terms of where we're asking, I believe, Dr. Wold, are you in fact just making sure that the cuts are in fact represented as that can happen, as far as maybe not in the COLA, but it's going to come in other places?
Yes, it's going to be a reduction after the COLA is funded of 2.31%. He's actually not doing zero, which is what the county told us to do. He's funding a COLA. And then after we get that COLA, he's taking 10% away afterwards. The reason to do that is to avoid the August layoff trigger. Because if you fund a COLA, that takes away the statute. That was most likely something that was done mechanically as part of side negotiations. That's why you see a negative 22.6 million with the arrow in there. I could not put in the state forms. There's no way to rerun a state form on something that hadn't happened when the state forms were run.
So, Trustee Cuevas, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you about the shell. I agree with you. I'm trying to get that kind of answer out of my CBO, to be frank, and I'm having difficulty. And the clarification that I'm trying to find, because I'm hearing things, and the clarification that I'm trying to find out now I'm hearing that it's not zero, it's 2.3. The 10% that comes is, and it's just a simple question, and it really is a yes or no. I get it that in the beginning it's going to be a 2.3. Is the negative going to? Do you believe the COLA is going to go negative? I get it about other places. I'm talking about the COLA. Do you believe it's going to go negative?
To answer your question, yes, I believe we are going to be funded negatively.
Okay. That was my point. If you believe that the COLA, regardless of what he shows us, the governor shows us with one hand, if you believe he's going to turn around with the other hand a few months later and make the COLA negative, budget for a negative COLA so we don't get caught with our pants down. That is what I have been trying to tell you since the last board meeting. The next thing that I want to say is this. We have had a conversation in this meeting about 4,500 missing students. And I understand we're going to get our ADA based on prior enrollment. But I do understand that the students are supposed to show up. So if we have 4,500 missing students, and I'm not saying that it's all about money, it's about kids, but right now we are having a money conversation. If we have 4,500 missing students that never show up, that is an additional amount of money that we are not going to receive. Now, the state superintendent of public instruction has an article in EdSource. He is saying that California schools are not going to be able to reopen safely unless they get additional funds. There were a group of school districts, large school districts, and you mentioned this earlier, that all signed on to a letter saying that they will not be able to reopen unless they get additional funds. This is my ask today, and I don't know if this is possible, so it is a true ask. I do believe that we should have a qualified certification. I agree with Trustee Cuevas that we literally meet that definition. But when we talk about advocacy, you have to, in my opinion, put something with that qualified certification that says, look, Mr. Governor, Mr. President, if you don't send additional funds down here to the local districts, we're not going to make it. Because if we just send in a qualified certification without that other part, and I'm not talking or implying whatsoever that we do a negative certification. This is that advocacy part. If we send in a qualified certification and act like everything is okay, then we run the risk. My mama used to tell me, if you don't ask, you don't get. And we have to ask. And that means to me, saying exactly what our state superintendent of public instruction said. If we are going to be going back to school in the fall, there are some things that need to be put in place. And I know, and everybody knows, that we do not have the money to put those things in place. And we need to be telling and screaming to high heaven that we do not have the money to put those things in place. Again, I am not saying that we should do a negative certification, but I am really saying that it is a qualified certification, and it's qualified, Mr. Governor. It's qualified, Mr. President, because I know you're going to send the money down here that we need to reopen our schools safely. That is what I'm asking this board to do. That is what I'm asking staff to do, because if we don't do it, look, we just cut a bunch of money out of our budget, and because of that, we're even going to have class size increases. Now, everybody knows we can't go back into the schools with the class sizes that we have right now because the social distancing doesn't work. So we don't have money to do class. We had to increase our class size because we don't have money. How in the world are we supposed to reduce it? I mean, so what you're saying, I hear you, and it sounds good, and the charts look good, but common sense says this is not adding up. It's not adding up.
Thank you, Trustee
The
Phillips.
qualified, I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. And Trustee Cuevas as well. I know we didn't hear from Trustee Lara, so I want to make sure that we hear from her as well before we have any further comments on this.
Thank you, President Hernandez Jarvis. We've been on this like over an hour, I believe, on this one item. And we constantly do this, and I really personally think it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to our staff, and it's disrespectful to the people that are listening, and we need to do better. I would like to make a motion that we approve this third interim report with a qualified budget certification.
Thank you, Trustee Lara.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Lara. Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just going to say that I can save it for another round. I'd like to let Trustee Lara finish her thoughts.
Trustee Lara, did you have anything else to say? Or I know you made the motion already. Trustee Cuevas seconded it. Okay. You know, before we take the vote, I just wanted to share, you know, I do have concerns about the LCFF funding and the fact that 10% of that is going to be, you know, cut, that we're not going to count on that, and the fact that it's going to be, you know, it's money that's specifically to make sure that we don't widen the gaps in the way that education is funded for students that need it the most. So I think I share some of the concerns that one of the public speakers, Ms. Harrison, mentioned, in that we need to make sure that we are not just necessarily saying like our numbers are going to look good, we're going to be able to save this much money, but if we're not spending it, is it just because it's restricted? Is it because we cannot use it specifically for those like specific student needs? Or is it actual money that should be spent on kids that need it immediately and they can't wait 3 years from now to get it? So I think that that's where my focus lies in this. I do believe that we need to have a qualified certification, but with that caveat that we need to have a thorough follow-up on what this means, and if the COLA is actually going to be negative, if you're projecting that, and have further conversation with us, because I think that's what I'm hearing from the board. I'm hearing that we want to know exactly where we are going to stand, even though we don't have all of the numbers solid. But I do want us to keep that in mind, because we need to know exactly what we're trying to do with the funds that we're going to get, and specifically for students who bring in that money for supplemental and concentration grants. So that's my take on this. That's what I wanted to share. And I know Trustee Cuevas, I think you wanted to make one more comment before we take a vote.
I mean, I think at some point, though, you're talking about predicting the future. The state hasn't even come up with guidance on what school will look like when we reopen. So how can we do a budget for that? I mean, we'd be guessing. And in that case, I can tell you right now, put it all negative. We didn't have money before the pandemic. So again, this is an exercise in pragmatism and oversight. I get it. It doesn't mean we don't ask the right questions and we push. But if I remember, the third interim is supposed to be the final adjustment for the most part until we get back into it again and that's the thing about the interims, is like you're literally doing year 2 and 3 or 4 times down the road each year. And it's getting fine-tuned each time because you're actually having the variables become more real. So if you want to have a negative certification, then sure, inflate it. We don't need to know how much it is. We know we don't have enough. The challenge for us, though, is that even when you don't have enough, it's incumbent upon us that the state will likely say, figure it out. That's what you got. And that's where it'll be incumbent upon all the other things around negotiations, around conversations with community about this is what we need. Does it mean we still need to advocate? Absolutely. But for now, I think this is probably as close as we're going to get, unless you want to have a made-up budget that is a negative cert, that really justifies a negative certification.
And so if I can just respond really quick to President Hernandez-Jarvis, we absolutely agree that there are specific needs for our community. Zelan came in and talked about that tonight. I talked to the DLCAP last night. What I believe is the right course of action. We have frozen expenditures. We're not spending dollars. We're only going to bring those essential contracts to the board to keep the lights on. We're keeping all the dollars in the budget so we can pivot right now in July and August to plan for September for those critical needs. As you just stated, there are some things that we can't bend on, and we want the board and the community to be able to spend July and August to actually talk about, should we shift where it was in the budget to this by not spending that LCAP dollar at the sites? They don't have a person assigned to it, but they have some dollars. If they're available when we get back in September, we can shift those dollars to focus on exactly what we need to right at that moment, even with less dollars. I will not bring a budget proposal that I don't believe the district can get through the year. If I did not believe we could get through next year, 100%, I would bring a negative certification. I agree with Mr. Panis. And I'll tell you right now, we are on at second interim next year. If we have not adopted the cuts, I will be recommending a negative at that point if I don't feel that we've done what we need to do. But that is 11 months from today. A lot will change. I know without a doubt, Trustee Phillips charged me last week, bring the worst case budget to the board. Slide 22 is that. That is everything the governor said. That, assuming that every cut will happen and we have to absorb it, we get through next year. We do not get through the year after. There's a backup slide, I'm not going to bring it up right now, that shows that every district in California is out of cash in 21-22. Based on that, it's slide 38. You don't have to look at it right now, but it shows everybody's in this boat. We're waiting on the governor's proposal to be changed, the legislator to do it, and the federal government to change. But we will have, President Hernandez Jarvis, the ability after we adopt the budget. We're just going to adopt the budget so we can move forward. We spend the summer working with our stakeholders about what is it that is absolutely needed. 4,500 kids are lost. Let's go find them. Let's make sure we have a plan for them in September, and let's pivot as a team with strength and with passion. But Trustee Cuevas said it, with hope. This is just like 2008. Literally, some of the slides are the same slides I did in 2008. It's the same story, and we got through it. This district did, my district did, California can, we can do it. We will do it. We've got to do it together. I don't disagree with anything Trustee Panis has said or Trustee Phillips. I will not bring anything that is not going to happen to this board. We will make it through next year.
Thank you, Dr. Wold, for that explanation. And I just want to reiterate, I do believe that the budget and the projections that we make are all around what we want for our students. And I know that these are very different and difficult times, but I just want us to continue to have this conversation around how we're going to support students and student outcomes in everything we do. Thank you. So we had a motion.
Trustee Laura, can I make a friendly amendment, and you could accept it or not, but the friendly amendment is that we also, in addition to passing this with the qualified certification, that we send a letter to the state and whatever appropriate entities in the state, whether it's the governor or the state superintendent, but that we send a letter saying we need additional funds to be able to open safely in the fall. That is my only request. Because it's true, and we do.
I would prefer not to. I think that's a separate motion. So I'd like to just leave it the way it is.
I would like to. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt a qualified certification, but that we also send a letter to the state saying that we need additional funds to be able to open safely in the fall due to COVID.
So we have one motion that was made by Trustee Lara and it was seconded by Trustee Cuevas, and we have a second motion on the floor by Trustee Phillips. There is not a second. So the motion dies. So now we have to vote on the motion that was made by Trustee Lara, seconded by Trustee Cuevas, to approve the interim with a qualified certification. Can we please take a vote, board? Beginning with our student trustee.
I would like to abstain for this one.
Thank you, student trustee Dawit.
Panis, no.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes, but I do not understand why we wouldn't ask for more money when we know we need it.
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes, 4 yeses, 1 no, from Trustee Panas, 0-0, and student trustee Rydell absent, and student trustee Dawit voting abstention. Thank you, board. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you for all of your feedback. It is now 11:07. We have 23 minutes. I would like to make a motion at this point that we table item. Unfortunately, I really wanted to get to items E1 and E2 because I think that they're paramount to what we need to do as a board. But I would like to table items E1, E2, C6, C17, and I can work with Trustee Lara and Mr. Duffy as the agenda setting team to see if we can maybe take those up at a special meeting that will be just around those. That way it'll be concise and focused. So I would like to make the motion to table items E1, E2, C6, and C17. And then,
Panis, I'll second that.
thank you, Trustee Panos. Can you please take a vote?
Dawit, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Laura, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, board. So we're going to dive right into F2, then F3, C15, and C16 if time permits. Thank you. And we have the pulled consent items that we have C3, C5, and C12.
So,
And we've yet to approve
I was
that.
going to say, I'm going to jump into F2. So F2 is very quick. We discussed it at the special meeting last week. It's just a resolution for the board to allow us as needed, rather than have to go out and borrow from the county treasury and pay interest rates, for small cash flow variances to be able to borrow from our own funds for next school year. Our anticipation is we may need to utilize this in the first couple months of the year for small amounts. However, the deferrals that are going to happen in April, May, and June of 2021 are larger. So we're going to begin the process of phase 2 that we discussed with the board last time to work with the county to see if we can bring another resolution either in June or July to be prepared to borrow from the county treasury as state deferrals become real. This one is just asking for permission to use our own dollars to keep the simple deferrals should they happen. We don't anticipate an issue in June. At this point, we are not sure about July, so we want to have this prepared in case that happens.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. Do we have any public comment for this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. So for item F2, resolution number 97/1920, temporary borrowing between funds. Board members, if you have any questions or comments, I think that it would be great to start now and be mindful of the time. It's 11:10. So Trustee Panas.
I'd like to move resolution 97/1720 with 2 changes. There'll be no borrowing from Fund 21, which is the bond fund, and staff will report to the board each month on current and anticipated interfund lending.
Trustee Panas, could you repeat that one more time, please?
Certainly. I'd like to move resolution 97/1720 with 2 changes. There will be no borrowing from Fund 21, which is the bond fund, and staff will report to the board each month on current and anticipated interfund lending.
And you said staff will report to the board once a month?
Each month, yeah.
Staff supports that.
Can I just, before you entertain a second?
Yes, Trustee
I
Cuevas.
don't know if you want to do discussion, but it's kind of repetitive, Mr. Panis, because isn't it illegal for us to borrow off of bond?
Actually, it's not. There are certain conditions under which you could do it, and you might lose certain tax benefits, but it's not actually illegal.
So it's not, isn't it that written in the language? So you mean they might have actually thought there could be a pandemic and you might need it?
I don't know.
Our bond council does not recommend.
Can I get some perspective on that from staff, please?
So we talked to bond council. They did not, as you know in the presentation last week, they did not recommend borrowing from the bond fund. As Trustee Panis said, there is a difference of opinion. However, based on this community and the oversight of our bonds, we do not feel that that is a prudent action in any way whatsoever. So we fully support the expectation that we're not going to touch our bond funds in any way.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Yeah, I was going to say, so then in fact, it does become relevant and not repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, and thank you, Trustee Phillips. I heard you right now about seconding the motion. Thank you for asking those clarifying questions as well, Trustee Cuevas and Dr. Wold, for your input. So we have a motion by Trustee Panas, seconded by Trustee Phillips. Can we please take a vote?
Dawit, yes.
Panis, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously. to approve the resolution number 97/1820, temporary borrowing between funds with the changes suggested by Trustee Panas, no borrowing from Fund 21, and staff will report to the board each month on interfund transfers. Okay, board, so now we are on to F3, facility use fees and monitoring for fiscal year 2020-2021.
So I'm going to skip the presentation tonight and go right into the item if that's okay with the board. What we were going to present is the visual of a software that we're recommending to begin using. There's no cost to the district to implement the software. Where the cost comes is they do all of the collection of facility use fees. They take a percentage of those fees and then provide the district with money. It allows companies that use our fields and use our facilities when they're available to pay online. They can actually buy insurance directly from this agency. More than 45 districts in the local area and over 200 districts in California use it. It creates a website that shows every one of our facilities that are available for facility use there. And so we would like to utilize that service rather than just people have to come and tour it. They'll see visual pictures of all of our facilities once the pandemic's over and we can get back to real business. In addition, we do have to, under the Civic Center Act, adopt a facility use fee schedule. And the requirements of the Civic Center Act are that we have to recoup our costs. However, the board does have the discretion to define what group rate people are charged. There are 4 groups. Group 1 is district use, that's free. Group 2 is nonprofit that represents district students. So the preponderance of those are our students, but they're not our agency running it. That's at a very discounted rate. Group 3 is nonprofit. So churches that might need to do a service or something that want to utilize facilities can do that. And then group 4 is one that we haven't charged appropriately. These are for-profit agencies that want to use our facilities for their own event that's within our regulations and rules. And we have quite a few there. You want to make sure you're getting fair cost. In addition, our facility use fee had not been updated to reflect the true cost of the labor that's responsible to have our employees there to ensure the safety of our fields. The reason we're bringing it forward is we want to have it adopted. So when we do get back into business of utilizing our fields and utilizing our facilities, that people have an adopted fee schedule that's been updated. So I'll take questions. We can go deeper into it if the board would like. We had it on last agenda for people to review as well as tonight to adopt the updated schedule that's been based on what are going rates across other districts for people that are not us using our facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Wald, for this presentation. For summarizing it, I want to check with Mr. Watson to see if there's any public comment.
There's no public comment on this item, President Hernandez-Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. And I do have some questions, clarifying questions, but I want to get started with Trustee Panas first, or Student Trustee Dawit, if you have any comments on at this moment. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. I do have a couple of questions. I'm just wondering, these fees, the fee schedule that's hourly, right? But there's a 2-hour minimum, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do these roughly compare to our current fees?
There's in a couple cases, there is a small percentage increase on a couple of the areas where we were way under market, but we're still below many of our neighboring districts. And the board does have the prerogative as we go forward to designate certain groups at other uses because we know that we are a community agency, but we're still staying lower than some of our neighboring districts. For like gyms, our lower rates, for example, for our local use.
Okay. I think this offers a lot of benefits. My only question is like, are we sure this is going to be revenue neutral or revenue positive as opposed to, okay.
It will absolutely, based on our ability to collect from the people that use it, we're asking our staff to become collection agencies. This company only gets paid when the vendor pays for our facilities. So they have a vested interest in getting every dollar they can. So they get their money and that gets us our money. And so every district that's done it has shown once they implement, usually by the first year, they're already getting more for the same use because they're able to fully collect the fees that they weren't always getting before.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Cuevas?
Dr. Wold, this is again establishing fees for use of facilities by any group, correct?
Yes.
And I know that there had been historically some organizations that had paid nothing in various partnerships, and now we're asking why they were being asked to pay fees. And so I'm just wondering, have you, the fee schedule, remind me again, because I don't remember if I saw it in there. Is it on a sliding scale or is it set for?
There are 4 levels, groups 1, 2, 3, and 4. Group 1 is free, and the board can direct us to move certain groups that are partners to a different level.
Okay, that makes sense. No other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Phillips?
I don't have any problem with this, other than I want to make sure that, like you said, it's the collection agency. And I want to make sure that if our community is having problems with this collection agency or the way they're being treated, that there is someone that they can appeal to on staff, for example, where they could bump it up. If they're having some kind of customer service issue that's not working, because I know a lot of times things get handled through third parties, and then the people who are supposed to be working with them are just kind of left in limbo.
So
I'm not saying it's this company that would do it. I don't have any negative information about them. I just want to make sure that there is some recourse if people are having problems.
There is, and in fact, it will be elevated directly to my email. That's how it will actually get implemented. If there's any complaints that go through, it'll be directed to me immediately so that I can intervene on behalf of the community and the board if something goes sideways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Lara?
I have no comments.
Thank you. Dr. Wold, I want to clarify. So there's not going to be any upfront costs to the district whatsoever?
No cost. They will come in and at their cost take pictures of all of our facilities. They can do that even now during COVID-19, which actually is great because they're vacant, so it'll be good pictures. And they will create an entire web category of all the facilities that we have available. When we do reopen, it will be ready to go.
Got it. Thank you. So right now, just another clarifying question to follow up with that. What's the system that is used for that? Is it still in-person applications or is it via email?
Everything is online. There will actually be a link on our website where
no, but the current system.
There is an online form that they can go through to do that, and then or they can submit paper applications.
Okay, but the online form is not through a separate software. It's through a built-in form in the district website. Okay. Yes. Okay. So and just to clarify too, my final question on this: it's not technically a collections agency, right?
No, they are providing us a service.
I wanted to just make sure that that was clear too. Okay, great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions or comments. If there's a board member that would like to make a motion, that would be the time.
Trustee Panis, I would like to move that the board adopt the fee schedule for the 2020 to 2021 school year to utilize the Facilitron system as the district's online registration fee and fee collection platform.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. I second that motion. Can we please take a vote?
Dawa, yes.
Panis, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously with student trustee Dawit and board members voting yes to approve the facility use fees and monitoring for fiscal year 2020-2021 with Facilitron, and student trustee Carson absent. Thank you. So now we're going to item C15 and then item C16 after that. And it is 11:22.
President Hernandez-Jarvis, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to midnight.
Trustee Panas made a motion to move the meeting until midnight. That would be 37 more minutes. Is there a second for this motion?
I move that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes, so to 11:45.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips, would you mind muting one of the devices or the audio, one of them? Because there was a lot of feedback, but just to clarify, so you said that you moved for 15 more minutes after 11:30, so 11:45?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Trustee Panas. Board, let's take a vote.
Panas, yes.
Sorry, that was yes.
Cuevas, yes, but I will be to turn in at 11:35.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez-Jarvis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to extend the meeting to 11:45. Thank you, board. So now we're at item C15.
Well, don't we have C3 first? Did I miss that?
We had the motion to go, from what I recall, to do C15 and C16 immediately after the action items.
Right, we were going to do those
and
first.
then we're going to do the consent. Then we're going to do the consent
Yep.
calendar and then the pulled items.
Got it. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for checking. Okay, so we have item C15 and Mr. Freeze.
Yes, so tonight what we're bringing before you is the facility use agreement for Invictus at Crespi. The district had made a preliminary offer in February and a final offer in March, and tonight we're bringing it for you to confirm the agreement between the district and Invictus. District had met with both the principal for Invictus and the principal for Crespi. The spaces that we are offering up were discussed and negotiated amongst both parties. The district, there are comments out about the science labs, the fab lab, and the art class. We have made arrangements to move those classes and facilities to allow for equal facilitation for both campuses. So I'll take any questions if there's any particular.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. And we do have public comment for these, I believe. I see some hands that are raised here. Mr. Walton?
Yes, President Hernandez-Jarvis, there are currently 10 members for public comment.
Okay, so we will have 2 minutes each. And we are, you know what, we're gonna have to do one and a half each.
Okay, we're now up to 12, but the first is Caroline Brickell. And Ms. Brickell, you are using an older version of Zoom, which will not allow us to have you speak at this time. The next public comments from April Rodriguez.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Brickell, you are on.
Dope. All right. Good almost morning, members of the board. My name is Caroline Brickell, and I'm a math and fab lab teacher at Crespi. I want to quickly acknowledge that my fellow educators stayed up until 11:30 on a Wednesday, and we'll all be up teaching our students tomorrow morning. One of the many things I love about Crespi is the value and dedication that we as educators and staff place on the education of our students. We want our students to feel at home at Crespi and know that receiving the best public education is what's important. But this is difficult to accomplish when it feels like the district no longer prioritizes our students. Invictus is protected under the law, so we're asking that you protect our students as well and ensure that we're provided adequate and equivalent facilities. You've made a verbal agreement. What we want to see is construction started as soon as possible so that when we get back to school, if it's in August or whenever it is, that we are having equivalent facilities and our students do not suffer. Our ask is that you prioritize our students. The Invictus principal told us that the future of Crespi is not his concern, but it is our concern, and it should be your concern as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Claire Helmberger. Ms. Helmberger? Ms. Helmberger?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, thank gosh. Okay. Hello, board members and Superintendent Duffy. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Claire Helmberger, and I am a teacher at Crespi Middle School. I would like to comment on the difficulty that having the Invictus Academy of Richmond continue to expand and take more space from our school has caused. Having Invictus on our campus is disruptive already, and now they're taking more space and causing some of our teachers to relocate their classrooms to other rooms that may not be properly equipped. It is absolutely essential for these new classrooms to be adequately equipped for science, fab lab, and art classes by the time we go back to school. If the rooms aren't properly set up for these classes, it threatens the teacher's ability to provide high quality and equitable education for our students. The teachers at Crespi are already working tirelessly to provide engaging and rigorous curriculum, as well as build a strong school community, but they can't properly do their jobs without classrooms that are set up for what they're teaching. I believe that the current proposal to have Invictus move buildings is the best option we have, but I am disturbed at the idea that Invictus's desire to expand could come at the expense of our students. We are a public school whose responsibility is to teach everyone who comes through our doors, and the Invictus principal has made it clear that he is not concerned about the well-being of any students besides his own. Making sure that Crespi has the ability to provide equitable education to our students despite this change needs to be a top priority. The district needs to ensure that the new classrooms our teachers need to move to are equally well equipped as the classrooms they're leaving behind by the time we go back to school. Our students' education cannot be allowed to suffer at the whims of Invictus. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from April Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez.
My name is April Rodriguez, and I'm the attendance clerk at Crespi Middle School, but I've been the acting office manager for most of the 2019-2020 school year. We have formed a strong community at Crespi, despite the obstacles Crespi is constantly having to overcome, like rumors of closures, and now the burden of having a charter school on our campus. Our community had no say in carrying this burden for the district, and due to Invictus having no oversight, they have been left to carry on with weak leadership that has caused extreme tension between our schools. While difficult it may be to have both schools, we were supposed to coexist. This was not supposed to be a takeover, but unfortunately, that is what it's become. A person on our custodial staff was told by an Invictus staff member that their ultimate goal is to have the Crespi campus. Typically, when a staff is creating a hostile work environment, we can go to our union representatives for help, but with Invictus technically not being part of our school district, there is nowhere for us to go for assistance, which is why I implore you to help find a solution in the lack of accountability that seems to exist with Invictus and help restore some level of peace on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comments from Cynthia Breedlove. Ms. Breedlove.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for taking my comment, board members and Superintendent Matthew Duffy. My name is Dr. Cynthia Breedlove, and I'm currently a instructional specialist, RSP teacher at Juan Crespi, but I also teach Math 8. So I'm speaking to you today because I'm concerned as a former parent and the current teacher at Juan Crespi Middle School. Over the past 3 years, teaching at Crespi, I've observed Invictus Academy of Richmond requesting more and more assigned space. It has now reached a point, I believe, impacting the equity and efficacy of our students' academic learning environment. Tonight, you'll be discussing and voting on assigned additional space to Invictus of Richmond. Now, we understand as a family that Proposition 39 was written to ensure that all public schools share in district facilities. However, because of the expansion that they're planning, they're going to disrupt us by 2 science classrooms with storage space and 4 sinks, art class. And I sent you a letter prior. The things I didn't mention is also the custodial room, additional staff workroom, the ELD students that was previously displaced, and so on. So we're asking that you would provide us with adequate facilities equivalent to those that we're possibly giving up. Crespi might not be a concern to that principal, but it's a concern to us. And it will also limit our enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comments from Sierra Barton, but first I would like to let everyone know that if you do not have a first and last name, you will not be called on to speak. Ms. Barton.
Being muted by the host.
You are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Hello, members of the board, Superintendent Duffy, and all folks in attendance. As a teacher at Juan Crespi, I appreciate the opportunity to share my opinions on Juan Crespi's facilities as a public comment. I ask that you pledge to ensuring that Juan Crespi students and teachers will have access to equivalent amenities, especially storage and refrigeration, equal to those we are losing to our co-located charter, Invictus Academy of Richmond. Furthermore, I ask that you commit to completing these remodels by the start of the 20-21 school year. In the 3 days between my original letter to the board and today, I have been thrilled to learn that the district has promised us the necessary plumbing and electricity to create new science labs, which we would have otherwise lost. For those board members who read my letter, especially Trustee Phillips, who responded and met with our principal, I say thank you, and that I greatly appreciate this new commitment to ensuring our school retains the ability to teach science labs. However, I remind us all that this ability means little if the remodels do not include equivalent storage and refrigeration to what we are losing, and if they are not complete when the 2020 to 2021 school year begins. As my coworker Suzanne Schultz mentioned in her letter to you, although California's Proposition 39 requires districts to offer charter schools reasonably equivalent facilities that will sufficiently accommodate all of the charter's in-district students, this unequivocally should not happen at the expense of our school and our students losing their rights to reasonably.
Please conclude your comment.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Audra Williams. Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, I believe you need to unmute yourself. We'll move on and come back if she's comes back later. Adrienne Loftus.
Thank you to the board and Superintendent Duffy for hearing my comments. My name is Adrienne Loftus and I'm a science teacher at Crespi Middle School. I am one of the teachers being displaced from my classroom due to Invictus coming in. I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have to say and ask that the board make a commitment to properly outfit our science labs and art room by the first day of school in order to allow our learners to have access to the facilities they deserve. Thank you for your time.
The next public comments from Guthrie Fleischman.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Board members, Superintendent Duffy, I just want to express gratitude for you guys prioritizing this item tonight to be heard. As you can tell, the Crespi staff and faculty are incredibly passionate about what they do. We've adopted a term, the Crespi family, which is really exemplified by the number of folks that are still up at this time of night to speak on this item, and the number of other folks that are still up and watching and paying attention. We've had visits from cabinet, from the secondary principals meeting, various members of the board throughout the course of the year, and have received nothing but praise about the climate and the culture that you all have observed on our campus. And it's a testament to the work that is being done by the teachers and classified staff. Happy Classified Staff Appreciation Week, by the way. Our team is second to none. And you've all heard the outstanding requests. I do appreciate Louis Freeze and the team for committing to outfitting our science labs and art room. And just want to echo everything that our teachers have said tonight and staff have said tonight about ensuring that everything is done before students return to school. And just honoring the work that has been done at the school this year. And I welcome you all to come and visit us anytime when we're back at school. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next public comment comes from Dr. Fatima Allen. Dr. Allen?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I would also like to thank you for bringing this, for placing this on the agenda and prioritizing this. As the chair of the Charter School Committee, I think it's important to share the impact that the charter schools that we've authorized on the district, to bring that to our attention, because because we as a county board are responsible for the approximately 180,000 students, not just the students in the county office and not just the schools, the county authorized charter schools. So I would appreciate it if you can send us information on the impact that Invictus or any other one of our charter schools, how they have impacted your ability to provide the equitable and equal resources to the students served in West Contra Costa. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Yolanda Vieira Allen. Ms. Allen?
Good evening. I am a Crespi parent, and I am often on campus in the evenings and after school for events and pick up my kid after school's out. Invictus students are often hanging around in the parking lot playing. There's never any supervision. F-bombs are dropping like flies. Kids are pushing and shoving and being very aggressive with each other. As a parent, and I believe it takes a village, I'm always challenging behavior and asking them to stop. And, language kids, and they're like, hey, fuck you, and, ooh, excuse me. But that's what I'm getting from them as well. So when I hear then that type of energy is going to be pushed into Crespi's building inside of the little quad where all the kids are gonna be mixing, I'm really concerned because they do not supervise. The kids are left to their own devices, and kids are gonna be kids. But already the climate there is a big concern to me. Invictus has a 41% suspension rate of its African-American students. And of those students, there's only like 24
Please
of them.
conclude your
so
comments.
Over almost half of them are getting suspended.
Thank you.
Final public comments from Brendan Henrique. Mr. Henrique?
Hey, is the mic working?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Thank you, board, for hearing me. My name is Brendan Henrique. I'm a science teacher at Crespi. And I just want to start off by saying science education is built on inquiry, and you need to have adequate lab facilities. And without that, I don't know if I could do my job really well without the use of different sinks and proper facilities. And I understand Prop 39, I understand the right to protect Invictus, but Invictus has repeatedly not deeply cared about our students and our campus. So with that, I ask you as the board to protect our students' right to adequate science education that's equitable and fair, and to allow our science teachers to truly be able to perform the best science education our students deserve. And without those facilities, before school starts, I really struggle to see how science education at Crespi can be equitable and fair given these considerations. So with all of that, I urge you to make sure all of these repairs, the new facilities, are set up before the school year starts, so science education is ready at Crespi. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Thank you to all the members of the community and school communities that spoke. Thank you for your feedback and for being here with us, participating very late at night. It is 11:42 now, board. That means we have 3 minutes unless there's a motion to extend the meeting. But I think that we will be able to to complete this item, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to do the following item after that without extending the meeting. And I would like for us to get in the habit of having meetings and a little earlier if possible. Can we go through the rotation very quickly with Trustee Panas, if there's any comments, questions you would like to make, then, Trustee Cuevas, then Phillips and Lara.
Thank you, President Hernandez-Jarvis. So I'm just wondering, we've heard time and time again, almost every speaker said they want to have their art room, they want to have equivalent storage, they want to have refrigeration, they want to have sinks, etc. Is all that stuff going to be ready when school starts?
Well, we're not quite sure when school starts, but the answer is yes. We are working towards that goal to make that happen. Staff has been on site. We've met with the principal, as well as our staff has been on site assessing what needs to be done in order to accomplish those goals, and we believe we can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, President Hernandez-Jarvis, I pulled these 2 items. I assumed I'd get to speak on them first before discussion. Isn't that how this goes?
You know what? Yeah, generally we do that. I actually forgot to do that after having all of the public commentators. So thank you for bringing that up to my attention. So
good. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Meeting.
Extend the meeting.
Trustee Phillips. So it's 11:44.
Right. Can we extend the meeting? It's over in a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
If a board member would like to make a motion to extend the meeting.
I move that we extend for 30 minutes.
I'll second the motion.
You move that we extend for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And Trustee Pana seconded the motion. Let's take a vote, please.
Panish, yes.
No, yes.
Lara, yes.
Cuevas, no.
Hernandez-Jarvis, no. So the motion passes to extend the meeting by 30 minutes to 12:15 by a vote of 3, 2 noes, Trustee Cuevas and myself, Hernandez-Jarvis, voting no. And Student Trustee Dawit, you said yes, correct? Thank you. Okay, so meeting extended to 12:15.
Okay.
Trustee Lara?
Okay, I pulled these 2 items because they specifically talk about co-location, and I wanted to share some information about that. Governor Newsom has stated that when the schools reopen, they will have to practice social and physical distancing. Schools may be required to spread out classrooms, add extra lunch and recess periods, and change their floor plans to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We are in a state of emergency because of COVID-19. So new charter locations would crowd school buildings and prevent schools from taking these necessary steps. And there is a movement in Los Angeles. They're a group that is demanding from their superintendent and their board to enact a moratorium on their expansion or any new charters that would take, because they need the space. The space is going to be needed. So, and also locally, there is a publication. It's called Standing Up for Students. It's a new report, a multi-part white paper report, and it's put together by about 12 different public health officials who are talking about when in the fall, when we come back, the need for the space. It talks about the trauma right now that children are going through. We're going to need high levels of distancing, and I'm just going to do some highlights here. And that especially our district that has mostly, it's 89% children of color, and we know that families of color have been most impacted by COVID-19. We don't want to do anything that might, increase that or put them at risk. And so this document has a few things that I want to share really quickly. The first thing it has is a letter from these experts for Governor Newsom calling for a pause on all school closures, mergers, and co-locations, given the greater need for physical distance in the fall. Secondly, it has an analysis of the racial equity issue and how it impacts children of color, families of color, especially. So we need to be very, very careful. Third, it talks about physical impact of these. And then fourth, it talks about the legal analysis, demonstrating that the Governor Newsom does have the legal authority to enact an executive action pausing all school closures, mergers, and co-locations during this pandemic. So that's the thrust of this white paper. And we can't act as if it's business as usual. This is a great line. If evictions from homes can be stopped, surely evictions from schools can be paused as well. So the letter is, describes those things that I just said. And then at the end, the ask is, we encourage you to issue an executive order requiring school districts across the state to pause all closures, mergers, and co-locations to maximize facilities so schools can successfully practice social distancing this fall to have safe schools for the kids, families, and the communities. So, and then the last thing is, it's asking for, this is a chance for California to lead the nation, ensuring safe schools, and that it's an opportunity for us also, West Contra Costa Unified School District, maybe to lead the state as well. So my ask is the letter supporting this action, requesting a executive action, that we as a board could craft a letter as well to send to the governor and say that we support this action, this executive action that we would like him to take. So that's one of the part of the ask. The other is that we put this on the agenda so that we could talk about it and consider this seriously, because we don't know, how much room we're going to need in the fall. We don't. All of that is, and we for health and safety reasons, we need to take this very seriously and at least discuss it, possibly take action. But hopefully, at least get this letter of support to the governor. So that's what I was, why I pulled those two. And my motion would be that we send this letter of support, and that in the future we send on a future agenda, we place this as a discussion item. So thank you very much. Try to go as fast as I could. Discussion.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Lada. Did I hear Trustee Cuevas?
I'd be happy in a second. I wanted to ask Trustee Lara, what you were quoting and what you were reading, is that an opinion paper, or are those actually, remind me again, are these part of the orders that were released by the governor's office during the pandemic?
This was from the white paper. It's called The Need for Executive Action to Pause Permanent School Closures During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Yeah, so it's from this report.
Okay, so you're talking about what is something the board might want to pursue, but there is, if maybe staff could remind me, is maybe Mr. Freeze, is there any actual order coming out of the state right now in relation to this already?
There's nothing that I'm aware of. Not to say that there isn't, but I'm not aware of one.
Okay, so Trustee Lara, can make sure I understand what I'm seconding, which is you are motioning to have us put a hold on any consideration for co-locations until the board has a discussion about this particular request we may want to make to ask the governor to cease co-location mergers and other issues during the pandemic.
Well,
can you repeat what your motion was again, please?
Right.
I want to make sure.
My understanding is pretty much these items, those two items have been previously approved, and this was just more or less, confirming that. And what I would like us to do is craft a letter that says, we think this is a good idea for you, the governor, to put a pause on these expansions. That's from us. So the ask is for a letter. And then secondly, in addition to, or at the same time, to have the discussion at the next board meeting, can we take action? Do we want to do anything further about this? So no, I'm not asking you to, you know, not vote for those necessarily, 15 and 16, like not consent to those or not approve those, but rather the letter showing that we do think this is something important and we see that the governor could actually do this. And then if that happens, well, you know, it does take precedent over whatever we've approved here, I would think.
Can I actually make a point of order now? Because I think I'm trying to understand it. So what I'm hearing Trustee Letta is asking for us to bring it back to maybe consider this at a future agenda, but you're not making a motion to approve C15.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, so because this specific content that we're having right now that we're speaking about wasn't agendized, Mr. Duffy, can we actually have that? Can we actually have a motion to do that? I believe that we have to agendize it first, right?
We do technically. I mean, Miss Lara could make a motion to approve this, as she sort of hinted at, and with a amendment that included a letter and further study of this recommended legislation, something like that. But we want to try to stick as closely to the item as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Trustee Cuevas?
Point of clarification, Madam Chair. That's what I was trying to figure out, because Trustee Lara can actually move to table these items, or not table, but deny them until we have that conversation. So I was just trying to understand if you intended to include in your motion that we would either deny action on these items or hold off any action until we fulfilled the last part of your motion. Or are you in fact in agreement with Mr. Duffy said, is you're like, okay, I say we approve these two and still do this consideration of what I'd like to see. I'm trying to get clarity of what did you mean?
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. I think that I need a little bit more clarity on that too. Trustee Lara, your microphone is off.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. So I would like to move that we do table these two items until we have this discussion about an action we could take.
Thank you, Trustee Lara.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. So just to clarify the motion, you're moving that we table these two items until we have a chance to. Can you repeat the last part? I didn't catch it.
To have the discussion about possible actions that we could take.
Okay, and before we take a vote, Mr. Duffy, is there anything that you want to
Yes.
share about this?
Yep. I just want to make sure we're clear on the law. So from Mr. Sklar, who legally supports us in these areas, the risk the district runs if it does not ratify the facilities use agreement is the charter school initiates litigation to compel the district to provide facilities. And two, that the charter school claims the district owes the charter school even more facilities than the charter is being offered through the FUA. The charter may pursue attorney's fees as well. So I had asked, you know, just so we're clear, what happens if we miss this deadline? And that's the answer.
Thank you,
If I
Mr.
could just,
Trustee Phillips or Mr. Freese?
I'd just like to add that if we delay the approval of this, the chances of making the improvements that are necessary by August becomes more challenging. So I just wanted to point that out. The longer we delay, the more challenging it becomes in order to make these improvements and the change.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. So I think I would like to take that input from Mr. Sklar that Mr. Duffy just read and the input from Mr. Freeze into consideration. I think that Trustee Letta is bringing something up for us to look into at a future meeting. So I think that with what we have, given that, you know, we want to make sure that we are being, you know, legally binding with what we have to do under the law. So I just, you know, I know that there's a motion and I know that it was seconded. And I'm wondering if there's Trustee Cuevas, is there anything you want to share with that?
Just, Madam Chair, I believe when there's a motion to table, there's no discussion. I believe we go to a vote.
That's correct. We should be voting.
We should be voting. And the other thing is, I just want to affirm that Superintendent Duffy and Mr. Sklar know that I'm well aware of what the consequence could be potentially of what I will be voting on.
Yes, I'm aware that you're aware, but
okay,
my obligation is to remind you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas, for that, and Trustee Panas as well for clarifying. So yeah, so there's a motion right now. We have to vote on to table C15 and C16 made by Trustee Letta, seconded by Trustee Cuevas. Can we please take a vote?
Panas, no.
Cuevas, yes.
Dawit, yes.
Phillips, no.
Trustee Letta, I didn't catch your vote.
Letta, yes.
Okay, Hernandez Jarvis, no. So we have the motion does not pass. We have 2 yes, 3 no's with Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips, and myself, Trustee Hernandez Jarvis voting no, Student Trustee Dawit voting yes, and Student Trustee Carson absent.
Trustee, President Jarvis, I'd like to move that we approve the Invictus Facilities Use Agreement for the 2020/21 school year.
Trustee Panas has made the motion that we approve the FUA for Invictus Academy of Richmond for the 2020/2021 school year. Is there a second? I will second it.
Madam Chair, can we have discussion, please?
Yes. Trustee Cuevas?
I just want to make sure I have clarification on the history of this particular charter in our district. One, this charter was not authorized by our district. It was authorized by the county after the district, I believe, voted no. A majority voted no, correct, Mr.
Correct.
Duffy?
Correct.
Okay. And then my next question is there a cap on enrollment for this school? Because it's a high school, I believe, correct?
Correct. Well, it's a they have their projected enrollment in their charter. So they're subject to the terms of their charter. And then we go through a process to agree upon their ADA for the coming school year.
Okay. So the reality is they're anticipating growing, they're going into what, a freshman year, I think they have class, 3 more class years up to 12th grade, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And their projected enrollment is I'm sorry to interrupt, but their projected enrollment is 768 at full, at a K-12, at 712.
And what is their enrollment right now again?
Their projected enrollment is 280, but I believe what they had in partition is 266.
Okay, 266 means that they can grow up to 400, almost 400 more students, correct?
Correct.
More or less.
More or less. So I will be voting no on this until I see a plan from the district to tell me how you're going to chart out the growth of this particular district, this particular charter's continued requests for facilities. And that's my determination on what I will be voting today, because I do think that there are potential impacts. Doesn't mean the district is off the hook from finding them space, but I will not be ratifying this particular proposal.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. And just to ask Mr. Duffy,
Yeah.
If we were to say, have this item come back, if it does not pass and we have this item come back at a future meeting or at a special meeting, can we, I mean, would we meet the deadline that we need to meet, or when is the date that you need to have the final answer?
I believe it is June 1st. I can check, but I'm pretty sure this is our last board meeting before the statutory deadline. So, you know, we can always, you know, try to talk to those charter operators to let them know what's going on. But obviously, you know, if we miss our statutory deadline, we know the implications. We were hoping to bring to this meeting, but we couldn't make it on the agenda, and to hope to bring it to the next meeting is a much wider kind of landscape analysis of what's happening with our facilities and, you know, availability across the board. And we know right now we don't have a plan, an easy, clear plan for Invictus over the next 4 years, but we also know that we're running up against major capacity situation at Crespi. So we hope to talk about that actually next week, but I think you guys understand the implications of missing the deadline.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Duffy. So I think that's why I was asking. My main concern, you know, is just to make sure that we do approve the space that's necessary by the law, but at the same time have that accountability of how is it going to look like in the next few years, as there's limited space that is not conducive to a nurturing environment for either the kids, you know, that are in the charter school, or the kids that are in the school within, you know, that's outside of the charter school within the same facility. Because I think that at the end of the day, it's about kids, right? Like, it's about like what the kids are going to go through and what the kids are going to be experiencing in their learning and educational journey. But I think that for me, I would be comfortable with voting yes, because I don't want to have us have more attorney's fees, get into potential litigation in a time when we're trying to cut from our budget and be fiscally solvent. And at the same time, what Mr. Free said about not being able to do the renovations and changes needed to the facilities, you know, at Crespi, I think that to me, I would be comfortable with discussing this further at agenda setting to bring back, to have a fuller conversation, because I think that what I'm seeing right now is that we have by law, we have to have space, right, for this school. So what I'm trying to make sure is that we mitigate the costs. Like, I don't want us to go into litigation to have more attorney's fees, but at the same time, I do want us to address the real issue of limited spaces and limited facilities, and all the issues that come with that. Trustee Cuevas?
Madam Chair, can I ask Superintendent, what is the actual deadline?
Let me look for it, unless one of my team has.
Is it today?
No, it's usually, I think it's always the first of the month, from what I remember, in terms of the cycle. We have to make an offer. We have to start each part of the process. I think it was November 1st, February 1st, and June 1st.
So when is the actual deadline where we will actually have missed?
I believe it's June 1st, because we don't have another board meeting before June 1st, but I'm just confirming that.
So we won't not have met the requirement until June 1st, correct? We would not have met that requirement until June 1st.
You would not miss it technically.
We would not miss it until June 1st
passes.
And you're checking right now, Mr. Duffy, to confirm?
I am checking, yeah.
Okay, so while Mr. Duffy is checking, Trustee Cuevas, did you have any further comments, or Trustee Panas, Trustee Phillips?
Just technically, we have until June 1st to find them space. So I don't think it's an immediate factual occurrence that we will not meet the requirement if we don't pass this today.
Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Panas and Mr. Duffy, when you're ready to answer about the date, please. Thank you. Trustee Panas?
I'm just ready to say, like, I'm ready to vote on this, and I'm going to vote for it because I want to get this out of my hair.
Thank you, Trustee Panas. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you. So I have one question. Why can't we put portables on the campus for Invictus? I asked the principal if there was space on the side that they're on, and he said there is. So why can't we put portables? He specifically said it's space on the blacktop area.
So in order to get portables approved on site, we could not do that by August. Not to say that it couldn't be done later, but we could not make a deadline of August.
But we can do. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say cost is also a major issue there in terms of bringing in the portables, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, I think Lewis, if you want to touch on that as well.
I mean, there is a cost that is associated with bringing portables, and obviously whether we rent or lease and finding the availability of those buildings. I would say that just the biggest time frame would be getting architect's plans, getting to the state architect, and having them approve, bid, and then install buildings in a timely fashion would not get us there for the opening of the school this fall.
So and as far as the cost is concerned, don't they pay rent? So wouldn't they be paying for the portables anyway?
Well, they pay a pro rata share, so they pay a square foot cost. So the space that they would lease, they pay on a square foot basis, so they wouldn't necessarily cover the cost for the installation. It'd all be dependent on how many square foot. So their rate is $6.05 per square foot.
So it wouldn't cover the cost of installation, but the actual square footage, whatever that's costing us, that could be passed on to Invictus, correct?
Correct, to the amount of space that they would need to fulfill their program.
So for me, it sounds like other than paying the cost of installation, we could put portables in. I mean, we'd have to pay the cost of installation, but we could put portables in there, which would keep the school separated. I understand there's a little bit of lag time because there's some workup that we have to do to get the portables in there. So we should have started earlier. But for me, I'm okay to the extent that we put portables in there, and I would support that. Then the second thing, and I'm going to say this because this applies to not just Invictus, but Voices and any other co-location that we may have. We need to have some kind of MOU or agreement with the school that deals with COVID. Because when we have everybody on a campus together, we need to know what the protocols are that they have in place to keep everybody safe. And that needs to be part of any basically any rental agreement, because these are really rental agreements that we enter into. So I'll give you a great example. If we have protocols, it's one campus, if we have protocols in place to keep everybody safe, but the other school doesn't, we are potentially compromising everybody. So we have to work this stuff in there. Or if we feel it's not safe to open up the schools at the beginning of the regular school year, but we entered into a rental agreement with somebody saying that they could use the campus, does that mean that they could come in and say, you know what, even though you think it's not safe, we're going to open up the school anyway? And so that's why I believe, for me, I can't vote for any rental agreements. I know we call them facilities use agreements, but it's a rental agreement. I can't vote for any rental agreements unless there is COVID protocol language put in there. So those are my two asks. COVID protocol, which we have time to work on because you said it's not up until June 1st, and portables. And with that, I would support it. But that's me.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Seems like there's no more further comment from the board. Student Trustee David, did you have a comment as well?
Nope, I got nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so board, we have a motion that was made by Trustee Panas to approve C15. I seconded. Can we take a vote, please?
I'd like to abstain from this.
Thank you.
And just for a clarification, really quickly, if this motion fails, and it very well may, because I have some specific asks that I need, like the COVID protocol. I do want us to be able to bring this back in a special meeting before the 1st. So I don't want this to be the last say, because we do have some obligations we have to meet.
And it looks like, sorry, that the deadline is actually May 1st, but I think we've been given some grace from those charters as we've worked this out, because it's been so contentious through this year in terms of trying to get it to work. And Ed Sklar was on for a long, long time, but he's not on anymore. That's my understanding. So, you know, if that motion did fail, we're going to have to come back anyway. So we'll have to figure that out. But again, I think, you know, we know the consequences of basically not moving this forward in a timely fashion. It seems, you know, from my understanding, we've been given a little bit of liberty here and wiggle room. But let's hear from the trustees.
And just really quickly, 2 seconds, President Hernandez-Jarvis, I just heard that this was brought to us 3 weeks late. So us having a conversation about it, in my opinion, is not us not doing things timely. This just came to me, and it was due on the 1st. That's not my fault.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Okay,
President?
so board, Trustee Clemens, yes.
Yes. Trustee Phillips, would you like to suggest a friendly amendment that we include COVID language in the facilities use agreement?
I would make a friendly amendment that we include COVID protocol to be worked out by staff, and that we include portables.
We're not going to get the portables there on time.
It might be a little delayed, but they'll get them.
Mr. Freeze, do you know that we can absolutely put portables there? And when do you think they would be installed?
I will have to go back and check. We do have the space for them. The question will actually be just utilities and how fast we can get utilities to it, whether we have ample service on site or if it would have to be brought in as a new service for it. So if I could get back to you on that, I would like to, because I can't give you a number tonight.
Can I ask a point of clarification, Madam Chair?
Trustee
Can we
Clemens?
take into account that we don't know when school's going to start? So you're saying something's going to be late for what we don't know when we have an open date for them. For us, the state might even say. So I don't think the notion of again, it goes back to Trustee Lara's point. I think this is not a usual year. And there are unknowns. And I actually think we would probably, and maybe I could be wrong, but I would definitely like to seek more legal counsel, if that might even be a hardship that we could actually win in court.
Oh, Trustee Cuevas makes a great point about the starting date, Trustee Phillips, and I'll accept that friendly amendment if you still want to make it.
Consider it made.
So I actually so I had seconded that initial motion, and I cannot second the motion as amended. So I rescind my second of the motion.
So I will make a motion, and my motion is that we approve the facilities use agreement with the following addition: that the facilities that will be provided will be portables to be placed on the Crespi campus, and that Invictus, and this is essentially, and that Invictus, and that will be subject to Invictus entering into an agreement with the district around COVID protocols. And that's my motion. And I do believe that that's a safety issue. And I don't think that anybody could reasonably say much about it.
I would like to ask a clarifying question.
Yes, Mr. Duffy.
I would really like Mr. Freeze to weigh in, and possibly Mr. Wold, because we've spent so much time on this year, and we decided so clearly not to go with portables for very specific reasons. And I just would like that to be reiterated because, you know, we've always known that's an option. And I really want to understand, or just to make it clear, why specifically we did not go with portables. So we're clear on that, because if there is a motion to go portables, I just want to make sure that that's out in the open and we've crossed that hurdle, because I know it was a consideration that we did not go after for very significant reasons.
Mr. Freeze.
And I would say it would be, while I can't quote you a price, but I would say it would be very expensive. The typical installation cost of any portable starts at about $100,000 per classroom. So their ask this year were 3 classrooms if they were not to move from their existing facilities that they're in and maintain the current classroom configuration they would have. So the minimum cost would be $300,000 to do that as a rough ballpark estimate. And then it would be the proximity of where we would place these on the campus, whether it would be adjacent to the gymnasium or on the far side of the campus. But as a ballpark, it would be about $300,000 for that.
In addition, as Louis talked about the cost, there's also Division of State Architecture, which gets involved anytime you modify facilities, which creates a timeline problem for the district as we go forward. So if we want to pursue that, we definitely want to investigate what the backlog is from DSA before we can commit to when we can install. And then the factor is that that's cost that the district has to absorb. We get the rental fee, but the rental fee is a very small number compared to the installation cost there that goes in. So we want to make sure that if we go down this pathway, that we're following and providing the board all the relevant information, what fund those dollars will come from as well.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. And I just want to center this. Yes, Trustee Cuevas. One second, please. So I just want to center our conversation again on, you know, we're talking about C15. I know that Trustee Letta brought up that she wants us to bring up a further discussion, to bring this up for further discussion later on about the actual facilities and the limitations and other things that have to do with co-location. But I think that right now the conversation, what I'm hearing now is that there's going to be like an even greater cost when we just got done talking about the interim and the things that we don't know and all of the unknowns. And I just want to center this again. Like, I know that this is not something that the board necessarily voted to approve, but I know that there's kids, right, that are trying to figure out what their school is going to look like. So I think at the end of the day, I just want you know, everybody to be cognizant of that. Trustee Cuevas.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Because of that, I again will like to make a motion, and it's different from the last one, to table these, because one, you're asking us to spend money for whatever we're going to have to do for Crespi students. That's going to have a cost. That's going to have a price tag, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and now you're telling the trustee who says, well, what about a way to create a win-win? Because remember, we're trying to create co-location that works if we're going to do that. And you're telling us, no, that's going to be too expensive. But you have not brought this to the board up until this point to have this discussion. And normally we do have these discussions because we are charged with creating win-wins for all kids, not just the ones that we are obliged to house under charter laws. So I want to table this until we figure out what it is we're going to do, or the board and you all make sense, and we propose what makes sense to evict this, and they will have to react, I get it, but I want to create a win-win. And it's not, I agree, it is incumbent that I apologize that you don't have enough, we don't have enough time, but I just think there's too many concerns here because it doesn't work. We're tweaking. And now we're using excuses of how much things are going to cost. So I would prefer to table this until you're ready to bring it back. I'd like to make that motion.
I second that.
So motion made by trustee Cuevas and seconded by trustee Letta to table this item. There's no discussion since there's a motion to table. But I do have a question since we had the other motion that had been made. Was that one seconded?
I had intended to second it, but I could never get a word in edgewise. But a motion to table always takes precedence anyway.
Thank you, trustee.
I have a quick question, and it's just a point of order. Isn't this really a motion for reconsideration? Because we just voted to table it and said no. So aren't there like only certain people who could actually move the table?
So we had moved to table it with
yeah. It was a different motion.
Yeah.
The table with all that other stuff behind it.
Yeah, it wasn't just the table it has it.
I thought it was to table the item.
So we have this motion then to table item, and trustee Cuevas, can you clarify item C15 only, right? That's where you're making the motion?
Yeah.
That's the item we're on right now. So C15, and it was seconded by trustee Lara. Let's take a vote, please.
Annis, no.
Cuevas, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, no.
Our student trustee Dawit is still here.
I'm just going to abstain from this as well.
Thank you. And I vote yes. So the motion to table this passes 3 with 2 no's. Trustee Phillips, trustee Panas voting no. Student trustee Rydell absent. Student trustee Dawit voting abstention.
Okay.
Thank you, board. I think that we definitely need to bring this back, and I know that it's 12:24 now. So I think that we're going to table the rest of the items. Mr. Duffy, did you have anything that you needed to say? I think we are going to have a special meeting to address the other items that we did not get to.
The other consent items?
The ones that were pulled as well. Unless we extend the board meeting, but it's 12:25.
So so we want to do a special board meeting for ELA and summer school?
I mean, we have those, and we also have this conversation that I think is going to have to continue, right? Because you said that May 1st was the deadline for it.
This conversation is going to need to continue. We're certainly going to need to bring back information and rationale for why and how we made a decision. And I'm sorry that wasn't more clear.
So that was my point, that we're going to have to come back to deal with these items as well that we didn't get to.
Well, we'll have to find out if we need to do that in a special meeting, or it could just be brought to the next regular board meeting, and we'll have to, consult legal counsel to see if that's possible or what's possible. I mean, if you tabled 15, I assume you're going to want to table 16, potentially, and that still leaves some items, some construction items, I think, that are timely and need to be approved.
So that was my reason for suggesting that we do a special meeting to have those items. And I think, I mean, it literally is 12:26.
I understand that. I understand that.
And I think that for the public too, and for everybody on here, to make a good decision, we have to be fresh again and come back together to do this. And I apologize that this is taking forever again. I know, like, we're gonna have to cut down on the items that we put so that we can actually have conversations when everybody is awake.
I would just ask that we try to pass the consent items. They're consent for a reason. And obviously
the consent items that were not pulled, right?
Yeah, that's 3, 5. I think you're going to motion to table 15, and there's 10 and 12.
And 17 was pulled.
Correct.
Okay, is there a board member that would? Trustee Cuevas?
Did we pull C8?
No.
Okay, I would like to pull C8 as well.
So C8. So we have C3, C5, C8, and C12 that were pulled. We had C15, which we just finished, and C16 was pulled as well.
So actually, C6, these 10 was pulled, 12 was pulled as well.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. I had that right here and I did not say that. Thank you.
Do I need to make a motion to include C8?
You do, I believe, because we made a motion to adopt.
I'd like to make a motion to pull C8. I have some questions that have surfaced that I'd like to have time to talk to
I'll second the
superintendent
motion.
and board about.
Thank you. Can we please take a vote?
Panos, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Trustee Lara?
Lara, yes.
Hernandez Travis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to pull item C8. So the items that we have pulled are C3, C5, C8, C10, C12, C16, and C17. So the rest of the consent calendar, is there a motion to approve the rest of the items that were not pulled?
I move we approve the consent items not moved.
We already did, I think, right?
No, we did not,
Oh, right, because
we went around the other order.
right.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Panas, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Lara, can we please take a vote?
Panos, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips, yes.
Hernandez Travis, yes. Consent calendar items are approved unanimously with student trustee Carson absent, with the exception of the pulled consent items that were C3, C5, C8, C10, C12, C16, and C17. At this point, it is 12:29 board. And I think it is time that we have a motion to move the rest of the items to a future agenda.
So move, Trustee Panos.
Thank you. Seconded by Trustee Cuevas. Thank you. Can we please take a vote?
Dawa, yes.
Panos, yes.
Cuevas, yes.
Lara, yes.
Phillips,
Hernandez
yes.
Travis, yes. Motion passes unanimously to move the rest of the agenda items that we did not get to today to a future meeting. And I will work with Trustee Board Clerk Lara and our Superintendent Duffy to plan for the next meeting so that we can address what we did not get to today.
All right.
Do we have any closing final brief comments or are we good to go? It's 12:30. We're good?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all
Thank you,
members of the
Madam Chair.
community. Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Thank you to all of the public that's still with us today. It is my hope that at the next future meetings, we can end the meetings and have them be productive meetings when everybody is more awake and when people can participate. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned at 12:31. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.